morning and welcome. It is the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny's here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Cue massive discontent.
It's like the old days. Just Johnny stepping in people's graves.
I know. That's what I do.
We have a lot of good news for you today. A lot of it's been a crazy 24 hours for me.
I can imagine.
It's been pretty wild these last 24 hours.
Might have been super tame, so go at it.
It's well, look. I will admit to faults. I will admit to one fault, and that is panicking.
Okay.
I panic, especially. I have been a business owner. I have operated a business for about a little over 2 years now.
Yeah.
A little over 2 years. Still not really sure how to do it.
Yeah, you have a lot of that. Oh my God, it's all going to fail tomorrow.
Not only that, I also started this whole thing backwards.
Yeah.
With, hey, let's give everybody as much fucking money as we can. Let's go crazy.
And all of us were like, okay.
And you think to yourself, you're like, well, this will never, come back to, this will never regress to the mean and settle in on where it is and all of that. And you go, oh, everybody's happy. That's all I want. I want everyone to be really happy. And I think anyone who's run a business and thought that way eventually learns, yeah, that's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
You can't just make everybody happy. You have to start with, you're happy, and then build outward from there. And that's a lesson I had to learn the hard way. Yesterday, Old Capitol closed, and we lost Old Capitol, our second largest, pretty much tied for our largest advertiser. Mm-hmm. They were up there with Raleigh's. They were really, really big. Stoney's, Old Capitol, really, really big. And seeing as the advertisers are what pay for the second mics to be here, in order to pay for the Old Capitol hit, which, people are like, oh, so they just, the day they stop, you just have to make those changes now. I got news for you. They ain't paying this month.
Yeah.
For last month. They ain't paying for last month.
Oh.
So what am I going to do? Squeeze blood from a stone?
Yeah. Then you'd have your only choice is to pay out of your pocket. How long can you do that?
Yeah. So I went, oh, shit. And I immediately went to, well, Oz and Corey, I got to cut Oz and Corey, and then that'll pay for this, and we'll be back we'll be okay again. So I did that, and then I start thinking, well, shit, I don't have a plan for Tuesday and Wednesdays. Like, I got no plan.
That's how I do my shows. I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah,
I do Chad numbers.
I think you do a little better than Chad. Do you do better than 13 people?
Oh, yeah, no, if you put all three together, it's like close to 40 now. But yeah, it's like 3 channels.
Oh, you're putting up Opster numbers.
Yeah.
There you
go. Why do we have to talk about him? God.
Do you think he's going live this morning?
I hope.
I hope so. I don't think he is.
Don't
worry. I'm subscribed and I have all the notifications turned on, so I'll know.
But I don't
think the Opster's going live today. He didn't sound very happy yesterday. With our help, getting him more viewers than he usually has.
All we wanted was a thank you, Dick.
I just want my phone call. So I make that decision, and then I start talking to Corey, and I start talking to April, and I go, oh, shit, I got nobody for Tuesday and Wednesday. And so, again, the quick fix was, all right, Johnny offered to do tomorrow. We'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
We're good. All right, we got Tuesday covered. And I went to Corey, and I started saying, well, I still want you around the show. So if you could do this for me, if you could do this. And then finally I took the shot. I go, would you give me this month to try and get this figured out?
Mm-hmm.
Would you give me the month? Just keep doing the show on Wednesdays. We'll see what we can do. Because obviously I've paid everyone for this month. So everyone's good. So I go, hey, give me this month. We'll figure something out. I've had offers come in from numerous different companies. Some of them companies we can definitely help.
Right.
And then some of them, it's just listeners being nice.
Right.
And I'm like, well, no. We have, 40,000 people that watch this show. If you have a national platform like we do, we can help
national
you.
product.
Right. We can help, So that whole thing has happened. And I looked at it and I go, and basically the diagnosis I have right now is I can definitely save Corey.
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely save Wednesdays. As far as the Oz thing, look, there's more than just the advertiser thing going on there. I I believe, it's my personal belief, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong or you can think I'm off base. And this is not meant as derogatory. This is not meant as bad. I do believe Oz needs a break. I think, I'm very sensitive towards Oz's health.
Yeah, because we actually, believe it or not, we care about the guy.
I care about the guy. He's had a stroke. I've watched him come back from the stroke. I've known the guy for almost 8 years now. Mm-hmm. Probably about 8 years, maybe more than 8 years. And it's not, and I'm not trying to air dirty laundry or be a bad, because it's not dirty laundry. It's not the same guy.
Yeah.
I feel like it's too much for him sometimes. And he's too proud and he's too good of a helper to tell you.
Yeah. That he needs this.
Right. You're the same way.
Yeah.
You have kind of learned to read, and you have kind of learned when to ask you, like, dude, are you feeling okay? And if I ask you, you'll tell me.
Yeah. And if I'm not feeling good, I'll totally bail.
Yeah. So with Oz, like, we're going to get somebody, we're going to keep, Corey around, and he's going to be on Wednesdays and everything else. But as far as I feel like the shows we've been doing on Tuesdays for a while now have been not what we're capable of.
Okay.
And you know this as well as I do. That's a frustrating feeling.
Yeah, because you want to do the best you can. Your product is what you want everyone to look at. You don't want to put out something where you could have stepped it up a notch.
Yeah, and I also have, like, there's another balancing act here for me, and that is I've got a wife and kids, and I don't want to bring frustration of feeling like I'm not doing a good job into my home life. Like, I'm a guy who's believe it or not, I take a lot of pride in how this show comes off.
I take my work home with me. It's almost like I live there.
And I have to stop doing that. But at the same time, I also want to feel good about the shows I'm doing, because the better I feel about the shows I'm doing, the easier it is to leave it here when it's done. It's like, hey, mission accomplished. But so I think regardless of the advertiser thing, which I think we're going to get solved for Corey easily. I think we'll figure that out, and also get Johnny a little something for, until we figure out Tuesdays permanently. But, and again, I don't want to say this like I'm shitting on the guy, because I'm not. It's coming from a place of, he's a dear friend. Mm-hmm. I've known him for a long time. I've texted him numerous times after shows and talked to him after shows and been like, dude, are you okay?
Right.
Is everything all right? Because there will be, there's many shows where he barely says a word. And that's difficult.
Yeah.
That's hard for me to do. Where I feel like I'm doing the show on my own, and I feel like I'm not getting, we talk about the second mic's job being keeping that ball in the air.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm diving for that ball a lot. And what I want to do is I want to give him time, even if he doesn't feel he needs time.
Mm-hmm.
There will always be a place for him here.
Right.
I want him to take care of his health. I want him to get better. You know how some people, and you're much the same way. I can look at you, or I can look at Oz, and I can go, they're having a rough one.
He's about to die.
Like, no, not he's about to die.
Not Oz, me.
But it's more, I look at him and I go, you work with someone long enough and you can kind of look in there. As corny as this, I'm hesitating because this sounds corny, but it's how I feel. You can look in a guy's eyes and go, that's not my guy. That's not the guy I've known for all these years. Something's not there right now, and it needs to come back. And I know, again, with his health, I have to be sensitive to that. Mm-hmm. I have to be careful with that. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, even from 6 months ago, Oz's health seems to be down. Yeah, I worry about that, and I don't want to push him, and I don't want him driving. Like, the things he said about, like, the drive in here and stuff like that, that genuinely scares the shit out of me some days.
Yeah, considering he's the one who makes the longest drive at this point.
Yeah.
Like me, I'm almost a neighbor. I mean, it's practically walking distance rim shot.
Beluzier says there will always be a place for him except right now. No, that's not. Stop it. That's not cool. Not cool. Stevie J says, during those silent stints, I imagine that Oz has a rich and colorful inner monologue. I'd love to hear it. Balls and Wiener says, do you think that any football player's teammates looked into his eyes and thought that, all right, bad timing. Jesus. All right. Well,
why did something happen?
This would definitely be one of those times where I read the chat, and while the majority of the audience may understand and enjoy, the chat is being really dickish, and I'm sitting here going, you know what? Fine, fuck it. I'll just move on. I'll talk about the Oz thing, then I'll read the chat for a second. It's one of those things where I go, why don't I just click on the next fucking story and just not read what these idiots are saying?
I mean, we can go on.
Yeah, I think that might be it. I was going to open up and maybe talk about some shit, but it's just some people like Hacksaw Jim Duggan and stuff like that. Just dicks, just fucking assholes, and never mind. Look, I can just not talk about that shit on the show. You know what? I'll take that, and we can just eliminate that part from the show. I thought some of the honesty and all of that stuff was like part of the thing that the audience liked about this program. But look, if it ain't appreciated, I can fucking just not do it. Zach says there will always be a place for him. That place is not here. That place is not here. You know what? Fuck you guys. Honestly, not Zach, not Yags himself, but like honestly, if you guys don't understand hey, he's got a place here because I really like the fucking guy, but it's not working out on the show. It's not like,
and it's maybe taxing his health a bit.
It's taxing his fucking health. There are, believe it or not, Hacksaw and other people who are just taking this chance as an opportunity to be a fucking dickhead. There are more important things to me with some people than this show. And if I look at a fucking guy and I go, this ain't good for him. This ain't good for his health. I'd like to give him a break so he can feel better. That's not me being a dick. Cut the shit. Be a human being. Have the confidence. Have the decency. Like have the ability to be a human. I know it's fucking easy to go, I'm gonna be what do you call it? I'm gonna be an NPC.
Right.
I'm just gonna be an NPC guy, and it's really easy and this and that. I'm challenging you to step up and be just a better guy instead of just being what you're doing. And Cowpote, you can fucking go too. Here we go. Let's take care of Cowpote. There we go.
Have the masculinity to be vulnerable.
Yeah, there you go. And let's see. Let's put who else we put? Hacksaw Jim Duggan's on thin ice, and some other people. Yag says mine wasn't said to be a dick, but to lighten the mood a bit. We all miss Oz. Yeah, I get it. Saying that he has a place and that place is not here is bullshit, and you're being a fucking moron. Again, there's a certain ability we have to do the show. And if somebody's not feeling well, I'm not going to keep bringing them in here and then
trying to get them
you know what I should do? Keep bringing him in to do a good show and not take care of the guy's well-being because I just want him to create content for me. I'm not going to be that guy. Curly Adams says, I love all second mics. Glad you care about Oz's well-being. Oh, it's nice to see human beings on the show.
I hate the crippled guy.
He is just fucking intolerable, isn't he? He's slurping his coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to fear that last sip of coffee every day now. That's my goal. You fucking piece of shit. I'm going to fucking cut your legs off and throw them out the window and make you crawl for them.
I was tempted to do it earlier. Then you hit him up. I'm like, not the time.
Yeah. Adam says, you don't need to explain yourselves to these internet trolls. They're vultures. Don't pay attention. Mr. Unknown for Real says, I like the appreciation talk. Maybe like some other person said, Oz could do a summertime thing where it's lighter out and the roads aren't icy. Actually, before 4 or 5 people decided to be retards, I was actually going to say maybe Oz pops in once a month.
Yeah,
and does a
I'd
show
be
with
more
us.
than willing to do Tuesdays on a just when he's not here basis and just boom.
I like what Atomic Citizen says. Keep cutting the fat off the chat. That is a good idea. I will always take this chat and mold it to what I want to be. So I guess we can always,
We want everyone to watch the show. We don't need to talk to all of you.
Should the mods start timeouting people being dicks? Here's what I'll do. I will give the mods power to time out on their own discretion. I will instruct them on when to ban.
Okay.
There we go. I'm going to give you Wrench's timeout power, but as far as the banning power, I think that's got to be a referral type of thing. Dr. Love says Aaron never did this on Twitch. Oh, he's not even a fucking guy. That's not even a serious comment. He's just being silly. Somebody says without Oz, there wasn't Steel Toe from the beginning. Hopefully he comes back better than ever. I hope Oz's health gets better. See, aren't those lovely things to say? Look at how being a human being works. Isn't that nice? Jake Hudson's party host says, I looked forward to Dad Joke Tuesday. You are being a good friend and concerned about the man's health. Right, because if I let him come in here and he's not giving the show good stuff and I'm frustrated about the performance of the show, I don't want to get upset with my friend.
Right.
I don't want to resent my friend for something that's not in his control, which is health and things like that. So, I mean, if cutting him off a show for a little while and giving him a break helps his health, I'd much rather have that. Thank you, Birdman, for becoming a member. Very, very cool. Thanks, pal. We're, by the way, 110 away from next Monday evening, Skull. Thanks, guys. Let's go to Easy Money's wife says, who's going to read the dad book? Oz will be missed. I'll be honest. That dad joke bit was getting pretty fucking old. I was pretty done with the fucking dad joke bit. Let's not get upset. Let's get another sponsor and keep rolling. I think we're going to do that. I think by the end of today, we should have all that hammered out. Ryan, the garbage man says, I miss Oz, but I get it. I don't want him struggling to perform at the expense of his health. I mean, you guys are the audience. I'll ask you, have you noticed a difference on Tuesdays? Because all I can do is tell you what I've been seeing or what I've been experiencing as a host. And as a host, they've been extremely difficult days for me. That's all. Extremely difficult to do a show. Matthew says, big difference. Aaron's Dusty Coke knows. No, we all love Oz. We all love Oz. Absolutely. And Hacksaw Jim Duggan, you're just fucking gone. He says, why is everything off limits except when Hypocritical Boy says so? Because it's my show. That's the wonderful thing about having a show. And that's what people like Jim Duggan don't understand. They want a show really bad.
Right.
Because they're putting on their own show in the chat. They're doing a show for themselves. Grab a microphone, get some equipment, do a show. And then guess what? When you do a show, you get to make all of the rules. Like when it comes to how you talk in the chat and stuff, if I think you're being a dick and not helping out what we're doing here, fucking can you? I don't care. So if you're sensitive about that and that makes you, because what you're kind of doing there is projecting your own sensitivity and going, why is it when I'm an asshole to you, you don't like me? Because I don't like it when people do that. And I've made that very clear over the years. Do your own show and do a show talking about how bad I suck. You'll get about 13 live viewers. I've seen other people do it. I've seen other people do the Steel Toe Sucks show. You get about 13 viewers. You do great. And maybe you're better than that guy. Nick Stevens says his health is important, but how are they going to schedule those shows? That's a Skip Bayless. Oh, we're going to get into the Skip Bayless tweet.
Oh,
that got people all wound up yesterday. We'll get into all of that. Since I've been watching Oz, he's been pretty quiet. He seems like a great guy. Well, quiet, but that's my point. Quiet does not help me. Quiet kills me. Like if I have my second mic and I go on a long rant or I talk about something and my second mic has had all this time to sit there and say something and I get nothing, I have an inner panic in me as a host that I cannot explain to you. Cannot explain. Matthew says didn't look well or like he didn't want to be there. Seems like a great guy though. And that's kind of my take too. Was that I love the guy and he's great, but I just got the feeling that like it wasn't. I don't know if because we're doing this for a different audience, I don't know, but it seemed different. Drew Zilla says, I haven't been watching long enough to say one way or the other. I like all the second mics. Of course. It's not, and again, it's not about liking. This idea of liking, it's purely performance driven.
Yeah.
It's not about liking somebody. I don't think anybody's fought more than Corey and I. He frustrates the living shit out of me. But he's capable of doing very good shows. One thing Corey is not short on is talking a lot. Corey will definitely talk your ear off, 100%.
He will join in.
So the worst thing you can do, if you're talking and giving me subpar content, it's better than saying nothing. Because if I go off on something and then I pause, that's the whole job of a second mic, is once you hear that host pause, boom, you're in there to fill
Jump
it.
in and go.
Right. So when I don't get that, I get like flop sweat and I get worried and I'm like, fuck, the show sucks, the rhythm's off,
Well, I mean, more flop sweat.
More flop sweat than usual. Let's go to Anthony. He says, from what I can tell, yeah, Oz seemed different. Balls and Wiener says, that's true. I don't like you, Aaron, but I like the show you put on. And that's all I need. That's all I need. All right, guys. Like the show, like the video, like the stream, and hit the subscribe button. We had a nice sub jump yesterday from Fair and Balanced audience.
Yeah.
She sent a bunch of people over last night. We had our biggest evening show ever last night.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Highest view count, highest the whole deal. It was it's really great. So we're gonna ride that momentum, as it were. Aaron's Dusty Coke Nose says, I've changed my mind. Whoever said he hasn't been saying a lot is totally true. He's an old man. More April. We all get old. It would behoove you to stop being so prideful and take a small amount of advice. What? I don't know what that means. Behoove you to stop being so prideful and take a small amount. What? I don't. Are you, Lemmy?
Oh.
Lemmy, are you talking to someone inside the chat? Could we maybe? Again, I don't want to go away from you guys and not talk to you at all, but I don't want to. I don't want to be. Lemmy is being an ass to me today. Well, how about you two stop fucking talking to each other then? I've got a great idea. You two go DM each other. How's that? If you, I'm sitting here, we're talking to the audience. I can't keep up with my chat. It's too busy. If you guys are going to talk to each other, go DM each other and fuck with each other. How about that? Ozymandias says, congrats on the view count last night. Any thoughts as to what led to that? Fair and Balanced was a huge part of that.
Yep.
And then we were talking about the Buffalo Bills thing, which a lot of people were very interested in. Dr. Love says his Lemmy single. All right, Dr. Love, you're kind of being a bit of a shit stirrer today, too. All right, let's move on. I'm going to get away from you fucking lunatics for a little bit, and we're going to talk about some shit. The Buffalo Bills thing last night. Monday Night Football. I don't know how much you saw.
I saw it when it became a big event, and then I saw some of your coverage on it.
So you saw the collapse.
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen.
But remember, he got hit, and then he got up, and then he collapsed. So remember, it's the hit beforehand.
I'm telling you, man, I read so many people who were going, oh, well, come on, he got hit. I'm like, that hit? I've seen that hit happen on literally every play. That is the same hit two linemen give each other as soon as the ball is snapped.
But this happens all the time. Somebody gets hit, they get up a minute later and suddenly collapse. And it's because of that.
Yeah.
It's because of that hit.
Their entire body goes limp. And they just go, and they just fall backwards. Let's play it for everyone here. Mm-hmm. This is the, why are people taking down their tweets of the Damar Hamlin collapse?
Are people taking down their tweets, or did
I don't know. I'm not seeing.
Did the NFL somehow pressure Twitter to do it?
What? Oh, here. Okay, there's people who do like sports medicine who are. What we just witnessed tonight is one of the most rare things we can see in sports medicine, as Damar Hamlin went down with what appeared to be cardiac arrest. Happened tonight is not related to any sort of. This is almost certainly something called commotion cordis. I've been hearing that term because the minute it happened, people were going,
well, just don't associate this with why suddenly.
Right. A lot of people saw it and they were getting shit on Twitter for going, well, could this be because of a certain medical procedure that he's had over the last year or two? People were associating with that. And then people were like, no, how dare you say that? You can't fucking say that. It's like, yes, you can. And I'll tell you why to the layman who doesn't know what cordis is. The reason they would think that is because I'm sorry if this hurts your feelings. I'm sorry if this is something you didn't know, if you haven't been reading about it or watching about it. This is stuff like this has been happening to athletes across the country on the high school and college level. Mm-hmm. They've been dropping dead. This is something that's been happening to marathon runners. This is something that's been happening in the last couple of years way more than it ever has before.
We lost a hockey player in Minnesota. Again,
a hockey player in Minnesota. They've been dropping dead, and they've been dropping dead with heart inflammation. I mean, it's just...
Or cardiac issues.
It's been happening way more than it ever has before. Around the world, people are saying not. You're right. I'm talking about it gets reported here. So it's not like this thing where if people bring it up, like people were bringing up, oh, do you think it could be the?
Mm-hmm.
And then on Twitter, people immediately go, no, Google Commodore Tortoise. And then you're sitting there going, shut the fuck up. You just learned that phrase 10 minutes ago, so you could say that to anyone who said, well, do you think this could be? Like, just asking, anytime asking the question creates an uproar, you know that you're onto something.
Or at least you're maybe asking the right question.
Right. If you go, hey, man, should we maybe see if this turns out to be a certain thing, should we maybe talk about, this possibly being connected to anything else? I just learned a term 5 minutes ago, so I could specifically yell at you. It's like, okay, you're getting a little too sensitive there, Big Shoots. A little too touchy on this. Why is just asking, hey, I've seen this happen to a lot of people over the course of the last year. It's been a lot of people just, standing there, keel over dead. Can we ask if this is related to those kind of incidents? No, you don't know anything. I mean, I didn't call your mother a cunt. I mean, it's not that big of a thing. Like, I'm not personally attacking you, but boy, you sure are acting like I did.
Why we get so mad about this? I don't know, because we now have a thing called SADS.
Right, because they created a term called sudden adult death syndrome for this.
This didn't happen before, so I don't know, curious. It's this weird thing. Yeah. It's a scientific method. I keep seeing the same thing happen. The variables are changing. I'm like, all right, so let's
form a hypothesis here.
What could possibly be the linking factor?
Skeezy says, I've always said that exercising shit will kill you.
I know. I'm only alive today because I'm fat.
It's the only thing keeping him going. So this is the first time this has ever happened. Monday Night Football has been postponed in the middle of a game because, again, a guy just dropped. From everything I'm reading, I'm going to use the term dropped dead because this guy couldn't breathe. He wasn't breathing on his own.
They had to restore his cardiac function on field, I thought. I thought they were administering
they administered CPR. He wasn't breathing on his own. They got him oxygen. I know when you stop breathing, like the time in which they have to get you back on oxygen before your brain starts getting damaged.
About a minute and a half.
Yeah, I was going to say I've heard about 90 seconds you have before your brain starts eating itself, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know. I didn't have a stopwatch. I didn't know how long it took him to get oxygen. But 90 seconds is pretty hard to do in the middle of a football field like that. So the guy's not breathing on his own, and the other players were saying, I saw him turn blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die. Then that's look, I don't know if like something just clicks on all of a sudden, you start breathing on your own again. Usually when I hear instances like that, they end up pulling the plug on a guy.
Yeah,
so,
unless you kick, like, if your breathing stops, unless it kicks on by itself in around 30 to 45 seconds, you're in real trouble.
They're saying that is 10 minutes of CPR as a show. Okay, so they did 10 minutes of CPR.
Yeah, so even if they can get him back, he might have severe brain damage. Neurological functions could be hit, so he might have to relearn how to do a few things.
Right. Dave says guys have been paralyzed and the game continued. The pussification of America continues. Yeah, there's a lot of people who, don't play football. They aren't like soldiers going to war, but they want to tell everyone else what a pussy is. And this is just one of those times where you're trying. I think that people who are like, it's just the pussification of America. You're trying too hard to be a tough guy character that you think you should be or that you've seen on TV or whatever. I don't care how much of, Conan the Barbarian you got in you.
Mm-hmm.
If your teammate, basically, as far as you know, drops dead in front of you, You ain't
and
playing
they're
football.
not doctors, by the way. They don't suddenly go, oh, it's this one rare medical condition. They're like, oh, could it be the thing that a lot of us got pushed into taking, whether we wanted to or not, and it became a big political thing, and we had to, toe the line or risk our jobs.
Yeah. And also, somebody nails it. He says, paralyzed is a lot different than being dead.
Yeah.
Right? Your buddy suffers an injury on the field. People are used to seeing guys with, leg bones sticking out of them.
He may never walk again. Yeah, but we're going to talk.
Right. We'll be able to talk to him about it. I think I just saw my brother die in front of me. And, people who've never played football may not understand this, but you do develop a special bond with your teammates in football. In baseball, it's kind of similar, but it's not quite the level. Basketball, it's not quite the level. Football,
I'd say any physical sport where you have to cover people, where you literally where you have to see someone going at a friend of yours and be like, no, I'm going to physically interject. Hockey's kind of the same way. You see someone coming for your guy that's got the puck, you're like, no, I'm going to jump in and hip check him. It's going to cost me physically, but that's my dude. And when you got people covering you like that, there's kind of a bond there.
Yeah, so they watch this guy drop dead. I mean, even Booger McFarland in the studio, they were like, well, what's the NFL going to do here? And when people on the internet who are nameless and faceless start going, that's the pussification of America, I don't take that person as seriously as when I see a 6'3", 320-pound, 15-year NFL veteran sit there and go, ain't no way they should play this game.
Yeah,
when you're watching a guy, when you're watching a guy who played the fucking game and gave up his body, and every single one of them says the same thing, and they go, you better not play this game. That's horseshit. If you start this game up again, this game's postponed. When I'm watching those guys say it, and then I see some guy on Twitter go, America's a bunch of pussies. All right, fine. Then all those guys are a bunch of pussies. I get it. They're all a bunch of fucking babies. Hey, look, man. You're a much bigger man than Josh Allen. I get it. You are the alpha male compared to these football players. They ain't got shit on you.
Time to strap on that fucking helmet and get in the gridiron, son. You're about to make $1 million. Why are you waiting?
Matter of fact, get these homos off the field so that guy on Twitter can play.
Show him what a big swinging dick does.
It's time to save America. They're a bunch of pussies. They need a man like you. Here's what a man does. I know maybe you watch too many Andrew Tate videos. I don't know. But here's what a man does. What a man does is goes, oh, shit. A man may have just died on the football field. Football's not that important.
The game can wait.
Yeah, the game can wait. Let's make sure our boy is okay. Or at least, be available in case something bad happens to him. I'm sure all of them want to be at the hospital. They don't want to be on the football field. But again, I'm sure they're just homos. God, it is so funny. I get a kick out of that. I get a kick out of people who don't do man shit and are like, yep, America's a bunch of pussies now because they watched a guy die, and sorry guys, that's you're not convincing. And I know that bothers you when because on the internet the whole thing is you never get pushback. You just get to say the crazy shit, and then you're never told, hey, that's kind of a dipshit asshole retard take. That's why you have me, and that's why you should be very appreciative that you have this show in your life, because I can stop you and go, okay, no, look, you're kind of full of shit. No offense. You're kind of full of shit. Dave says, hey, Aaron, he didn't die. Hey, look, the guy's, as they say, CTD, circling the drain. It ain't good. If you're not breathing on your own, it's a pretty good sign of death. So, Dave, again, I appreciate it, buddy. You tried. I'll give you that. You tried. You did the whole, be a man thing, and you kind of found out that that's kind of a horseshit take. And I'm glad I could help you with that. I really am. You kind of, now you understand that you're like, oh, I kind of just had a meatball fucking idiot without thinking. I got to do my America's, I got to say the words pussification of America like it's like a cable news talking point, and I got to throw that out there.
Nice Carlin reference, though.
Yeah, right, exactly. I got to use something that makes me look like a pundit. And then you realized, oh, but I was also kind of being a very simple ass. Douglas says, Aaron, he's going to pull through. This is a common issue. in the ER. Maybe a common issue in the ER. It's not common in sports to watch a guy drop dead and stop breathing right on the field. Not normal. Curly Adams says part of being a man involves compassion. Yeah, some people, they didn't learn. Balls Deep says, when you need the help of 5 people to suck oxygen, you ain't alive, brother. You're in hell. Right. That's a pretty rough place to be. But I understand why some people don't want to acknowledge it or something like that. It's remarkably uncomfortable to think about, talk about everything else. So I understand. I get it. I do. Medical personnel appeared to be protecting Hamlin's head as he lay on the ground, but no other information was immediately available about what caused the collapse or his current condition. And I've seen, like we've seen in our chat already this morning, I've seen people try to play sideline doctor. Don't. You'll look like a fucking idiot every time.
I got Google. I can armchair MD this.
Yeah. Here's, people are like, myocarditis. Honest to God, a lot of people are using that term. They still don't know what the fuck it means. It just sounds really smart. So they want to jump on that and go, that's exactly what it is. His doctors may know what it is by now. Other than that, nobody knows what it is.
I don't know his political affiliations. I ain't calling him a commie. And affiliations, I don't even know what those are.
I ain't the guy calling him a myocarditis. That ain't my thing. My whole thing is, and I know that Citizen M or someone else is going, well, are you making an assumption? Nope, not at all. I'm the one saying I have no idea what it is. But if it is some kind of heart thing, can we at least have a conversation? If it is some kind of brain thing, can we at least admit that the NFL does not do shit to protect these players when it comes to concussions anymore? I mean, I don't know if you played hockey. I don't know if you ever had a concussion.
Well, no, hockey, I was a goaltender, so I caused them. But no, in football, I was a nose tackle for 2 years. I don't think I ever had a concussion, but I took some serious hits, man.
I had a concussion.
Okay.
When you have a concussion, the doctor doesn't want you doing anything for at least 3 weeks.
They know you're not supposed to sleep for the first 16 hours at least.
Yeah, they're wild. I mean, they really are a weird thing to go through. You feel like you contracted some sort of disease because nothing works right. And you're just, usually when you get hurt doing some kind of sport, if you stop doing it and you stop moving the thing, the pain and everything that's wrong stops. The problem with a concussion is you're just sitting there and everything's all fucked up. You're just you're woozy. You go, whoa. I remember when I had a concussion, a couple days after I was diagnosed, I was going to my grandmother's house, and I went to grab a bag out of the trunk. I grabbed the bag out of the trunk. I closed the trunk, and the exertion of taking my hand and going on a trunk caused me to just kind of go into that sit and fall thing. I just fell right on my back because my brain just went, ooh, I went lightheaded, and I just fell. And that's just standing up, closing the trunk. It's just your brain. It feels really, really strange.
Okay, so it's just it's almost like I just have a long-term concussion.
Yeah, and I remember getting hit. It was during we were in team sports class, and we were playing softball, and all the guys, we're taking the softball game very seriously. It's life or death. I was in right field. My buddy was in center field. We both dove for a ball. I dove low. He dove high. His knee, boom, right into the side of my head.
Oh, God.
And I was out. And
you guys don't have any fucking helmets or padding.
I mean, I just took and,
his knee must have been fucking aching.
I was a baseball player. He was our star running back on the football team. So he's a big dude. And I took the knee. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen a running back's legs.
They're kind of like tree trunks.
They're in really fucking good shape. And my buddy dove high, I dove low, and it was just bam. And I remember waking up with people around me. And it felt like I was out for a second. It felt like it happened, boom, and then I'm up. It didn't feel like I ever lost consciousness. But I also know I dove for a ball, and when I woke up, everyone in the class was around me. So I must have been out for some modicum of time. And what was fucking crazy back in 04, 05, this would have been 04, my junior year. What's crazy is back in 04, how little, this is less than 20 years ago, how little we gave a fuck about concussions and head injuries. I never was taken to the nurse's office. I was never looked at. It was just, oh, are you good? Then you get back up and you go. I went to lunch that day. I set my tray down on the table and I fell. I just fell backwards, kind of like the trunk thing. And I went, uh-oh. And they were like, what? And I got to leave. And we went to the hospital, and they said, oh, you've got, and check this out. They go, you had a mild concussion. You have a mild concussion. I go, if this is mild, it's just like falling down out of nowhere, just like getting up like a baby deer and falling. If that's a mild concussion,
I want to be a boxer.
Yeah, well, yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
You're explaining all this in like your new hobby that you have that you're doing, like kind of.
I started boxing like 10 months after that.
Okay, so you have this weird masochistic, like, I didn't like it, but I loved it.
So I had the concussion. You get nauseous. You pass out. And that's just normal. Like, that's just something you do. You turn into a fainting goat for a few weeks. And so I see the NFL go, hey, we're taking this concussion thing really seriously. This concussion thing is the real deal here. And then I see a guy come back a week and a half after he got one. I'm like, you're going to kill that fucking guy. Like that guy, like this Tua Tagovailoa, the Miami Dolphins quarterback. This guy's had 2 concussions this season, at least 2. And they're talking about bringing him back. It's like, if you don't shut this fucking guy down for the rest of the season, you're going to get this man killed. It's like The Walking Dead. You have all these concussions, and 30 years from then, you just go nuts and blow your head off because of repeated
damage to the brain.
Damage to the brain. So I've had a mild concussion and know that I should not have been playing any contact sports for at least a month. I shouldn't have been playing anything for a month because it takes your brain, God, they say like 3 to 6 months to heal from a concussion.
Jesus.
So you can't be taking repetitive shots. That's why, say what you want about MMA fighters and boxers.
They cut it early.
And they only fight once. They're like, oh, they only fight once or twice a year. They shouldn't fight more than that. Like, you should, a 12-round, world-class, championship boxing fight where you're getting punched in the head by a guy who's learned from the age of 5 to punch you in the head really fucking hard. You shouldn't do that more than once a year. Who's
the lead grip?
Yeah, I want you to punch that director in the face. Really fucking hard. Oh, man. Bill Bixby says, why is the unfunny gay guy here 2 days in a row? Because it's my show and I want to be here. Oh, I don't know if he I'm sorry.
I think he meant me.
Defending myself. Sorry. Yeah, they're saying Tua's concussions were 5 days apart. That's fucking bananas, man. 5 days. Like, the doctor should be disbarred, like the guy who cleared him, because the NFL has this whole concussion protocol. But basically what the concussion protocols become in the NFL is, hey, doc, get him on the fucking field as quick as you can. Basically, the concussion protocol has been paying off a doctor to tell the player he's okay and that he can play football.
Look, we paid a lot of money for this guy. We need some numbers.
It is. It's like a racehorse, you know? And after his 3rd concussion, we'll just shoot him. How long does it take to recover from a concussion?
Well, the running back broke his leg. Now here comes the doctor loading the shotgun. We're going to put him down.
You're going to put him down on the field. Boy, after this Damar Hamlin thing, they really stopped being sensitive, didn't they?
All right, buddy, just eat this carrot. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life.
Look at the flowers, Jalen Hurts. Look at the flowers. Looks like you separated that shoulder again. Gonna be okay, buddy. What to expect after a concussion? You're gonna feel like puking all the time. The signs and symptoms of a concussion can be subtle and may not show up immediately. Symptoms can last for days, weeks, or even longer. Common symptoms after a concussive traumatic brain injury are headache, loss of memory, and confusion. It's good in a game where you get hit 40 times a game. Just, get them out there.
And if you get a bunch of those, if any of those side effects kind of persist, I mean, that's not like making you dangerous to people.
Citizen M says, Aaron immediately continuing to play despite a severe concussion explains a lot about his bizarre political takes. No, I'm just stupid. I mean, I can't blame the concussion for that. Unlike everybody else, I don't value my political takes. I have them, but I dismiss them as quick. It pretty much as soon as someone goes, hey, have you read this? I think what you said is bullshit. I'm like, oh, well, it's clearly bullshit. You know why? Because I think I looked it up for like 2 seconds. And then I went, good enough for me. That's how I think. So I can send you a copy of my son's concussion care plan if you'd like. That'd be something worth looking at, for sure. But so the Damar Hamlin thing happens.
Does that make you nervous for your kid? Because You've been explaining how excited you are. He wants to be a receiver.
I've said this many times. For me, hold on. For me, and like my policy on the kids playing sports, when youth sports. I mean, obviously, if you're an adult and you're playing shit, you can do whatever you want. But for my kids personally, one concussion, you're done.
Do they know that? I mean, obviously, he's a little young.
He's 6, so I don't even want him to know what a concussion is.
Mine's 4.5, and she just keeps causing them.
Yeah, so for my kid, I would say one concussion, you're done. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it to get repeated concussions. I would say in high school sports, I honestly believe that if you have one concussion, that kid should be done playing for the year. You can come back in the next season, whatever it is. No, Cardiff, we're not going to do War of the Roses. You've tried The Fugitive. We're not doing War of the Roses. How dare you, sir? But I like, for instance, like you have fall sports like football.
Mm-hmm.
I believe if you get a concussion in football, we shut you down until basketball season. And then you can do that if you want to.
Well, but who likes playing basketball if you like football? I mean, I feel like if you play a real sport, it just doesn't work.
Let me save this image and then so we can blow it up here. And we can take a look. This is a concussion care plan. I'm not going to show this on the screen because I don't want it to show someone. It's got people's names on it and shit. This patient has been cleared to initiate the return to play protocol at the following step. Symptom limited activity. Daily activities do not provoke symptoms. Light aerobic exercise, walking or stationary cycling at a slow to medium pace. Step 3, sport-specific exercise. Jogging, skating, swimming, agility drills, jumping, shooting baskets, dribbling, serving, balance, training, simple polymetrics, no head impact activities, goal, add movement. Patient did sustain a concussion at the time of the injury. The patient has successfully completed all the return to learn and return to play steps as listed above and may resume regular activity. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like we're going to look back on these times and go, wow, how fucking, primitive were we? Because I feel like you should have to look at the person's brain and go, oh, it looks healed.
Looks like we're good.
Hey, look, this guy can walk on a treadmill without shitting himself for 7 whole minutes. I think he's fine.
God, I'd kill for those numbers.
Right? Hey, he shit himself after 6 minutes on the treadmill. Don't worry, he did that before. Oh, okay. Well, then that's fine.
It's just his victory dance. I don't get it. But
he's
whatever.
German. It's fine. No Morio says, they scanned my cat. They said I could play. It's old Billy Bob from Varsity Blues. Wait, you mean a CAT scan? You mean they scanned your brain, they say you got a normal human brain and it works? Billy Bob, that's great news. So yeah, as far as the concussion shit goes, no. I think we got to be a little careful with that. Especially, okay, if you're doing it and it's multi-millionaire athletes with billions of dollars on the line in pro football, all right, I can at least understand the motivation of rushing them out there.
Right.
But hey, we might win the conference title in high school football. Yeah.
I don't know if you understand, but next week is the big rivalry game.
Yeah, it's great. I'd rather not be pissing into a pan when I'm 45. Thank you. I'm gonna play the long game.
Hey man,
on
don't knock it. You could do it right. It's a sweet musical sound.
Yeah. So Skip Bayless had a tweet about the whole Monday Night Football incident, and boy, was it not received well. And I saw somebody kind of defend Skip Bayless on this, and I kind of understood it, but it's also one of those things where you have a big, dumb tard mob on Twitter, and you're never going to look like you're right. Here's the problem with Twitter, the internet, our chat. The stark, raving, reasonable human being will always look like the crazy guy because the crazy people say wild shit. And then when you go, oh, guys, here's a little nuance into what this comment meant. Here's a little nuance into, what this all means. I know that your first instinct is outrage. And it is funny because the people who talk about the outrage mob the worst are just as addicted to getting fired up about something as they are.
We all could just, not look at the shit on the internet that bothers us.
A lot of people who complain about outrage culture and PC, they're the first ones who are excited to get all worked up and get all charged up over a tweet without thinking about it. Well, that's kind of what happened with Skip Bayless, is a lot of people went to Tard Town right away. And I'm not a big Skip Bayless guy. I feel like Skip Bayless is trying really hard to be a controversial sports take guy. It's like, dude, it's a bunch of guys playing a game. Like, you're not fucking, Joe Scarborough. You're not Bill O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson. You're not Mr. Hot Take. You're just a guy talking about sports. But he was tweeting last night during the game.
Okay.
While they were thinking about postponing it. He tweeted, and we'll put this up on the screen for you. No doubt the NFL is considering postponing the rest of this game.
Mm-hmm.
But how? This late in the season, a game of this magnitude is crucial to the regular season outcome, which suddenly seems so irrelevant. So people got on him and went, "Oh, Skip, you asshole. A guy dropped dead on the field, and you're going to talk about how, hey, this is a crucial game. How are you going to reschedule it?" They were saying it as though Skip was saying, "Come on, you'd be crazy to postpone this game." It's important.
He's saying that it's a very important game, but suddenly the game doesn't seem so... Am I misreading that?
I mean, people got their panties in a bunch, and I think it showed that this country has lost the ability in its public schools to teach basic reading comprehension. What Skip Bayless is saying is it's one of those two... What the internet has a real problem with, and this is where I just feel above the internet shit and why unplugging is a good idea. And a lot of you probably feel this way too. They have zero ability to walk and chew gum at the same time. You either have to be all in with this guy's an asshole, or you have to go like super insensitive dickbag. Like, what was the phrase? Like, the pussification of America. Like, you got to be one or the other. Instead of being a smart guy and reading what the guy said and going, "Oh, I can hold two thoughts in my head at once." What Skip Bayless is saying is true. This late in the season, with playoff implications, and these teams now have to play again on Sunday, we got to reschedule this thing, and we got to reschedule it quick. But how do you do that, seeing as this is such a traumatic thing that's happened, and football seems so irrelevant?
Considering
what just happened.
Yeah.
People were taking this as Skip Bayless was being insensitive and going, "Well, who gives a shit about that guy? We got to find a way to play this fucking game."
I got money riding on this, okay? Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
And to me, that's not, as I read it, that's not what Skip Bayless is saying at all.
Yeah, that's what I read. I read it. He's saying that, but he's also saying at the same time, it suddenly seems so pointless about the game.
Yeah, nothing he's saying in this is wrong. It's going to be really difficult to reschedule this game. But the game also seems irrelevant. But the game does have serious implications for football. Life must go on. Life will go on. And when it does go on, this problem will be staring you in the face. It's kind of like when you have to settle a dead loved one's estate.
Mm-hmm.
And the first person to come up and talk to you about it will always sound like an asshole. But they're right. They're like, "Hey, man, we got to settle your parents' estate.
I've come to collect what's owed."
Yeah. It's fair. A touch indelicate, but fair. But like that first person who comes to you and goes, as long as you're not doing it while they're literally lowering the casket into the ground, that's a little, a touch indelicate. But
checking his pockets.
Yeah. But I'm looking for the deed to the house. Sorry. Just thought maybe they'd keep it in his funeral suit. But it's not wrong that person goes, "Hey, you got to settle their estate and their house and their property and everything else. You got to do this." And that person might do a defense mechanism. They go, "How could you say that just after they died?" And while it does sound insensitive, two things can be true at the same time. It's very tragic that your loved one died. However, time is of the essence, and these things do need to get handled. And I feel like that's all Skip Bayless is saying. He's like, look, this is a tragedy, and football seems so irrelevant at this point. But there still is a season going on. The whole season hasn't stopped. We are going to have to figure out how to reschedule this. That seems really difficult, and it is serious. It's not like 2 and 13 teams are playing each other. These are two teams who are fighting for the 1 seed in the AFC. It's
kind of a showdown that has to happen.
Yeah, this game will have to get played. So people were shitting on Skip Bayless for that, and you go through the tweet, it's had millions of views so far, and people are, they're addicted to their outrage and all of that stuff. But he's not wrong. You know what I mean? He's not, like you said, you just say it. You just said it. You read it for the first time, and you went, oh, it doesn't seem.
It's just, actually, if you read it and comprehend it the way I do, it seems kind of like a, I don't know, just lukewarm take. Yeah, it's an important game, but right now the game doesn't seem important.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on from the Damar Hamlin stuff. It's the biggest story in the country right now. Nobody really knows what the fuck is going on with the guy or what happened.
I'm just glad James Franco there got another job. I don't know about being a doctor, but
people have wanted me to talk about this Salvo. Again, I keep getting it brought up, and it got brought up in the first few minutes of today's show. Bumbaclaw was in the chat asking me, hey, what about the Salvo Pancakes thing? Guys, I've been researching, I've been reading, I've been looking. There's a problem with this Salvo Pancakes guy.
What's the Salvo Pancakes thing?
He's about steel toe size.
Right.
And if you're about steel toe size, nobody really gives a shit about you.
Right.
Like, nobody really cares about what you're doing, or you're a niche guy. And this Salvo Pancakes is kind of like he wants to be the new Red Bar.
Okay.
You can tell he's a really big Red Bar fan, and
I got that from the hair.
Yeah, he's trying to do a show where he's gonna pick on Ethan Klein, and he's gonna do this, and that's the whole show. I got no problem with people shitting on people. We do it every overtime. It's a lot of fun. It's like I always say, it's a fun dessert at the end of your program. But when you're clearly doing the same show that another guy does, and you're doing it in the manner he does, and you're doing it in the same attitude, and you're doing it in the same what's the character's kind of the word I'm looking for, but you're doing it exactly the way that guy does, that's creepy as fuck to me. And apparently this guy has been caught like cheating on his wife, but like he's also into piss. And
oh wow. Ooh. Okay.
And other
move
like
this away, drinking.
But here's the problem. I can't find anything concrete on it other than YouTube videos that are 3 hours long.
Oh, God.
And I don't want to watch some autistic guy go. To me, Salvo Pancakes is a 5-minute segment on your show. Okay. And it's funny. Ha, he's into piss. That's it. But you've got these autistic internet people, and they're like, hey, I've got a 3-hour and 50-minute thing about how Salvo Pancakes is into piss. And that's like,
I mean, I don't know that it warrants that much time.
Right. I mean, wait until the guy makes it before you take him down for being into piss and a bunch of others. But apparently he's like shut down all his social medias. He's still got his Twitter, but he hasn't tweeted since Christmas. He hasn't put a show up since Christmas. Like he's been, he used to upload regularly, and now
he's
it's
just
nothing.
Busy showering.
Go right. And there's accusations now that this guy is running away from the internet because all this stuff is coming out now about how he cheats on his wife. He's into cuckold shit. He's into piss stuff. I don't know. Like, no, I can't find anything on it, again, other than 3 hour YouTube videos on it.
Yeah, you're going to have to spend a couple days dissecting those for timestamps before they're usable for the show even.
Right. So, again, people who are... I get probably half a dozen people. It's not a ton, but I get about a half a dozen people every show. What about the Salvo Pancake stuff? I always say the same thing. Fucking send me something. I can't talk about something when I don't know anything about him. It's like when Freaky Deaky says, any more news on Andrew Tate? No.
We don't have more news on Andrew Tate.
I can't talk about Andrew Tate because there's nothing really going on with Andrew Tate right now.
He got beat by Greta Thunberg, and that was the high point recently. That's all you need to know.
That's not good. When that crazy bitch is, getting one over on you, it's been a bad end to the year for you.
Everybody's just having a horrible 2023 start.
So, yeah, the Salvo Pancakes thing, look, the guy was definitely always going to be a short-term dude. Anytime you're doing the... you're doing the VR Troopers to Power Rangers. Yeah. That's going to be a short-lived thing. You got to do your own show. You're allowed to be influenced by people. None of us are original. We all have our influences, people who, helped us form what our personality is. But like, if you're just if you're doing a carbon copy of another guy's show, and that guy doesn't like, say what you want, Mike David is a million times more popular, and more talented than Salvo Pancakes. It's not even close. So,
and it's his bit. He's not
right. It's his thing. Mike David is close to an original. You can definitely tell there's Opie and Anthony and Howard Stern influence in there. But he's and lots of Bill Hicks inspiration in Red Bar. But his show he's doing he was the guy who did 7-hour shows purely shitting on everybody. That's it. I could never do it. And this Salvo Pancakes is anytime you're trying to be another thing people are just going to go, why would I watch you when I can if I want that, I'll just go to that guy. Exactly. So, again, Drewzilla says, I hate that whole realm. Red Bar fans seem to be retards of a high order. They really don't know how to function in society, a lot of the hardcore ones. It makes it really difficult to be like just I enjoy that show.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a fun show. But like you watch the hardcore fans, you're like, he's our king and our god. I'm like, he's fucking around. He's doing a fucking show. Relax a little bit. But the Salvo Pancakes deal, I think the reason you're not hearing a lot of people talk about it is because he never really got that big.
Right.
And now he's probably just going to go away more than anything else.
He's certainly not handling this well if he wants to stay.
Well, I mean, good. He wants to. Look, you can either have a show and be Red Bar, or you can enjoy piss. And if the man wants to enjoy piss, then by all means, who are we to take away his hobby?
Hey, I'm just saying, if you want to really lean into this, you start a show dripping wet. We don't know from what. And you just kind of come in and, hey, think what you want. Here we go.
You're saying lean into the piss thing.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you're not going to get out of it.
All right, guys, we got a lot of stuff.
You're not going to wash that stain off.
I know, it'll stay for a while. You ever see those people who piss on their feet?
Oh,
and their feet are all yellow? Stop pissing on your feet. Nova says your wife looks bad today. Well, we'll beat her after.
The rag will do that to you.
Yeah. Let's move on to some other stuff. This was I found this on Clown World. On Twitter. I like using them for prep. It's just basically out of context crazy people.
Mm-hmm.
I like out of context crazy people. This is a woman who had a parking lot incident with a couple of people and decided to, like Jack Nicholson in The Shining, shove her head through their car window and start having a little chat with them. Now, you see the woman's face on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a woman who's here to have a polite, civil, let's get this figured out chat.
I don't know if it's just because, like, one of her fingers is catching the light or something, but she almost looks like she has fangs.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it does. It looks like right there. Oh, yeah, her thumb is in the way of her
that,
tooth.
You can almost kind of see it on the other side, too, where, like, yeah, you got a little fang action going on. She's going to eat you people.
Anytime someone is cat-pawing through your window, you're in trouble.
It's not a good time.
Yeah, that's not good. Let's see if we're wrong about this woman, though, and maybe she's stable and she just wants to have a little discussion about what happened. First of all, having a fight in a parking lot is, I got to say, probably in the top 10 monumental wastes of time.
Yeah.
You're going, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to really make my stand with this person who did some kind of minor offense. Anytime you pick a fight in a parking lot, you're in the wrong.
You know what'll shorten all the troubles I'm having right now?
What?
Talking to these people. That'll do it.
Exactly. Then they'll understand that I'm upset. And that's the craziest thing is people think that's going to happen. They're like, I'm going to confront this stranger in public and be aggressive about it. And they'll see what I'm saying and they'll relent.
Oh.
It's like, first of all, you're operating on the premise that you're right, which is a 50-50 at best. And number two, that you're just going to go up to a stranger, be aggressive with them, and they're just going to go, oh, yeah, you're right. I was the dick.
I think too many people forget, too, like, you're standing next to, like, a fucking, 2 or 3 ton vehicle.
Yeah.
That thing suddenly becomes their defense mechanism. If they just close the windows and gas it, you are in trouble.
Yeah, you watch your toesies. Let's watch her talk to these people in the vehicle.
Calm down.
Oh, no.
It's okay. I'm sorry.
He apologized.
It's my fault.
He apologized.
Yeah, I know.
And you know what? That didn't upset me. But the bitch-ass hoe
Sorry.
that told me to calm down.
By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. Women hate being told to calm down.
All right, now did they give you the paw signal? Like, why do you keep going, calm down?
Oh, because there's a little bird on a stick in the back seat, and she's trying to reach it. She's pawing at it like that.
Sorry, got a little bit of nip before I left.
Yeah. The bitch-ass hoe, first of all, it's always fun to watch a middle-aged white woman say bitch-ass hoe. There's serious style points there. But telling an irrational woman, an irrational stranger in a parking lot to calm down, I will tell you, that has the success rate of, beating stage 4 aggressive pancreatic cancer. That is not going to work out most of the time.
What I'd like you to do is apologize instead of being a bitch.
You're calling me sorry, but you're calling me a bitch. So set an example.
I'm sorry. My kids can't hear me calling you a bitch.
You have kids?
God, you reproduced?
No.
This problem just got worse.
Don't have kids. By the way, that is someone with serious impulse control. Anytime someone's going, like that tension right here that you can hear in their voice, that's bad impulse control. That's someone who's not used to being in these incidents, and they're trying really hard to get themselves under control, but they can't do it. Anytime you're dealing with someone like that, and you turn the camera on, and as long as you just speak calmly, you're going to look like the winner in that situation.
See, Eliza, that's how it works.
Chad, too.
Wow.
Like Chad, spinning around in a courtyard screaming about fucking people. You don't win doing that. That's not how you do winning. You go, are you okay? Like, is this a thing you may need to dedicate time with a doctor to? Because you seem like you're losing control of yourself a little bit. No, I'm in control, and I'm doing better than the other people, and they're bad, and I didn't. Doesn't seem that way. That's not the look that people are getting from the outside.
Your window's open.
They can't hear me because they're listening to Kids Bop.
Oh, great. They can't hear me because I'm not paying attention to them, so someone could drive away with my car and them in it.
They can't hear me right now because they're listening to Kids Bop. Well, thank God. I will say this. The fact that they're listening to Kids Bop and not their mom be a fucking psychopath is a lot better.
Yeah, but they'll go home and that'll change.
That's true. Then you got to listen to her. That's the tough part. This is one of those women who tells herself that she has to protect her children from the evils of the world. When meanwhile, all you have to do is just keep them listening to that goddamn Kids Bop.
Well, I mean, she's not wrong. She does have to protect her children from the evils of the world. She's just not on,
She just doesn't.
She's on the list.
She doesn't realize the call's coming from inside the house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She looks, and no offense, but I don't. That woman doesn't look like somebody who is of age to have young children. That looks like someone who's a little bit aged out of the game. She looks like maybe older aunt material, but apparently she has young children. So again, all kinds of wins.
Look,
for this
some
woman.
people are blind.
Skeezy says, "Ugh, I hate that passive-aggressive concern shit you do." That's what you have to do to people like that. Because, Skeezy, you hate it. That's why. If someone else is losing their shit, you don't scream with them. You go, dude, you gonna make it.
You're going to be okay. You're getting a little agitated here.
It's kind of like that episode of Scrubs where Jay Moore says, here's all you need to do when Dr. Cox goes on one of his rants. You just look at him and go, I'm sorry, are you finished? Or, I'm sorry, what were you saying? Like, that's it. Like, I don't know where this idea came that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to neutralize this crazy person by yelling back at him. No. You're an obnoxious dick back to him, and you do it remarkably calmly. That's what you do. Now, if you care about someone, then you don't do that. But if someone's losing their mind at you, you go, bro, this is something you need to dedicate time to? Are you okay? Like, there's a reason I call myself the most obnoxious guy in this business to feud with, because you're going to spin around in a circle and you're going to go crazy, and I'm going to go,
That's not a good look, my friend.
yeah, you finished? Did you finish? Can I go now? Like, you done? Because that's why I always use the term, shot your shot. Like, that was it? That was your big finish? Okay, now excuse me while I continue to mock you relentlessly and be silly and laugh at you. I mean, there's no better way to disarm someone than taking that hostility and going, bro, you okay?
Because everyone expects you to return fire. They're
Right.
like, oh, I hit him, and that's going to get him, and then he's going to come at me, and then I'm going to come back at him. And we're just kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
You're like, but you're not mad. Why aren't you mad?
Right. Because you're doing this, and it entertains me. See, this is a newspaper. It's 90% bullshit, but it entertains me. That's why I read it. You won't let me read it, so you entertain me with your bullshit. So, by the way, we do have some Chad today. He made an ass of himself in front of Alex Stein.
He did?
By the way, also, Chad is back to trying to change the subject as quickly as possible when Steel Toe comes up.
I don't even watch that show.
I love that Steel Toe has a front row VIP ticket on Misery Loves Company. We get brought up every single show. It is so wonderful.
We don't even have to try.
We don't have to try. We are front and center. Kevin Brennan, who loves this show, really likes this show. You can tell. He'll always tell Chad, oh, camel toe. And he'll say camel toe. Kevin Brennan's a professional comedian who's 62 years old. If he didn't like this show,
he wouldn't
He wouldn't come up with something as hacky as camel toe and say, he knows that that's a hack thing, but he knows it upsets Chad. So he does it to trigger Chad. And so then...
So him making fun of us still triggers Chad?
He uses us to fuck with his co-host.
Okay.
So he's on... Alex Stein is on Misery Loves Company, and Chad tries to get him to shit on a bunch of people. And what happened was Alex was like, no, that's not the way it is. Sorry. And Chad just pouts. And he just, whatever. And then Kevin starts yelling at Alex for not hating people. And it's like, dude, do you understand that this is, I know the show is called Misery Loves Company, but the misery part's supposed to be a bit. You've worked it, again, working yourself into a shoot. D. Gulag says there were almost 1,000 people watching MLC last night. That's amazing numbers. That's great work. I can tell. There must be some kind of...
And there's probably now at least a few that want to know about this whole, what's the buzz about the camel toe thing?
Well, what I've heard is that...
everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
We got front row VIP seats. I love it. Let's go to this next thing, which is... you remember John Edward?
I was really hoping he wasn't still a thing, but yes. Yes,
John Edward is still around. This is a clip from a year ago that started circulating again.
Uh-oh, what did he do?
This guy, he's one of those people who's like, I kind of put Carlos Mencia in this same vein, which is he's been exposed, but people will still...
But he won't leave.
Right. He's still around. Like, people will still... talk to him, and people will still have him on their shows, and people will still have him, people will still get read by him because he, quote unquote, talks to people's dead relatives. This thing has been exposed so many, doing a reading is the easiest thing you can do. Penn and Teller on their show Bullshit
have exposed it multiple times.
Yeah, they've done it, absolutely. And it's just one of those deals where if it's your fault at this point if you're into John Edward. You're right. I don't feel bad for anybody who gets scammed by John Edward. You pay your money to have a guy tell you that he can talk to your dead relatives for you. You deserve, a sucker and his money are soon parted is the phrase that I think of. So this is John Edward, and the title of this video is called Curb Your Reading. Listen to what John Edward feels is a success story with one of his readings.
Grandmotherly type woman, and she had a couple of people with her, and I made a connection with her daughter who had passed, and her daughter kept giving me a date over and over and over and over and over. Big deal. And I knew it was so big because all their family on the other side were coming together for this big event. So I said to her, I go, is there like a party or something? Like they're...
Again, if you fall for that, is there like a party or something? There's always a party.
What's the date? Right,
he wouldn't give her the date. I'm seeing a date. Is there
a date? What date?
Hey, Johnny, is there like a party or a celebration that you've got coming up in the future here? Is there some kind of...
Well, like there's a there's an event on the 21st of the month. It's kind of a big thing. It's a show thing. A bunch of
Okay,
friends of mine
good.
are
Yeah,
coming
because they're showing me a big event or a party.
Okay.
Or they're all gathering around for it. So
we're going to be at Partners Pub on the 21st.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So January 21st, they're showing me this big party, and it's going to be a festive occasion, and I'm guessing there's going to be a lot. I'm seeing a lot of laughter from them. Apparently, there's going to be laughter.
Yeah, it's a comedy show. How'd you know that?
See and that's what they're showing me because they're all laughing very hard about this date and this big event. And,
I should give you more money. This is amazing.
Yeah, so they're obviously talking about this comedy show on the 21st. See, now they haven't told me any of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I said this vague thing, and you told me, and now I'm telling you that they're telling me.
Yep.
You don't even,
You don't realize you're giving him the information
exactly.
he's feeding off of.
Okay, so they're telling me about this comedy show that's on the 21st, and they're showing, what they're showing is you on a stage.
I'm going to be in the show.
Okay, so you're performing. That makes sense. That's what they're telling me, that you're going to be.
So they're going to watch?
Yeah, well, and they say that they're very excited to watch you, and they're very proud of you, and they want you to know that they want you to keep pursuing this because they're really enjoying. On the other side, the only thing that helps them about missing you is watching you perform and succeed and do these really big events. So they just wanted me to tell you. And that's when the person starts crying and, oh, my God, even though I just pulled this out of my asshole and let you tell me everything.
Well, it's so great that you could talk to them. If you could pass them a message, just let them know the whole reason I'm doing this whole thing is kind of speed up the end date. So we'll see soon.
They're showing me a revolver in a garbage bag.
Hey, guys, it's called foreshadowing. Don't do it.
So he goes to this woman. He goes, I'm seeing a date. Is there like a party? Not the date. Not the date. Because now you only got a 1 in 365 chance at nailing it. But if you go, is there a party? Now your odds are, about 95%. The 5% is I'm talking to the most dull, sociopathic person in the world.
But we don't go outside.
Right. So I'm seeing your family's all gathered around. Is there a party?
Mm-hmm.
All coming together for this big event. And she's like, no. But I kept going at it over and over and over.
Because,
and over.
until I could make it work.
Until I could be right. This guy is telling you he's a con artist. This guy is telling you he's full of shit. And people go, so you just kept haranguing this poor grieving woman until she told you something. Right, because there's one of two options here. Either you're completely full of shit and you're not talking to her dead relatives, or she doesn't know her dead relatives. That's what it is.
Look, I'm investigating this murder, and we have a suspect, and his alibi is checking up every time. But I just keep hammering him again and again and again until I find something. And eventually I realize if I just plant the evidence,
exactly.
It's right there.
John Edward is the psychological version of a dirty cop with a drop gun.
Drop gun's your mom.
Yeah.
So during the course of that, I kept alluding to it like being this big family surprise. Shocking surprise. That was in June. That October, they came to San Diego. I was doing a book signing. Thankfully, I was seated. They came up to the table, the woman standing in front of me, and she said, I want to say thank you. And I'm looking at her, and I'm thinking like...
Thank me? Usually people come and ask for their money back. But okay.
All right. You got a checkbook? I take thank yous and zeros.
How thankful you are is how many zeros are on the...
I didn't remember reading her today. And I said, did I read you? And she said, no, not here. You read me in Phoenix. Upon which I said, what I normally would say is like, I'm so sorry, I don't remember you. And she goes, no, you'll remember me. And I went, I will? I'm like, why am I going to remember you? And she goes, the date you kept going on and on. And sure enough, I did.
Get ready.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to tell him, holy shit, you were right about that date, about everyone coming together.
It's almost like I looked for a reason for what you said to make sense.
Ready?
I did. I went, oh my God, surprise party? She said, no, my son was murdered.
That's a happy story that we're relaying.
Remember, guys, I can communicate with the dead, and they can tell me something really important's about to happen.
Yeah.
But they won't tell me what, because, why should you be able to save your son?
Yeah, they were being really vague to me about their loved one's child. They didn't want to give away too much, so I didn't tell you about it because I...
Look, the truth is...
By the way, how they end this video is great.
So I went to her. I went, naturally, you understand, I'm 100% legit.
Yes.
And if you had paid me more, your son would be alive today.
So the funeral was the party. Yeah, people are saying, God damn, Aaron's some kind of wizard. Aaron got that ESPN. No. That would be funny. Like if I started doing that to people to show that these people are full of shit, and then people just go, "Oh my god!" Like America's
that's
so
the Stan
stupid.
Marsh, or that's the South Park bit about it. When,
That's
like,
right. There, yeah.
Stan starts doing it, and he's like, "No, look, it's just called cold reading," and he does examples of it. I'm like, oh my god, he's amazing psychic! And then like literally, I think it's the same guy. He gets pissed at him. He's just, "You can't be stealing my bit," and just fucking
So all right. Honestly, if someone called right now, I could probably cold read them. Because, again, it's all bullshit. As George Carlin would say, it's all bullshit and it's bad for you. 320-204-5713. And I'll cold read, like I did Johnny just now. I just cold read one of Johnny's relatives. And we'll...
I always want to do that to like string the guy along on some sort of lie and then wait till he's like really deep in it. Like, oh, by the way, I've been giving you bullshit this whole time. So I don't know who you're talking to.
No, I'm sorry. You know what? I like get him like 35 minutes into a reading, then go, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm talking to Edgar Allan Poe. I didn't realize it until now, but now he's reading his poetry and being really obnoxious. Yeah, I would 100%. If someone wants to call in today, I would cold read them just to prove what bullshit this is. But then there's a segment of the audience who would, like some people were writing as a joke, like, oh my God, Aaron's a wizard. No, he's full of shit. And then the guy, John Edward, just comes and pats me on the back and goes, welcome to the grift, buddy. It's like, no, I don't want to be part of it. Stop it. I don't want to be Keanu Reeves in The Devil's Advocate. Please.
But book says we lose.
John, here we go. You know what? We got one.
Uh-oh.
Call from
Damar Hamlin.
Oh, Jesus.
No, I don't want to do this to Damar Hamlin.
Wouldn't you be channeling Damar Hamlin?
I can't. No, you're not Damar Hamlin. Damar Hamlin's not speaking right now.
Yeah, shouldn't it be one of his relatives?
Yeah. Hello? See, it's not Damar Hamlin because they're not talking. Oh, hello?
I'm his twin brother.
Oh, okay. I want to do a real one. I want to show how fucking gay this is.
Got it. See ya.
What's that? Oh, he goes, got it. See ya. Oh, I thought you were going to say, no, I'll let you do a real one. No, instead he's like, fuck it, I'll hang up.
I'll let you do a real one. Never mind, I'm not gay. Fuck this,
Right.
I thought it was a joke.
Like, you can do that reading shit to anybody. You don't need special training. All you have to do, like, to do it for money, all you have to do is be totally fine with lying to and tricking people and wanting to take their money.
It also helps to have a really good investigative team feeding you information in your ear.
Oh, yeah, like the, what's his name? Peter Popoff?
Yeah.
We've watched that before. For the audience who hasn't seen it.
Didn't you get some of his water that you're not supposed to drink?
Yeah, our audience sent me some of his water. Oh, guys, if you're calling from a number that shows up restricted, we can't pick it up. They've dropped N-bombs before and stuff. It's a policy.
We like our show.
Yeah, we don't answer the restricted ones, so sorry about that. But if we go Peter Popoff exposed, there was what do you call it? The Amazing Randy did a fucking gimmick where they went and filled out the prayer cards and like they put a radio scanner and they found out his wife was feeding him lines. I think this is the James Randi one.
I want to be, if I can, as sure of the world, the real world around me, as is possible. Now, you can only attain that to a certain degree, but I want the greatest degree of control. I've never involved myself in narcotics of any kind. I don't smoke. I don't drink because
God, you're boring.
That can easily just fuzz the edges of my rationality, fuzz the edges of my reasoning powers, and I want to be as aware as I possibly.
It's called, moderation. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of this. You don't have to drink. Like, I've decided to drink. Now I must do this all the time. No, you can have one and then maybe put it away for a while.
You know how I know you feel guilty about your drinking and drug use? Is you're mad at this guy for just saying,
on the defensive.
You're immediately defensive that this guy's trying to say, look, I don't want to be bullshitted. I want to be sharp all the time.
I'm just saying people underestimate the ability to stop. Like,
Let's go to the phones here and see who I'm doing a reading for. Hello.
Hi, it's Granny. I heard that there was free psychic readings.
Yes, Granny. Granny, can you give me a second to see if I can get in touch with one of your loved ones?
Yes, please.
All right, and you and while I'm trying to get in touch with your loved ones, I'm assuming you want to. Who are you looking to get in touch with today? Who do you want to speak with?
I'd like to speak with my grandma.
You'd like to speak with your grandmother. Well, let me see if I can find that. You see how you fucking start out? It's just so fucking easy. You know what? I don't know if I have your grandmother with me. I have a faint presence. I can feel it behind me. But this person is, they're elderly. I want to say weak, but I don't want to insult them. Was your grandmother a kind of a frail and elderly woman towards the end?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she was. Because she's showing me right now. She's showing me that she's reaching out like she needs your hand, or she needs help walking, or there's something to do with not being able to stand on her own 2 feet, or not being able to move very well. Was she someone who needed help with mobility or anything like that?
Yeah. She was. Yeah, she had a heart attack and she couldn't move.
Yeah. See that I'm seeing that helplessness. She's reaching out like she needs assistance. She needs help. I'm assuming that she had family that wanted to help her, because she's reaching out in a way where she knows somebody will help, somebody will assist her, whether she's reaching for you or other people. I'm assuming you weren't the only person close to her in her life, because I'm seeing her with a large safety net, a lot of people she can go to.
Oh, her heart was it was inflamed. Yeah, she had a big heart.
Okay. So she had a big, because she's showing me a lot of love and care. Were there a lot of you who cared about her? Because she's showing me I'm getting dependency. Like she feels she can count on people.
Well, no, she died at work and I never met her.
You motherfucker. You piece of shit.
Hands reaching out.
You dick. You fuck. Now, see, that would be funny if someone did that to Jonathan Edwards.
Yeah.
Because 99% of people, that shtick with the grandmother would work. Of course, everybody loves their grandma. Everybody's around their grandma. They got a bunch of people who care about her and shit like that. And then I was going to get to, it's funny you said heart. I was going to get to, she's showing me her heart. Like there's a lot of people concerned or caring for her heart. And then he would go, oh yeah, she had a heart problem. And yeah, that's most old people have a fucking heart problem.
No, they die from natural causes. What are the natural? Oh, the heart gave out.
That's the beautiful way to counter troll. Like if I'm doing something like that, the best way to counter troll that is just to no but instead of yes and just go, my grandma? No, I'm just kidding. I never met her. I don't know the bitch. Bye. Shit. But I've seen those before where the person will not go with what the medium says. Mm-hmm. So then he goes, are you sure? Like they try to make you think that you're
come back
fucking
to it.
up. Yeah. Like, are you sure? Because they are showing me.
They keep bringing me this, so there's got to be something there. I'm not ready to let go of this yet. And it's like, yeah, because it makes you look bad.
Well, they did have a jewelry box. Oh, okay. So when I said vagina, it was clearly she was showing me box. And that's why I thought. So the jewelry box makes sense.
And now that you brought that up, we can talk about my fee. Heard you got some jewelry.
I do take precious metals as payment. Let's go ahead and watch The Amazing Race. This is his exposing of Peter Popoff. If you don't know who Peter Popoff was, he was one of these faith healer guys. Mm-hmm. He was going to put his hands on you, sister. And he talked like a gay dude. I'm going to put my hands on you. And we're going to make you all better. We're going to take away your arthritis. And then he'd give these people these adrenaline rushes from feeling like they were cured. So they would walk a few steps.
And then they'd have someone help them sit down. Right. And see, it's worked.
Right, exactly.
God has worked through me.
Yeah, that's where I'd want to stand up and go, hey, bitch, could you go get me a candy bar from the vending machine? I just want you to test out your new legs.
That's why I want to do this, because I wouldn't believe it. And I'm a mark. Oh, dude, he came in with a walker. Yeah. He's going to buy it. And then, I'm going to let them heal me. And they're like, all right, now walk a step. And I'm like, God is...
in his face fail. You're willing to shatter your own teeth just to
I'll
make
break my nose for this bit. I don't care.
Possibly can. That means giving up a lot of fantasies that might be comforting in some ways, but I'm willing to give that up in order to live in an actually real world, as close as I can get to it.
Enter Peter Popoff. I want to live in as real a world as possible. Now let's go to a mega church ministries guy. Boy, what a contrast that is.
Oh, man. Chong got really, really lame after he gave up drugs.
Have you ever, do you know who the Amazing Randy is?
Not really.
He's the guy who inspired, he's the mentor of, Penn Jillette.
Okay.
And guys like that. He was a very famous magician, but then, halfway through his life, he's like, I fucking hate swindlers and tricksters. Because he always considered himself as a magician to be an honest swindler.
Yeah.
I'm tricking you. These are illusions.
But I'm admitting it from the get-go that I'm going to trick you.
Right.
That's why it's a magic trick. I'm literally telling you that.
That's why Penn Jillette, whenever people go, oh, what trick are you working on? He goes, they're not tricks, they're swindles. They're not tricks, they're scams. That's what we're doing.
It's called a Ponzi scheme, and it's going great.
During the 1980s, I entered a world that I found filled with fantasy and rife with abuse. The world of faith healing.
Faith healing, yeah.
I developed a special interest in a television evangelist named Peter Popoff.
God told me, he said, you smite that cancer with your fist.
So then, minutes later, when his anus was bleeding and he was sitting on that Motel 6 floor, I thought, I've done the Lord's work here to this Peruvian migrant.
Look, I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe it's the time, but check his hard drive? Something seems suspect on that
So
face.
one of our listeners actually bought me
some of his miracle water.
Peter Popoff miracle water, and whichever one of you dickbags did that, thanks a lot. My email inbox is constantly full of Peter Popoff asking me to help him out. He's still going.
Work.
Yeah, he's still going.
At the time, Popoff was pulling in nearly $4 million a year, healing people on his miracle crusades.
You've got cancer of the stomach? Are you ready for God to burn that cancer out?
That's right. Fuck chemo, lady.
You're about to die in a week because you're going to give up medicine because I'm about to heal you.
That's just it. Especially back in the 80s when he was doing this, there was no follow-up.
Yeah.
You couldn't go on the internet and find out that this lady croaked 3 days later.
Because she stopped taking her meds?
Right. She missed all her appointments because Peter Popoff said God burned the... And then Peter Popoff would take all of her money. It's no different than the Carney schemes with 3-card money and shit like that. You just load up your wagon and your horses and you move on to the next town. You go, elixir here. We've got the magic elixir potion. You don't care that that person drops dead in 2 weeks.
You're not coming back for a repeat sale.
Exactly. You're keeping a travel log of what towns you've been to so you don't have to go back to those towns again.
Here it goes in the mighty. Devil, back off.
I will give him this credit. That takes some balls.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Right? Hey, here's an old lady with stomach cancer. Bam, bitch, and just give her the iron claw like you're fucking Fritz von Erich.
Inadvertently break her neck in the process. You bent her back too far. She's as brittle as a gingerbread house, you dumb shit.
Hell did you do, man? Couldn't you just maybe boop her on the nose or something? Do we really have to go, and that's all the people need to know? It's
she survived Hitler, yes. And you did this to her.
But not fucking Pastor Baron von Raschke. She couldn't escape him. Yeah, pass out, you dirty bitch.
All right, now the Lord wants to know, does this hand smell like chloroform?
I'm going to take care of the cancer in your stomach with my enforcer, the great Kali. Big 7'5" guy comes out and goes, oh, claws her.
All right, now let me ask you, can you smell what the Lord is cooking?
You've got cancer of the stomach? Well, the Lord is going to burn that cancer out of your stomach. Well, the Lord and my new helper, Evander, the real deal, Holyfield. Here's Mickey Ward to give you his famous left hook to the liver. He's going to take care of that cirrhosis for you.
You really believe you're healed?
Yes.
You think your cancers are gone now?
One of his biggest targets, too, was barely literate immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
Because
they're very faithful and they can't keep up with him.
Yeah.
He talks fast.
Yes, I believe that because God never lies and we stand in his word.
God never lies.
and we're still in his world.
But Peter Popoff does.
Praise the Lord. I tell you, from now on, you're going to have a song of victory in your heart. Amen.
No, that's a funeral dirge because you're going to die.
I love how if anyone were to stand up and confront this guy, a lot of these true believers would say, well, that's an agent of the devil to send you astray.
Right.
It's like, right, the agent of the devil is a trickster to make you believe in the Lord and then screw a bunch of, almost like that guy on the stage there who's not healing anybody. Like, it's amazing how his devious acts are the Lord working in mysterious ways.
Oh, yeah? Well, prove to me I didn't cure her. That's great. We brought a CT scan with us. We're going to go ahead and show you the
Well, she
lumps.
died of cancer from the stomach, and it kind of metastasized and moved around the body. So,
well, Granny was obviously a whore who didn't stay pure for the Lord. And he took back the healing.
You know, the Lord just called her home. He gave her a couple of good days and said, that bitch, you're promoted and moving upstairs.
That is the amazing thing. Like, you almost can't get mad at these faith healers. Because, like, they're telling you who they are right out front. Like, this is horseshit. But you're choosing to believe it because life is easier that way. It's kind of like when you got mad at the Amazing Randy and defensive when he's like, I don't do drugs, I don't drink. Neither of those things affect you. Be like, oh, yeah, well, fuck you, bub.
I didn't say it that harshly. I just, like, he's acting like you can't stop. That was
Right.
the thing. Like, I don't want it fuzzing the sides of my head. Like, you realize the fuzzing part stops when you stop doing the thing. That's why it's called moderation.
But he's like, I want to see the world as real as I can, whereas all these people are the opposite. They're like, I just want someone to tell me the world is the way I believe it is, even if it isn't. And so while Peter Popoff is a scam artist and a scumbag, I blame these people just as much because they know deep down that it's horseshit. But again, like
I actually blame him more. I respect the guy that's like, I'm going to lie right to your face.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do it for the money. And I
Exactly.
have no scruples. Like, I mean, it's a bullshit thing, but hey, I can't do that.
You know, the scorpion riding on the back of a frog across the river, and when it stings the frog goes, hey, you said you wouldn't sting me. And the scorpion goes, 'tis my nature. You know, I'm a scorpion.
To his followers, Popoff seemed to have divine powers.
To me, he was just a delicious pastry that we could eat during brunch. Well, that would be a popover. I'm sorry. That would be Peter Popover, his baker brother. You know, he had
Pillsbury Popover.
He didn't make as much money, but he had a much more honest business, Peter Popover. He was just really, I mean, sweet. You put sweet honey butter on it. It's fantastic.
I mean, honestly, the biggest problem with his product is that it's, shadowed by his brother.
Yeah, Peter Popoff, which, by the way, would have been a great rap name, and he ruined it. Yo, it's Peter Popoff, motherfucker.
Is it Gould, Alice Gould?
Why is there a Jew in my
Their
church?
names,
Stand up, Alice.
as well as the afflictions they'd come to cure.
God is touching that thyroid condition right now. God is touching your nerves right now.
Your thyroid
God
isn't
is
there.
touching.
Your thyroid's back. Don't. God is touching your thyroid right now. Oh, I can feel it. No, you can't, actually. It's
God is touching your clit right now. Oh, thank God. Oh, because it really feels weird. Oh, there we go. Work that out.
That would be
Your
funny.
eyes.
God is touching your thyroid. Oh, I'm going to come.
wait, lady. I don't
Whoa,
think.
Granny.
This is why in public school they should have taught sex ed at your age, and they thought it was the devil.
Just lift up your hands, get ready, here it comes.
Every time they want me to come, they say I got to finger my clit, so I keep picking my nose, but nothing happens.
He's going to bukkake your thyroid with that healing power.
That God is going to take his giant bronze Palestinian cock, and he's going to slap you right in the throat, and he's going to take care of that trachea problem you got. Going to hit you like a log.
He's going to deep dick that cancer right out of your body.
That's right. Peter Popoff holds her down and starts fucking her. God is he's gonna DP that cancer right out of your colon. Come on over here, Alonzo. Let's take care of business. Oh,
God is working through my phallus right now. Oh, here he comes.
Pastor Popoff, Alonzo's not going to be the one in my anus, is he? That's up to the Lord to decide.
He also knew the personal details of their lives.
Hear good news from Charles before everything is over. I'll tell you, he's going to be completely delivered because of your prayers, because of your faith. Here it comes, complete healing in Jesus. Ooh, mighty name right now, right now, right now. Amen. It's all
And he
right.
has two professional strong people to like pick
Yeah.
this lady up, help her stabilize herself, so that way she could be like, "Oh, I'm walking. Oh, the healing power."
But Johnny, how did he know her name? How did he know her affliction? How did he know the name of her
It's
loved
the
ones?
Lord working through him.
Oh, well, now I don't want to play this last part.
Why?
I don't want to destroy your faith.
It couldn't possibly. Don't give me some preposterous theory that magically someone's beaming this information into his head from backstage, like they have some sort of magical talkie box that can spread their thoughts to his face.
Right, that would be insane.
He'd have to have like some magical receptacle on him that could hear that.
It's much more believable that God
the Lord is working through him.
Right, exactly.
That makes way more sense, like scientifically.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
I suspected that Popoff's revelations were other than divine.
That's what that not drinking and doing drugs gets you. You sharpen
Look,
up.
you just don't do the drugs and the drinking before you go to the thing.
Why does the late, great, amazing Randy's no drinking and drugs? He lived to like 100.
Oh, great. I'm really glad I didn't drink or do drugs. I get to enjoy shitting my pants and still sitting here while everyone else I know is dead. Woo!
Video scanner we brought to the hull picked up a decidedly worldly source.
Hello, Petey. Can you hear me? If you can't, you're in trouble.
Popoff was being prompted by his wife through a wireless earpiece.
Now, okay, this is where you get into the argument of like the Nazis who gave the orders and the Nazis who just
followed the
carried
orders.
them out. And you're like, okay, this is where the people who carried them out deserve to be punished too. This old bitch with this sweet little church lady-ish voice is still engaging in a remarkably evil thing.
And she knows it.
And knows it. Like, she should be in the tribunal right next to him.
Oh, yeah.
John?
Deary Johnson.
She'd gotten her information from prayer cards filled out by the faithful before the show began.
This is why I wish I was there. I love to fucking goof on those things. Like
But-
every time I go to a restaurant, don't give me one of those.
But this is another one where I have to blame the people who are there. Why did you fill out a prayer card?
If he's working through the Lord, this is a wasted step.
God doesn't need paper and pencil.
Remember, he's omniscient. He doesn't. He already knows what's going on.
God doesn't need an almighty drop box or a suggestion box when you get to Peter Popoff's event.
He's got the script and the play directions, so he actually knows what's coming more than you do.
Right. But fill out your prayer cards because there's no way we could use that for it. Oh, my God. You're reading exactly word for word the thing I wrote down. Hey, wait a minute.
It's almost like all these religious people are dumb or something.
You want to get rid of this walker, sister?
By the way, you don't need a prayer card for that one. You can walk by the woman with the walker and go, oh, you'd like to not have this anymore? No, I'm too attached to it. I want it to stick around.
And the Lord is going to smite that diabetes. What if he just went super base though? Like, you want him to return home to take care of his children, sister? Like, whoa.
That's kind of stereotypical, sir. But yes, actually.
Oh, no.
Oh, glory. How long have you been walking on that walker?
Oh, well, I feel even worse now.
3 years.
She was at 1627 10th Street.
1627 10th Street?
Doxing. Peter Popoff is doxing people.
Is that right? That's right.
She has arthritis all over.
Burning this arthritis right out of your body. Take a few steps just to make the devil mad. Hallelujah.
Oh, so now we're trolling the
devil. Just move around
devil.
a little bit. There she goes. Just walk with me.
While I hold
glory
you
to
up.
God, she's not going to need that walker anymore. God's just putting new strength, new health, burning that arthritis out of her body.
Wow, it's almost like if she had a walker or something, she wouldn't have almost face planted in the middle of your stadium.
It's almost like while you held her hand to stabilize her, you did the thing her walker does.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
I meant, sister, you're not going to need to watch Walker, Texas Ranger.
I was able to arrange for another broadcast of the Miracle Crusade on The Tonight Show, but this time the wireless prompting was included. In 1987, Peter Popoff declared bankruptcy.
Oh. But don't worry, Peter Popoff is back now. He's selling Miracle Spring Water.
Oh, God.
And he still has his ministry. So there's a happy ending for old Peter Popoff. Jesus.
It's weird that we have this whole separation of church and state, so we made these whole legal rules that religious organizations can't be taxed, and a whole bunch of skeezy dudes were like, how about I use this to collect money?
It's almost like, when the Catholic Church was a place where parents would send their children to be educated and raised up in the Lord. And a lot of pedophiles and closeted gay guys would go and join the church because there was a large amount of available young boys for them to manipulate and raise spiritually and use. It's strange how that happens. Oh, man. I mean, that's just fucking... It's so gross, but at the same time, it's just, I can't always just blame Peter Popoff. Like, you got to be sharper.
I mean, I'm like with the internet and stuff, I could blame people for getting duped now, like you didn't fill something out. But how bad do you gotta be like, oh, I'm gonna read off your address, like you don't remember what you wrote that part down, ma'am?
Yeah. Well, and like, now people fall. Like, I blame old people every time they fall for these goddamn phone scams. Where, like, the county jail called, and they have your grandchildren.
And if you only give us money on your Cash App.
Or not only that, some of them go like, you need to pay their bail in the form of Target gift cards. And it's like, you out of your fucking mind? Like, if you say yes to that, just because you're 68 years old does not excuse you from being conscious of the fact that that's not how this shit works.
And even if it starts, like at some point during the process, you have to realize, no, this isn't how that works.
Right. Hey, I have an idea. I'm going to call this woman and tell her that I'm a Nigerian prince and that there's a princess that's been... I'm going to basically give her a Nigerian version of the video game Mario, and if she gives me all the information I need to make withdrawals from her account, I'll tell her that she's going to get rich. And then a few days later, she ends up on the local news. How this poor woman lost $40,000. It's like she didn't lose it. She gave it away. Raider Hawk Media, Beige Pebble says, I just sent that guy $7.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's very sweet. Raider Hawk Media says, how about the amazing Kreskin? Is he real or a fraud? Look, performers is one thing. Like, Kreskin was a guy doing a wacky performance bit. Kreskin was before my time, but I believe he was just a guy who did, like, swami shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, whatever. People who are taking old people's money and then telling them they're curing their arthritis or connecting with their dead loved ones. On one hand, it's really scummy to take advantage of someone that's that stupid, but it should also be a crime to be that dumb and be out in public.
Well, part of me though understands the people. Like when you're in that situation and you don't have a way out and you want one, like you'll take anything you can get.
Right. He's definitely playing.
You're vulnerable.
Yeah. Same. You let that guy put his hands on you the same reason you let some guy do anal with you in college.
As long as it makes the legs work again.
You just thought it was going to bring you the love and need that you wanted. But really, a guy just wanted to fuck you and leave.
Could he just fill my hole for 5 minutes?
And then maybe I'll find what I'm looking for. All right, guys, let's go to Florida. We've got a guy who he had a bit of a rough night. He was 4 times over the legal limit.
Holy Jesus.
To drive. And 4 times over the legal limit, which is like 0.3 something. 0.32 would be 4 times over the legal limit. And at 0.32, not only was this guy driving his vehicle, but he was able to stand up, walk, and talk with the sheriff's deputies. Which at 0.32, you should either be in a long snooze or in the hospital.
Yeah, that's
at that point.
Isn't that like alcohol poisoning levels?
That's like Siberian levels of drunk. But not only was this guy able to communicate with the police, he was very, very candid and honest with them. Not the worst drunk they've probably ever come across.
And you don't have to do sobriety tests. I'm f***ed up. And
All right.
I like him.
Okay, I'm sorry, but there are some people that are just either by practice, genetics, whatever, they were made for drinking. This is one of those people.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying he should be driving, but we all know he's made to do this.
You ain't got to do a sobriety test or nothing.
I'm fucked up.
I'm fucked up. That's very sweet because he's not doing it because he thinks that he's going to get a break from the cops for his honesty. He's just like, look, fellers.
Let's just save ourselves some fucking time.
I don't want to waste any of your time or mine. Let's just look. This is probably a guy who's had a DUI before.
Look, let's call a spade a spade. I finished a whole case of Pabst Blue Ribbon on the way over here. So, yeah. Let's...
And I'll be honest with you, fellers. I'm feeling it a little bit.
I'm going to give you. You don't have to do sobriety tests. I'm f***ed up. And I'm going to give you that.
Okay.
I'm f***ed up, son.
Would you like to attempt the test?
Not really.
Not really. I like how it's just, it's a waste of time. I know I'm going to fail. Like, why take the test?
I love that. This guy has the same attitude towards his sobriety test that I did about parallel parking at my driver's test when I was 16. You want to try to parallel park? What is it, 10 points off? So if I ace the rest of this, I still get my license? Yeah. No, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just skip it.
And all you had to do was you had to back a wheel in and then back out. That's it. And you got a point because it was an attempt. Oh, yeah. Do you know how many fucking people shouldn't be on the goddamn roads because our tests are so lax?
Well, I was just saying there's some people that don't even get tested now, but yeah, they like do the written test and we're calling it good.
Yeah, we're like, oh, no, I mean, on paper, it looks like you should be driving. Let's put you out there in multiple thousands of pounds worth of metal and let you cruise around with other people.
You should make me do some dances.
Okay, you're under arrest.
Wait, hold on. Wait.
You don't have to do sobriety tests. I'm up, and I'm going to give you that.
Okay.
I'm up, son.
Would you like to attempt the test?
Not really. You should make me do some dances.
Okay, you're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back.
All right, is that a bar with the...
Yeah.
Yosemite Sam?
He's got a Wick City Saloon cut-off shirt on, and it's got Yosemite Sam with a full beer. I mean,
this guy is living his truth.
He's a loyal customer. That's a guy you need advertising for you. Wick City Saloon saw this go like viral on the news and like, God damn it. Did not need that today.
Next time he walks in, fucking Paul again. Jesus. You're cut off.
Well, the problem is you are super intoxicated.
I hear you, bro.
And you shouldn't be driving. You're lucky you didn't kill somebody.
No, I ain't going to do that.
Yeah, I ain't going to do that. I mean, look, I may be driving drunk, but I ain't a dick.
Look, I'm fucked up, but I'm not like stupid or nothing.
Did I not have that on the entire time?
I don't know. I can't see the chat when we do those.
I'm sorry. Here
You don't have to do sobriety tests. I'm up, and I'm going to give you that.
Okay.
I'm up, son.
Would you like to attempt the test?
Not really. You should make me do some dances.
Okay.
You're probably going to make me do some dances.
Put your hands behind your back. Well, the problem is you are super intoxicated.
I hear you, bro.
And you shouldn't be driving. You're lucky you didn't kill somebody.
No, I ain't going to do that.
Right. I'm in control of my faculties. I mean, I ain't going to kill. Don't talk ridiculous, officer. You sound like an idiot. Oh. You're just sitting there like, I'm fucked up. You ain't got to give me a test. You're going to just make me do some dances or something.
You're just going to fucking make me touch my nose and some weird shit.
Make me look like a dick.
You know what they say? Make me walk a line, shame on you. Make me suck your dick, shame on me.
Standalone cake run. I really appreciate your honesty, sir. You're free to go. Yeah, that's
clearly you're a rational man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you admit you're fucked up? Well, then get her home safe, and if you could, get home as quick as you can. So speed, please. We don't want you on the road any longer than you have to be.
Look, you're going to make me do some dance or something, and you can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
Because your friends don't dance, officer, and if your friends don't dance, then they're no friends of mine. Did I mention I'm fucked up right now? The only way that could have been better is if he came out with a bottle and shot glasses and said, all right, who wants a roadie before we go to jail?
Look, I imagine you're all about to arrest me, so if you don't mind, I'm going to polish yourself.
I mean, I feel like this is, I know which way this is going already. So if you guys don't mind, I'd just like to, waste not, want not. And I feel like you're going to take my vehicle and seize my alcohol. So I'd just like to finish her up. I don't want to waste booze. That's all.
I'm just saying, officer, you look like an upstanding man. Don't leave a bro hanging.
Hey, officer, what? In the words of the music I listen to, you're my... What? No. Can't fist bump you for that. My camera's on. Can I just get a ride home with you? Sir, we're not going to your house. Let's talk about Dana White. Dana White's in an interesting situation. He was at a nightclub on New Year's Eve with his wife.
Okay.
And it went poorly.
Oh.
And we're going to watch the video here, and you can tell me what you think. Now, there's a lot of ways to go about this story.
Mm-hmm.
Either it's a man and a woman, drinking too much, having an argument, things get a little physical, everybody gets out of line. Or you could go with hey, men should never put their hands on a woman. Or you could go with, listen, bitch, if you want to be treated like a man, he's going to treat you like a man.
Okay.
Dana White was partying with his wife and some friends at a club on New Year's Eve. And the drinking got away from her a little bit.
Okay, so he's not drunk.
Well, I didn't say he wasn't drunk.
Okay.
But the drinking definitely got away from her a little bit, and she kind of started some shit. And then he kind of, instead of de-escalation, he practiced escalation. Let's go ahead and take a look. So now they're smooching. That's good, right? A little smooch. Now she's crying. Oh. So from what I'm seeing, and this is just from what I'm seeing,
she popped him in the mouth with a slap.
Well, she drank too much. It looks like she's crying or she's getting tired or whatever. And he's probably saying something to the effect of, fucking get a hold of yourself. Jesus Christ.
We're in public. People can see us.
We're in public. And she hauls off and smacks him. And gave him a good shot, too.
Yeah.
Oh. So he bear paw swiped her back.
Not a good look, dude.
Yeah, a woman hauls off and goes, psh, slaps you like that. There's a big difference between that and your big, chunky meat hands going, wham!
Your arms are also half her torso in size. I mean, you're a little bit bigger of a figure.
And he was a professional boxer. He was a professional fighter. Look, I'm not saying there aren't times where a woman gets so violent that a man needs to defend himself physically. There are certainly those times.
And this may be one of them.
I don't believe this is one of them.
Well, I'll say this. She didn't have to be told another time.
I don't believe that Dana White was under any threat where he needed to smack her in the face. To me, this seems like an impulse thing.
Well,
he got hit in the face, and his immediate impulse was hit her back.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You can answer this for me. Then, as a boxer, if you've had a few, if April made the mistake of just kind of throwing one your way, do you immediately return fire?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know.
Shit. Yeah. Whoa. And then he threw her, and then he didn't throw her to the ground. He helped her to the ground. She was drunk enough where she was going down no matter what.
He escalated her descent.
Yeah, he took a couple of shots at her, and then she went down. It's a bad look.
Look, I would never understand it, but I could at least kind of maybe allow for I was drinking and she popped me and I just responded.
Right.
But the second one is and then that does not look good, sir.
And that uh-oh.
So what we're saying is she's single.
Right. Or either she's single or these two have a relationship where it looks like this isn't the first time that she's gotten this shit hammered. It wasn't. It doesn't look like the first time these two have been through this.
She kind of looked like Eliza from the far off with the fading and the fuzzing, and I'm like, still climbing that ladder,
still clout chasing, right? To me, I don't think what she did was obnoxious, and she was probably being a very drunken bitch. But at the same time, I don't think what she did from a guy Dana White size warrant a couple of slaps. And
from a guy Dana White size.
I think when a woman does that, I think a guy's got to have some restraint to be like, guys, step in, hold her back, because I'm not going to get hit anymore. But at the same time, if you don't get between us, this could get bad. This could get away from me a little bit. Because getting slapped in the face, especially by someone smaller than you, just elicits a natural reaction that you got to kind of skip over sometimes. Right. And in this case, it would have been good if he would have went, no, get between us. I'm going to lose my shit.
Well, what my buddy Max always taught me about fights is it really helps to have two women a little bit smaller and weaker than you to run in and pull you back at the last minute.
That may or may not have happened. There was a young comic who felt like he was owed a position on our old radio show. And we had a second mic spot open. Is it the one that eventually went to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He did not like that.
So Johnny got the spot because Johnny did a better job. And this other comic, Max, who was not very funny, but really thought he was funny. I mean, he was one of these guys who just wait until the world gets a load
of me with my lukewarm takes.
So I started shitting on him on the show because he was messaging me and haranguing me about, like, why aren't I on the show? Like, he felt entitled.
Like he deserved a spot.
To time on the show. And I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. We don't book a lot of guests. I don't really feel the need to put you on. You don't really bring anything. Like, I'm trying to let him down easy, but he just keeps asking. So finally I bring him on because I'm like, this guy's getting so cunty with me that I feel it would be entertaining to have him on. So I start dressing him down. I wish I had this moment. It was a great way. If anyone has old video
Max Weirs drop
of the Max Weirs thing, send it to me.
I think it was you and Adrian.
Was Adrian there?
Yeah, because I think eventually when Max like started firing back, I think I remember correctly, Adrian was actually like, dude, don't do this.
Yeah.
Like,
and I'm sitting there going, like, I promote you. I'll promote your shows, this and that, and you're going to sit here and get disrespectful with me. And, like, finally he goes, I just dress him down. Finally just, well, fuck this, I'm out of here. Says fuck on terrestrial. I go, oh, there you go. Now get out. And then I think he told me to go fuck myself one more time.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, that's real good. Yeah, you're a big man. So then I decided we should fuck with him and we should sell tickets to his comedy show that he was getting like 20, 30 people to. I was like, let's fill the joint. Corey, so he booked Corey to do his show that
as
week.
a headliner.
And so Corey's like, well, I'm still going to do the show. And then Corey tells me, why don't you come to the show? And I'll bring you up on stage and we'll bring Max up on the stage. And so I go up, and this was very Zumockian now that I think of it. Like, he was very much Chad Zumock, and I was very much still me. And we go up there, and I start telling jokes about the whole thing. And then Corey's like, well, Max, will you bury the hatchet? And then Max goes, because he was such a funny guy, he goes, Aaron, the only place I want you to bury the hatchet is in your back. And then I remember saying to the audience, I go, why would I bury a hatchet in my own back?
That doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make any sense. The audience starts laughing. I didn't know this because I was still talking to the audience and being funny and being silly. Max was behind me.
With a chair.
And he had raised it up, and like Corey took it from him, and like I had no idea what was happening because I was just shitting on him. So then the show ends, and I'm standing there by the bar, and he comes up to me like he's going to fight me. And he's like, yeah, you little bitch, and this and that. And I stand up. I go, don't do it. I said, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. And I'm standing right there just waiting for him to do something. Because I'm like, if I hit him,
you're instigating.
I'm in trouble. I'm not getting arrested to fucking hit a guy.
Yeah.
But I am standing there going,
I'm not going to be a bitch and
take
just
a
take
shot.
a hit.
I did. I think I told him, I go, take a shot. I go, you don't want to do it, but take a shot. Go ahead. And I stood there waiting. There was nobody in between the two of us for a while, and he's still standing.
He had an opportunity, ample one.
He had an opportunity to come hit me in the face.
Whole 52 seconds. Some people can make it work.
That's all some people need. except the tall white guys. They can't get the job done. They end up getting beat up. So Max has this opportunity to hit me. I'm just standing there. And then two girls come in and get in front of him and hold him off and take him downstairs. Now, if I'm mad enough at someone that I really want smoke with them, like I really want to fight them,
two little
chicks ain't going to stop me. And then here's the ultimate cosmic karma is this Max guy. He ends up getting accused of being sexually inappropriate with
several women.
Several women, and he disappeared.
Yep.
I mean, moved out of state. I don't know if he changed his name or what, but I mean, gone. Out of there. And I will say this, one of my most satisfying victories.
I also think like the more and more I think back on that, like for Max, like, dude, that was one of the biggest and best shows you ever had.
Right.
Even if you hated the guy, you got to be like, all right, thank you. Like,
well, yeah, and all you have to do is roll with it.
And you could have kept that audience.
Right. It's like it's amazing. It really is like Opie and Chad. All you have to do is roll with it and go be funny, and instead you melt and instead you melt down over it. Are these chicks allegedly, says Guy Sartel. He admitted and apologized for some things.
for some things with someone that was supposedly a friend of his. But there were a lot of allegations, not necessarily all of them true. I don't know all of them, but right. I know one in particular that worried me because I think I may actually have overheard parts of it at times. Is supposedly he had like inappropriate pictures of his girlfriend that he would show his little brother.
Revenge porn stuff.
Well, not even revenge porn. Just like he had these pictures. She might not have been a big fan of him having them or whatever. But what she didn't like is that she knew he was showing them to his little underage brother.
Oh.
And she's like, don't be showing your brother that stuff. And then their relationship, I think, ended because of stuff like that. And that.
Well, I hope so.
Well, I know for a fact that I remember some fights, and then she was arguing about him with something about to do with stuff on, I don't know. I can't guarantee what I heard those nights, but I will say I know there were several fights, and then when I heard those allegations come out, I'm like, well, that makes sense for some of the things I may have overheard.
Well, then there was, and then right around that same time, as we're enjoying that, then the Corey stuff started coming out, and we're like, oh, shit. That ain't good.
But it wasn't even the same.
No, it wasn't anything like that. It was like Corey flirting and, you know.
Everybody acts like it. Like everyone acts like that's they're
what?
I don't like that whole thing, the way that played out, where it's like people went back at Corey and stuff like that with all of that shit, because it's just, I mean, again, I just feel like that's private stuff that didn't need to.
There were accusations that he told women if they did this, he'd give them stage time. I don't buy that.
I don't buy that at all.
I don't believe that. But then there were accusations of like, the dick pics thing was later, and he admitted to that one. The dick pics thing was later. But it was just like women came out and accused him of like offering sex in exchange for stage time at the open mics he was running.
No. And I know for a fact that ain't a thing, because like I've watched him literally, like I went to those shows. I'd watch him literally see somebody like, oh, I told you if you come up here, I'd get you some time. And like he'd figure out a way to schedule somebody. Nah, I don't.
But his mistake was he did this big apology thing, and then they accused Tom Chilstrom of like enabling Corey, and that's not fair because Tom never did anything like that. That was a really fucked up deal, and it was at that time where if you just accused someone of that, they lose everything. I don't know what happened with all that. I don't remember exactly what Corey apologized for or what he admitted to or copped to, but I know what he said didn't happen. And like the sex for stage time thing was not something
I wouldn't
that
believe
he did.
that ever.
No, not something that he did at all. I think what he admitted to was like he would flirt with women and he would try to pick up on women and would sometimes use the fact, hey, I have an open mic and, I can get you time and this. Like when you're hitting on a woman, you're trying to impress her. Sometimes you'll
brag about
tell
what
her
you
things
have.
you can do for you, presenting, as you will. And I think those women took it as, if you fuck me, I'll give you stage time. And that's not what he was saying.
I also think there are plenty of women that are more than happy. Well, not just women. Like, I mean, I think anyone, if they think that person is into them, will allude that, being nice to me could earn you my favor, like kind of thing. And let's see what I can get out of it. So, I mean, I don't know. I know I'd do it. I'd honeypot the shit out. Just no women ever fucking hold a mic. And then when they do, I have the problem that I'm an ugly fucking chud. Like, what am I supposed to do?
That's. I'm sorry about that. That does
the only thing
tragic.
I got working for me is my dick's so big it throws off my gate. So when I lurch in a room, they're like, well, maybe there's something we can get out of this.
All right, so to put a bow on this, Dana White went too far, or shit happens when you're drunk?
No, I think he went way too far. Like I said, I think one slap was too far, but two slaps in the ground pound action, or whatever that was.
Yeah.
No.
He addressed it. He gave an interview about it, or not an interview. He made a statement about it. Let's take a look.
Chloe knew you were using.
Oh, we're doing a commercial first? God damn. TMZ getting desperate.
For the holidays with my family. And my wife and I were out Saturday night on New Year's Eve. And, unfortunately, that's what happened. I'm one of the guys, you've heard me say for years, there's never, ever an excuse for a guy to put his hands on a woman. And now here I am on TMZ talking about it. But my wife and I have been married for almost 30 years. We've known each other since we were 12 years old.
I beat the shit out of her before.
She can take a punch. It's not like I picked her because she's a glass jaw, all right? She's a sturdy broad.
She's her own cut, man.
Yeah. She always hits first, and then I always counter. I always tell her, bring that jab back or you're going to leave yourself open for a right hand. She always brings it back low. What am I supposed to do, not teach her?
Look, if she ran a full guard, that fight doesn't go that way.
We've been through some shit together, and we've got 3 kids, and, this is one of those situations that's, horrible. I'm embarrassed, but it's also one of those situations that is, right now, we're more concerned about our kids. We have 3 kids, and, obviously, since the video popped up, we've shown the kids the video, and, we're more focused on our family right now. People are going to have opinions on this, and most of the people's opinions would be right, and especially in my case, you don't put your hands on a woman ever. My wife and I obviously love each other. We've been together for a very long time. We've known each other since we were.
I might get skewered for this take because we're supposed to be very reactionary and just shit on everything. I respect the take.
He's not denying it at all. He's not making. He's saying, "Hey, look, I've always said this, and now there's this clip of me doing the opposite."
Right. He's owning it. He's apologizing for it, and he's the other thing. He makes no excuses. Like, he's not going, "Oh, but it was this. Oh, but it was that." He's like, "Look, there's never any excuse for it, and I did it, and now I got to talk to my kids about it, and most people's take on it is absolutely right." So, it looks like he's looking to eat his shit sandwich, if you will.
I'd say it's a better apology video than I see from most people, and it doesn't seem fake.
No.
Like, it doesn't seem like, all right, the lawyers gave me this and said I have
he
to
seems legitimately, disappointed in himself.
He does seem like he has a dip in his mouth, though. It's driving me nuts.
No, that's his lips swollen from his wife belting him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I think...
Dana, you all right? You look like you got in a fight last night. You should see the other guy.
His wife's sitting there putting a steak on her eye. She's like, "Oh, fuck, this hurts so bad." Hey, guys, make sure you hit the like button on this video. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. We're pushing 7,400, which is awesome. Thank you guys very much. So go ahead and we got almost 600 people watching the show. Go ahead and hit the like button on the video. Let's get a bunch of those. Takes a couple of seconds. Yeah, we're on the good side of 7,400. We're past 7,350. So if you guys, if you guys feel like checking that like button there, that would be great. Good. You know what, Dana White, his wife. I feel like his wife, if they've been together as long as they have,
he's punched her before.
I feel like she's hit him before and he's smacked her back, and you can't really get in other people's relationships and run it like it was yours. Everybody's different. And I feel like those two, didn't he come from Boston? He came from Boston. So if they've known each other since they were 12 and they came from Boston, I'm not saying they're trash.
I'm saying they beat the shit out of each other before.
I'm saying they probably do shit differently. Their threshold for how they treat each other physically is different than what yours might be or mine might be. And... like Stevie J says, maybe it's their foreplay. Maybe he's looking to get that pussy wet, and she can't do it unless she's got a good smack to the eye.
Gets the old blood pumping.
Yeah. He can't get his dick hard unless she belts him, and she can't get soaked unless he's, smack tagging
whips
her back.
A couple at her. Then he's laying her. And that's what the end was. We all thought it was getting more aggressive. No, it was about to get way too sensual. And he's like, "I'm going to lay you down and do you right here." And everyone's like, no, Dana. Keep it in your pants.
He wasn't leaning down to threaten her. He was leaning down to fuck her. They were trying to get it going.
The monster was almost unleashed in front of all of us.
He had to sit his kids down and play the video, but he went too far. He's like, "Look, kids, your mother's a dirty tramp, and she really likes it rough." And that was a little light foreplay we were doing. "All right, Dad, I don't need to know. It's fine." Christ. You Boston people are fucked up.
So this is what happened, guys, but after we finish watching the video, I'm going to need you to go back into the kitchen and finish your Wheaties while Mommy and Daddy finish this.
Yes. This is how we settle fights in this house. There was a guy named John Piper. I don't know who John Piper is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's he's a pastor apparently. This old man was preaching to his flock,
okay,
if you will, and he was gesticulating wildly, like he was really getting the hands involved.
Mm-hmm.
He was also wearing an Apple Watch. Now, Apple Watch has a feature that if it senses you're in trouble, it calls 911.
Oh no. Do we have a life alert situation about to happen?
This old man.
This old man.
He played one. He moved his arms like he was really dumb. Let's watch him. Let's watch him preaching and waving his arms and see what his Apple Watch does.
God is God. You know what? My phone is telling me that I fell down. I'm okay. I did not fall down. Did you hear it? This has happened twice in my life.
He moved his arms so fast.
And so much.
That his phone went, oh my God, you're falling to your death. I can call 911 for you. And he's like, no, we're cool.
We're good.
We're all right. Don't worry. That is, I mean, that's how you know you're really, that's how Jesus knows that you're
Talk about
him.
the Lord calling you home.
Yes, exactly. He's literally calling you home on your watch.
God is God. You know what? My phone is telling me that I fell down.
I'll give you this. Everyone's
I'm
enjoying
okay.
it.
I did not fall down. Did you hear it? This has happened twice in my life. I'm preaching and they think I fall down. I'm not falling down. I'm standing up. I'm preaching. Good grief. Apple.
Maybe take the watch off.
Yeah, Apple's the ass. Yeah, let's stop preaching with our Apple Watch on.
What is somebody watching the clock because they can't wait till they get done with their freaking duty to give these people some religious comfort?
Right, and to me, like, that's too connected. People are calling him Pastor Larry David. I thought the same thing.
Someone should have put that at the end of it. Like, oh, it's happened to me twice. Like,
he defends hitting women. I can link it. I'll watch a little more of him. What's his name? Pastor John Piper. Oh God! Every time we run into one of these new preachers, it's always
we find out there's more in there.
Oh, we find out that this guy's a little. We're having a very pastor day today. John Piper, desiring God. John Piper's favorite things. I don't want to see one from like his channel. I want to see one from like other people's channels where they're like, get a load of this fucking guy.
John Piper really hates chicks. That's what he says.
How many Christians? I don't see
someone with the wretched TV thing. That's how long is
John
that?
Piper, partially right, dangerously wrong. 11 minutes. Todd.
This is Wretched Radio with Todd Friel.
Well, somebody's baffling is baffling. This is Wretched Radio.
I mean, at least he's not lying.
Right? Thank you for making me feel better about myself. Continue,
This is
sir.
Wretched Radio. Does he have any clips of old John Piper? No, it's just him
Feels
talking.
like we flash in and he just vaguely talks.
Yeah, it's just him talking about John Piper. No, I'm interested to see some John Piper,
Let's
but
see
not
what
like
he does.
Not like from his channel.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we'll have to do that. If God brings you to it, he will bring you through it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I mean, one way or the other, right? Test yourself. Are you in Jesus? I don't know. You want to smell my dick?
One of the evidences that we are not drinking Jesus.
Phrasing?
It's just so hard to suck out. You know, like, I mean, I was at it for hours. Nothing.
The guy can't come unless he drives spikes through his feet. It's really weird.
At a certain point, no matter how much you're like gurgling the balls.
Or guggling
them.
Oh.
Chapped lips are chapped lips. All right.
I don't mean to criticize the Lord. It takes forever to come.
I mean, a finger in his
Either
ass.
because you're an unbeliever and you've never even tasted, or because you're a believer and something has begun to lure you to another fountain, starting to go there.
He looks like a cartoon bird.
Why do I think you're subtly talking about people who do, race mixing?
If you're mixing the snow with the mud, everybody knows that you're going to produce slush and danger.
If you've tasted the Lord, but now you've gone to another fountain and you're surprised that he didn't stick through his marital obligations.
If you went to another fountain and it says coloreds only, then you know you've made a problem for yourself.
Or you've just blocked him out because you've got some hidden thing you want to keep doing or whatever. One of the evidences of not drinking deeply from Jesus is the instability of constantly moving from one thing to the next, seeking to fill the void.
Looking at you, gay people.
That'd be funny. Wink, wink, homos. Oh, jeez. All right. I don't know enough about.
We gotta
this.
dig in and find what we need.
I don't know enough about this guy to find. Type in John Piper. Does a woman submit to abuse? Okie dokie.
Now we know what to look for.
Now we have something to look for. John Piper. Does a woman submit to abuse?
I think I'm about to turn on this guy.
Oh boy.
In favor, by the way.
What should a wife's submission to her husband look like if he's an abuser?
That's good. Let's giggle. That's a good start to answer that
nice
question.
Nice chortle.
Yes.
Oh, my.
It's called the rule of thumb.
Part of that answer is clearly going to depend on what kind of abuse we're dealing with here.
Right. Are we talking about a frozen steak on your eye, or are we talking about suturing your asshole together? I mean, you need to give me the levels of abuse that we're talking about here.
Remember, the Lord should only have to tell you once, your husband is technically the Lord.
Is it like Aziz Ansari trying to finger pop a broad multiple times on a date, or is it the Catholic Church? You need to let me know what kind of abuse we're talking about.
Look, if she was always a good woman, her nose wouldn't be that crooked.
If she was listening and honoring her husband, then why is she bleeding from the ears? Exactly.
How serious this is. Is her life in danger?
If not, suck it up, you fucking pussy.
I mean, she had a black eye. Jesus rode the cross for 3 days.
Or is this verbal unkindness? I'm not sure what the person who asked the question had in mind. So let me just talk about maybe different kinds. A woman's submission to her husband is rooted in the Word of God, calling her to be, for the Lord's sake, submissive to Him, which means she always has a higher allegiance, namely to Christ, and therefore Christ's Word governs her life.
Okay, but does Christ's Word stop at His left hook? That's the question the guy's trying to ask. Does the honor continue through the 1-2 combo that she gets?
And is the Lord just working in mysterious ways?
Right.
And Christ has many words besides be submissive. Be submissive is not an absolute, because her Lord has other things to tell her, so that if the husband tells her something that contradicts what the Lord tells her, then she's got a crisis there of, to whom do I submit now?
Right. Who's the cuck, Jesus or your husband?
The point is...
By the way, I have a new series coming out on ABC, Cucking Jesus. It's going to be a wild show.
You ain't help with that? I could use the credit. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, look, we got 3 episodes in the can, but I'm running thin after that. How many times can you have Jesus jacking off in the corner crying? I mean, it's getting repetitive already. It should have been a mini series.
I mean, it's more satisfying than I thought it would be.
And clearly she submits to Jesus above the Lord. I mean, above her husband. And the reason she's submitting to her husband is because of her prior superior submission to the Lord. So, if this man, for example, is calling her to engage in abusive acts willingly, group sex or something really weird, bizarre.
What the fuck? That's where this is why you got to watch these pastors. They're asked about abuse, and the first place they go to is
group sex.
If she's trying to have 13 guy blow bangs, well, dude, really? That's the first place you went to?
If she's trying to be submissive to you and someone else at the same time, that is called a spit roast. It is the move of the devil.
By the way, great pause.
Oh, Lord.
If she's doing this for 7 guys, we need to have a talk, because I need to book her for a party.
Harmful, that clearly would be sin. Then the way she submits, and I really think this is possible, it's kind of paradoxical. She's not going to go there. I'm just saying, no, she's not going to do what Jesus would disapprove, even though the husband is asking her to do it. She's going to say, however, something like, honey, I want so much to follow you as my leader. God calls me to do that.
But going ass to mouth with 3 of your work buddies from the plant is not exactly my idea of godliness.
And I would love to do that. It would be sweet to me if I could enjoy your leadership. And so then she would say, but if you ask me to do this, require this of me, then I can't go there. Now that's one kind of situation.
That's not the kind of woman you want. The kind of woman you want when you ask her to bang a bunch of your friends is her going, are you out of your fucking mind? No. You lunatic. The hell's wrong with you?
All right, so can we just fast forward to the part where I bang a bunch of your friends?
Yes, exactly, because there was a part B to this that
Look, I was trying to soft sell it by giving you the sweet end first. You know what I mean?
Just a word on the other kind. If it's not requiring her to sin, but simply hurting her, then I think she endures verbal abuse for a season, and she endures perhaps being smacked one night. And then
what the fuck? She has to endure the verbal abuse until the harvest is over?
Look, I get that you're a believer, and it's like the old school stuff. But I'm going to tell you, like, in the current day that we're in, there's another religion for you.
In fairness to this guy, I feel like if you went before Jesus and he brought up the whole smacking your wife once or twice thing, in Christianity, that's more of a, hey, bro, not cool. Come on. Let's get it together.
Look,
it's not like I will smite you with eternal damnation. It's more like hey, dude, take it easy. Take it easy.
That's what I'm saying. I just read the room. It's not really the thing anymore. There is still
now,
a group,
Islam,
though,
you might get some high
fives.
That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my brother.
Yes. She was getting very lippy. You were correct.
I saw Kenkel smack the...
I saw her cheekbones through her burqa the other day. She had it coming. She was getting uppity. Now let's go to the camel beauty pageant and find something to poke.
She was wearing sandals. I saw 4 toes. Whore!
The other day, the wind blew, and I saw the bottom of her shin. She needed to be punished for being a wicked whore. I got an erection, and I didn't even see a farmyard animal.
She seeks help from the church. I mean, every time I deal with somebody in this, I find the ultimate solution under God in the church. In other words, this man should be disciplined. This man should be disciplined. She should have a safe place in a body of Christ where she goes, and then the people in the church deal with him. She can't deal with him by herself. So the short answer,
well, you know what? I like his answer there. Just group beatings in the church for this guy. Everyone puts on brass knuckles and just starts going to town. Just, take for the watch, boom. For the watch, boom.
Everyone just starts handing out little shinny bats, and we're like, all right.
No, they do the Full Metal Jacket. They just get the socks filled with bars of soap.
Oh, Jesus.
Just start whacking away at the guy.
I think is the church is really crucial here. To step in, be her strength. Say to this man, you can't do this. You cannot do this. That's not what we allow. That's not what Christ calls you to be.
Be careful, bro. That watch is going to go off again.
I can't go into all the details, but I would say to a woman, come to a church that you feel safe in, tell them the case, let the leaders step in and help you navigate the difficulties here.
That was a long-winded answer for should a woman deal with being smacked.
I mean, he's a little more comfortable with it than I thought,
Yeah.
but he did kind of pull the nose of the plane up before hitting the ground.
He did. He brought it back at the end where he's like, but it's still kind of a weird answer. Like, look, you should come to the church and let us beat the fuck out of your husband, and then you guys can bring it back together again.
Look, if he can't stop smacking her after a season, it's time we all smack him.
Right, exactly. You know how you know what the Lord says, when someone does violence unto you, beat the living dog shit out of them. It's like, I don't believe that's what he said, but I mean, you're the pastor. Here's some interesting news. The U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General, or soon-to-be former Attorney General, Denise George, has filed a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan Chase of facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation.
Why would they? But remember, he didn't traffic anybody to anybody. He just trafficked.
Right.
So how would Morgan Chase have anything to do with it?
Yeah. There were no Johns in the Epstein thing. It was just these girls were being trafficked to ghosts.
To nowhere.
Yeah.
So I didn't think there was any money. I just thought there was one guy shuffling around women like some sort of weird card Monte game.
Human trafficking, the lawsuit alleges, was the principal business of Epstein's accounts at the bank, but the bank turned a blind eye for more than a decade because of Epstein's own financial footprint and because of the deals and clients that Epstein brought and promised to bring to the bank. Now, what's interesting to me about this is I'm glad JP Morgan Chase is getting some kind of bad press for this, because JP Morgan Chase did work with Jeffrey Epstein. And they worked with him because he had a lot of money in their banks. And when it was found out, I mean, he got arrested in 2009 for the, trafficking shit before, and he had to do time for it. So they knew about it then, but they kept working with the guy. Hey, Johnny, late last year, who did JP Morgan Chase kick out of their bank and take away all his bank accounts?
Kanye.
That would be Kanye. You know what Kanye did?
Said he didn't like the Jews.
Said he wasn't a big fan of Jewish people, or wasn't a big fan of the Jews in entertainment. Lost all his bank accounts. Jeffrey Epstein, confirmed pedophile enabler, confirmed sex trafficker, the whole thing. Well, we really want to work with Mr. Epstein because he might help us bring big clients to the bank. So, again, you can judge people not by how they talk, but you can judge people based on what they do. And what JP Morgan Chase did was worked with Jeffrey Epstein until the day he fucking died. Killed himself, whatever you want to call it. But would not work with Kanye because he said, and Kanye had billions of dollars. All Kanye said was, I don't really trust these Jews, which is not an out of control thing for a black man in entertainment to say.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not an out of control thing for Kanye to say. Like I said,
right.
He's always been about who's attacking the black people now. Like, it started with, like, I think he just got broken by Katrina and never came back.
Right, George W. Bush.
George W. Bush hates black people. And then ever since that, it's always kind of been about who's holding. Like, that was the whole thing with the Trump thing, is he's like, the Democratic Party is holding back black people, so I'm going after Trump to say, like, hey, we got to do something different. Let's talk and have a conversation. And then I was like, oh, he's just crazy.
By the way, all of that was fine. When he did those things, it was fine. It was funny. It was hot. But then he said Jew, and everyone went, no, we got to take away all your shit. It's really?
The weirdest part is he said they would do that when he said it, too. It's almost like, look, I'm going to say this thing, and this is going to happen, y'all. Jew. And then, boom.
Exactly.
The timer started.
How dare you? How dare you say we control the banks, and we control entertainment, and we control fashion? We're not letting you sell your clothes anymore. We're taking away your bank accounts, and we're not going to give you money for your music catalog. Didn't you kind of just prove him right? But then Kanye doesn't help himself, because then he starts wearing, masks and talking about Hitler.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the people that needs to get off his side at this point.
The whole Kanye Jews thing has really turned into a despicable race to the bottom that Kanye is currently ahead in. But I'm glad that they're suing JP Morgan for, knowing that Epstein was
good,
doing all this shit and using JP Morgan banks and JP Morgan money to do it, and they're trying to hold them accountable. By the way, this is the documents that they're submitting for the lawsuit. Look at how much of that shit is redacted. Those are 3 entire paragraphs, black marked and redacted so the public can't read it.
Again, why can't the public read it?
Because it'll tell you a lot of things about who he was doing business with and who he was flying around and what they were doing. And I mean, look, they were worried he was going to do that when he got arrested. And now, look, they didn't even have to kill Ghislaine Maxwell, because then she went, no, I know my place.
I don't say nothing.
I understand.
But then
I'll do my time and I'll go home.
You have this other lady who's willing to say she's going to come out with, like, the blackmail tapes and stuff. Like, I want to see that, because there could be some very not, like, mentally stable people that could really lose it at that. And that's a dangerous thing. I don't want to see that happen either. Like, because that's what you risk when you don't have, like, legal justice, though, is you have people who are like, I can't stand here and abide by the fact that the system didn't work.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I have an update. U.S. Virgin Islands governor ousts attorney general 14 hours ago. I am not.
Don't read into this, guys. No tinfoil hat to see here.
U.S. Virgin Islands governor ousts attorney general after she sued JP Morgan Chase and accused the bank of covering up Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. I'm guessing those documents would have had to been unredacted in the lawsuit.
Probably.
In order for that. Holy shit. You can't make this up. This is 6:30 last night, our time.
So how long was the suit even out before? like, was literally her boss down the hall. She's like, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to fire you. Okay, I'm doing it. Okay, I'm firing you. Like,
the Attorney General of the U.S. Virgin Islands was ousted from her role just days after she filed a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan Chase of facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. I'm guessing those documents would have had to come out if there was a lawsuit.
now I'm more mad at this governor, dude.
Oh, wow. Snowbound says Biden was literally in the Virgin Islands when she was fired.
That doesn't look good for you at all, sir.
They're right. He was in the Virgin Islands. As a matter of fact,
he bailed on the storm.
This fucking idiot. So he went to the Virgin Islands over New Year's.
Mm-hmm.
There was a bill that got signed, or a bill that got passed, that funded the government so it wouldn't shut down at the end of the year. A $1.7 trillion spending bill.
Yeah, horrible piece of shit, right?
The dipshit forgot to sign it before he left. They had to fly the fucking bill out to the Virgin Islands for him to sign it.
Can we stop letting Grandpa be in charge? He can't even remember his fucking keys anymore, man.
He forgot to sign the bill that keeps the government's lights on.
Before Joe!
Do you think Joe even got on the plane and went, God, you guys ever get that weird feeling that you're forgetting something? They're like, no, what? He's like, the omnibus bill. And like, Joe, don't you fuck with me. And they're like, guys, I swear I forgot to sign it. I'm like, God damn it. All right, get it. I mean, what do? Do they take the bill and they actually give it a seatbelt and strap it into a plane and just fly it out to him? God.
Oh, God, no.
So they fired that attorney general. That's funny because that's the first joke I made was like, well, soon to be former attorney general.
Yeah.
I had no idea that she was already the former attorney general.
There go those freaking psychic powers years ago.
Yeah.
He saw it in the ether.
I did a reading.
You connected with her dead career.
Yes. I made another connection. The lawsuit, which was filed on December 27th, boy, that didn't take long.
It's almost like as soon as the holidays were passed and as soon as the banking holidays were over, this shit ain't standing.
Guys, quit thinking that Jews have some kind of undue influence over our government. It's racist and wrong, and you're being shitty. So stop it. I think I'm going to sue J.P. Morgan Chase for facilitating Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scheme. Oh, well, you're fired. Now, they're saying that J.P. Morgan knowingly facilitated, sustained, and concealed the human trafficking network operated by Jeffrey Epstein and financially benefited from those actions. You know what's wild about that?
Yes, we all know that?
Not only do we all know it, the next person who comes in, now you don't need to do anything. They're going to drop the lawsuit. They're not going to keep it going. That'll be the first thing they do when they get in there. God. It's too on the nose. Like, it's too
in the open.
Right. When they go back to lying to me. Go back to just saying, no, it's not happening. You're crazy. I felt better when I felt crazy.
It's kind of cheeky when I could dig in there and figure it out.
Or at least wait a month. I don't know. Plant some drugs on her. Make her look like she did something crooked or something. God.
Catch her saying something horribly racist. It's what they do to sportscasters.
Right, but then sending the president down there and then firing her ass. Why? Why are you just doing that openly? This much honesty and openness makes me uncomfortable. Moving on here, police in Texas are searching for the latest suspect in a string of violent robberies known as jugging after arresting 4 suspects in a separate incident. Do you know what jugging is?
Is this an ICP thing? I was never into them. I
know it does seem like a juggalo thing. Yeah, they spray root beer on you.
Oh, great.
And then they steal all your shit.
Fago.
Yeah, they dump Fago on you, and then while you're feeling how sticky you've become from the Fago, they lift your wallet. The term jugging refers to a robber following a customer leaving a bank or ATM and then stealing the cash they had just withdrawn. Wow, that's a patient game. Just got to sit there and wait for someone to go to the ATM and then just follow them. The latest case happened in South Austin at about noon Friday. Police released surveillance pictures of the man they say got out of a dark gray Ford Fusion with dark tinted windows and violently attacked an older woman, stealing her money. Austin police says there have been about 140 reports of jugging over the past year. So it's a pretty common thing. I don't know where the jugging comes from.
I'm guessing it's a mix of the word mugging, and jumped and mugging and
jumped. Okay. Do you want to make some guesses? I'm about to show the screenshot, or not the screenshots, the mugshots.
Startling.
You want to take a
It's
look?
Austin, Texas. This guy's got to be as white as the new fallen
I've got
snow.
4 of them.
4 suspects?
Let's see if we've got. Do we have a little Rainbow Push Coalition going on here? Nope. That would be who the juggers are. Oh man, don't you hate that when you run into a jugger and they pull something like that on you? Oh, that's all these juggers do.
I should have known one of them would be my jugger.
Oh, I tell you, man, just stealing money and beating people up for no reason, that is typical jugger behavior. Only thing they're ever on time for is their goddamn jugging. I tell you, you know what?
Well, that and the hearing.
Jugger, please.
I feel like we're taking a few instances of a few juggers and making it a broad-reaching just jugger assumption now.
Right. This is not like all. I'm not saying this is all juggers.
No.
In fact, I don't think most juggers would do something. In fact, I don't think it's even appropriate to call those people real juggers. You know.
I mean, these are just some of the juggers we see.
There's a difference. There's thieves and there's juggers. You know, there's a big difference between the two. Last Wednesday in the suburb of Cedar Park, police arrested 4 men from the Houston area. They said had attacked and robbed a man who had just visited a bank. The group got away, but police officers had gotten a vehicle description and license plate numbers. A nearby sheriff's deputy heard what was happening and spotted the 2 vehicles traveling together. He pulled one of them over while other law enforcement stopped the second vehicle. All right. Well, they got him. They got the juggers. Hey, look, you can do a lot of things.
19 and me is different now.
You can do a lot of things, but eventually these juggers all get caught in the end. All of them. You can't outrun the law.
Play jugger games, win jugger prizes.
Well, guys, I've got some good news. At least coming from one person. I don't know how much say he has in it, but Mekhi Phifer was interviewed the other day by TMZ and says there will never be an 8 Mile sequel. Leave the classics alone. I've got bad news, Mekhi. That's not up to you. And Hollywood has shown time and time again that they will forego making anything original if they can just milk an already existing thing.
You know what would be awesome?
What?
Like, because I don't really, like, no offense, I don't like Eminem as an actor. I don't really, like, the 8 Mile thing worked.
Because he was playing himself.
Yeah, but I really don't see that going anywhere.
Right.
And I hate to say this, Machine Gun Kelly can do an okay job acting. Could we maybe get, like, an Eminem biopic? Or an Eminem biopic. Either way. B-Rabbit sequel or Eminem biopic, but we get Machine Gun Kelly to play Eminem.
Oh, no.
I can't see a problem with that. Could you?
MGK is... that's a straight-to-DVD, but yeah, you get MGK as B-Rabbit.
Oh, God, that would be beautiful.
And I hope Eminem owns the rights to that character.
Yeah, and beautiful thing here is we get MGK. I'm almost certain we get Megan Fox, too, so that's like a double.
Oh, yeah, you get both of them. Yeah, you get and you get a group discount, probably.
And you're going to have an amazing love scene because they F in their spare time.
But, like... There'll never be an 8 Mile sequel. He says, like I said, first of all, that's not up to you. Second of all, what story would you tell? What would the 8 Mile sequel be? What, B-Rabbit gets a record deal, makes 3 really awesome albums, then coasts off that reputation for the next 25 years? Because that would be a little on the nose.
Goes through a weird, like, drug rehab thing with Elton John when he starts seeming like he's kind of losing touch with society, and all of a sudden comes back for a little bit.
And then stops being good. Hey, guys, I got good news and bad news. Oh, what's the good news? I'm off drugs and I'm clean. What's the bad news? I can't rap anymore. I can't make anything good. I just talk really fast and try to rhyme words that don't sound like they rhyme. Yeah, but what's the song about? It's not really about anything. I just kind of juggle words in the air. I've basically become a hip-hop version of a juggler. That's all I do. You know how before I was like a road warrior and I was like killing people and, you know, just really getting after it? Yeah, I remember that. Are you going to go back to doing that? No, I just figure I'd juggle for a while.
This rap that I'm milking, this career that I'm bilking, it all came from these blue and yellow purple pills.
Yeah, that's where all my magic came from.
And now they're gone.
But like, when you have like 8 Mile, if you're going to make it based on Eminem's career, then you are going to have a movie where in the first half of it, he revolutionizes the industry, and he does an amazing job And then after that, it's just each album he releases after, people go,
just successively less.
There's just a scene where Mekhi Phifer's character goes, yo, Rabbit, you don't need to do this anymore. He's like, no, I've got things to say. And it's just, really? Because
you're just a dumb nerd who stays inside and reads the dictionary all day.
Yeah, this whole thing, like, there's like, I think this guy's basically a transgender, and he's shitting on you, and he's actually doing a pretty good job. Why don't you just open up a spaghetti restaurant and call it a day? Why don't you just open up a place where you sell sketty sandwiches and just quit rapping?
There you go.
Yeah, that's Eminem's whole career is basically, I did the Slim Shady LP, the Marshall Mathers LP, and the Eminem show, and then the rest of it's just been chasing the dragon. That's it.
You didn't think he was really awesome when him and D12 dropped that album?
First of all, I will defend Devil's Night as the Devil's Night album was better than it had any business being. Put it that way.
Okay.
And by the way, that was the time where everybody's crew got an album. Eminem had D12, they got an album. Nelly had the Saint Lunatics, they got an album. 50 Cent had G-Unit, they got an album.
Oh, God. I always thought 50 Cent was part of D12, and that's how he got in the whole thing, but nah.
No, 50 Cent was kind of discovered by Eminem and Dr. Dre. And, yeah, I think, I'm trying to think if there were other crews that still, that got record deals like Nelly, 50 Cent, and Eminem are the only people I remember who were so big, like they were so successful. When you're so big that you can get your friends at least one record deal.
Looking at you, Joe Rogan.
Yes, Joe Rogan is kind of the Eminem of podcasting.
And he's on the Eminem Show album as we speak. The fucking curtain's coming down, guys.
He co-signs on a bunch of dog shit podcasts, and they all get their meal ticket. 50 Cent was discovered by DMX. Oh, okay. Well, then he was signed by Eminem and Dr. Dre. My bad. Loaded Wrench says Wu-Tang. Couldn't all the guys in Wu-Tang hold their own, though?
I think they all had like their own side projects. Like Wu-Tang stopped being a thing because they all just went off doing their own stuff.
Like Method Man and Redman did their own thing. ODB did their own thing. Ghostface Killah did his own thing.
Which one's the one that's like RZA's the one that's the music editor that like did a lot of movie shit. Like
yeah, RZA's done a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if I call Wu-Tang like a gimmick, like a group gimmick. I think those were just talented guys that made music together.
They started out together and then they all branched off and did their own thing.
Matt Melt says Cheetah Girls, duh. Well, you know, how dare I forget about the Cheetah Girls?
Who are the Cheetah Girls?
David Scarrica, Addicted to Profit, says two pasty guys from Minnesota talking about rap music. That may be true, but tell me I'm wrong.
Also, by the way, we are the target audience.
I mean, we are, though.
Yeah.
White people are the target audience for hip-hop. I'm sorry. If you think the music that's mainstream right now is made for black people in the hood where rap music came from, you're out of your fucking mind.
No, the whole idea with rap music, and I think they actually made a good point of this with the NWA movie. Like, the whole idea with rap music and the whole reason it was a big thing was because when it started becoming bigger, people realized, oh, this is going not to the inner city and just to the people where it started from. This is spreading like wildfire to people who don't have access to this shit. And now white kids in the suburbs are sitting there, you know, singing songs.
And Johnny, would you like to identify the people who made that connection and then started marketing the music that way?
Why? Why would you say there's anything to say about that? Why would you, it's almost like you're saying someone like Ice Cube maybe called out an entire race of people before Kanye did.
Isn't it amazing that he's had such a great career in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Because, like, he went hard.
Yep.
And he was not wrong.
Nope. But he didn't get canceled either.
Jerry Heller signed them to a deal that allowed him to steal all of their fucking money.
And that was the only thing that saved him, is that he didn't really go after Jewish people so much as he's saying, this guy, Jerry Heller. And then the Jewish community also kind of went, yeah, what he did was dog shit, and in no way is that, like, a regular thing.
They did try to get Ice Cube for that. They did, like, say, oh, well, you're hanging out with the black Muslims and you're hanging out with the Nation of Islam.
They tried to
you're like Farrakhan and this, like that. He goes, no. All I said was you let a Jew break up your crew. Jerry Heller is a Jew. We did all leave because of him. Yeah. That movie, that movie isn't the greatest movie of all time, but I think the like the duplicitousness of Jerry Heller.
And they got the right person to play him.
Paul Giamatti plays such a good scheming Jewish record executive.
Yeah.
But, like, I do feel like Jerry Heller, like, they tried to paint him as too sympathetic in the beginning. He was not a sympathetic figure. He always saw these young black guys and went, I could take a bunch of their money. Like, I could sign these guys to a deal that would make us and the record company very, very wealthy.
And I would just, and I have the balls to go up to him and go, look, they're not going to talk to you because of how you look. They'll talk to me because of how I look and let me use that to help you be successful. But what he didn't tell me was, and I'm also going to take about 85% off of the top.
You guys are going to get the agent rate, and I'm going to get the artist rate, is basically how it's going to work. So, yeah, Jerry Heller's a fucking demon. The late Jerry Heller. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
No idea.
Mekhi Phifer has some bad news for 8 Mile fans on the heels of the flick's platinum anniversary. Don't waste time looking for a sequel because it is not happening. This is what he had to say about an 8 Mile sequel.
I want to ask you, 8 Mile just had its 20th anniversary this month. Obviously one of the biggest movies of all time. Eminem.
I wouldn't agree with that. It's not one of the biggest movies of all time.
It was a big movie at its time because, again, the person it's centered around and the story it's built around was popular at the time. Like, I don't know.
Better movie, 8 Mile or Purple Rain?
I think Purple Rain.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a mark for Prince because I'm a Minnesota guy.
I'm going to go better movie, 8 Mile. I never really, and I'm a Minnesota guy, so I'm supposed to love it, but I always found the Purple Rain movie kind of boring and Prince's acting to be worse than Eminem's. Soundtrack, however,
maybe
Purple
that's
Rain,
what it is.
no
Maybe
doubt.
I'm just too nostalgic over the soundtrack.
Well, maybe you're just like your father. Too bold. Maybe you're just like your mother. She's never satisfied. This is what it sounds like when the douche quotes music. All right, so let's get back to this interview, which should be called Mekhi Phifer saved his money and obviously doesn't need this shit. It's always the broke actors who are like, you know what I think we should do is dust off and make a Major League 4. It's like, Charlie, I get it. Your meds are expensive, all right? But you should have saved a couple of bucks. If Mekhi Phifer was out here going, yes, absolutely, they have to make another 8 Mile. The fans want it. It's like, oh, no, Mekhi Phifer didn't save his ER money.
Look, everybody's talking about 8 Mile. Why don't we bring back Oz, the HBO show? Wow, buddy, you are reaching back far.
I'm ashamed to admit I didn't watch Oz. Was he in Oz?
Yeah, he was in Oz.
Oh, okay. Was he a big player in Oz?
I think he was in a wheelchair and he's in
Holy
it for a
fuck.
while.
So he was he got 8. He was on a run there for a while. 8 Mile, ER, Oz. Probably made some serious money doing all that shit.
There are things about Oz that you would really like. One character in particular.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he runs a group of Caucasian individuals.
So the guy, okay.
Yeah, but the actor who plays him does a really good job.
It's tasteful white supremacy.
Yes.
Okay, I you know me. Always tasteful white supremacy in my movies.
An Oscar. People are wondering, why hasn't there been a second one? I mean, it was so interesting seeing him come up.
Sometimes it's best to just leave it at one.
Leave it at one?
Sometimes it's just best to leave it alone. Once you make a classic, no reason to fool around with it.
Has there been any conversation at all, or it's just
Nope.
And it's never going to happen?
Probably not.
I would like to. I'm not trying to say anything. I would like to know this woman's last name. That's all I'm at, because she's sitting there like, there was so much more money in making a sequel. Why didn't you go for the more money? And he's like, it's good artistically to just leave it alone. And she's like, what? Huh?
We're not here for art. We're here for money.
What? What do you mean the art? I don't understand. But there's so much money in making a sequel. It's like, I'm good. It was fun, but I don't.
What kind of actor are you if you can't smell the shekels on the table?
I also hear that Eminem's sober, so he's probably unfucking bearable to be around. So I'm gonna pass.
Ed, what exactly do we want to see from this sequel?
Right.
Like, I love the idea. Like, let's just do a sequel. Like, I don't know. I feel like the movie was like a backstory thing that set up for a story we all know. So we just went, oh,
yeah,
there we go.
He won his freestyle battle and he won the championship, and he's going to record some music. All right, good, done.
He's going to work on his dreams the old-fashioned way by keep on plugging it.
Yeah.
Never. You think that's a mistake?
I think we go down this way, y'all. Huh?
You think that's a mistake, though? No.
Like I said, yeah, I think, leave the classics alone and it'll be all good.
You think
just live with the 8 Mile.
Live with the 8 Mile?
Yeah.
But a lot of people say like it was so interesting.
She won't fucking quit.
How many times does someone have to tell you no, ma'am?
Like, what's Mekhi Phifer? Like, the 4th time she asks him, Mekhi Phifer's going to go, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I'll get on the phone with my agent. We'll make another 8 Mile movie. Thank you, TMZ lady, for telling me exactly what I needed to hear for me to move my ass and get this done.
You know, I think this whole thing would have kept going. You know, I don't know so much about a sequel, but what about a spinoff? I don't know if you remember, but my character was pretty diverse and interesting.
We should get a future movie. But I hate people like this. I hate people who ask a question, get their answer, don't like the answer, so they keep asking the question.
Watching him make it isn't even more interesting with what happens afterwards.
Yeah, but you know that the story that we told is a story. You know, I mean, it could be interesting, but I wouldn't be in it, and I'm sure Eminem wouldn't be in it either.
You think Eminem's ever going to act again?
I don't know.
Do you keep up with him? You talk to him at all?
I've talked to him. Yeah. He's doing his music.
Yeah. He wanna.
He's making spaghetti all the time.
Wait to get in this fucking elevator.
I know. He's so excited to be done with this chick.
Did one of y'all hit the button? Try doing it again.
Hit the button again. Hit the button. Is this elevator even fucking work? Mekhi, it's been 10 seconds. It feels longer. Do you talk to Eminem at all? Oh, motherfuckers like Chef Boyardee. He's always making spaghetti and raviolis and shit, experimenting with pasta. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that kid. He dropped the drugs and he picked up this colander.
He told me about something called Milky. I don't even know what the fuck that shit. You white people eat some weird fucking shit, man.
What are they, like pillow potatoes? I don't know what the fuck them's is. He did hit the elevator again. Oh, that is great. Go back. So that guy, wait, we got to see where he hits the elevator the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, so the elevator's lit up.
Do you keep up with him? You talk to him at all?
I've talked to him.
Yeah.
He's doing his music.
Yeah. He wanna.
He's literally staring at the elevator button.
It's on its way up.
There, he hit it again.
He just got inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah, obviously you're tight. What do you think his best work of all time is?
It's hard to say. I mean, he's doing so much great things, so many great things.
Yeah.
Let me get on this fucking elevator.
You guys are obviously tight. No one made that assertion. He just admitted that sometimes they still speak.
Right. You guys did a movie together, so you must be like best friends. Like, yeah, no, that's not how it works.
I don't know if you're aware of this. Mekhi Phifer is an actor, so for him, doing a movie is like his regular thing.
Yeah.
So he's done this with a lot of people.
People are saying Mekhi is looking his age for sure. I mean, it's been 20 years. He was probably pushing 40 when he did 8 Mile. I mean, he's allowed to be 60 years old. I thought he looked pretty goddamn good.
I just wonder is he still married to Michelle Pfeiffer?
Oh, he's only 48? Oh, okay. Well, you guys are right. Looks a little aged for 48 years old. He was 28 when that movie made. When did he make his acting debut? I feel like Mekhi Phifer had been around long before 8 Mile.
Again, I feel like the Oz thing was a big thing for it. Because I'm almost positive that's him in Oz.
All right, let's scroll to. Holy shit, he is kept busy. Yeah, okay, so he has been around since 95. He did the Tuskegee Airmen TV movie. I remember that. High School High. Soul Food. Oh, okay, that's where I remember him from. That Soul Food, that was a big movie.
Shaft? Holy shit, I don't even remember him.
Yeah, he was in the Shaft remake, and then... he was in O. That was a big one. And then Paid in Full and 8 Mile. Okay. He did some Curb. And then ER, he was in that for like 8. It looks like 6 seasons. 6 or 7 seasons.
Okay. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he wasn't in Oz. I'm thinking of someone else.
Torchwood. House of Lies. Yeah, I don't see Oz in here.
That's weird.
It's like this show. That guys. Come
Too soon, you asshole.
Come on. Stop it.
Some of us like that guy.
Errand mixed up his black actors, never on Oz. That was this white guy.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm also the same guy who famously misquoted Will Smith. Welcome to Earth. I am horrible.
Wait a minute. I thought he said that.
No. He says, welcome to Earth.
Oh, you did the black thing?
Yeah, I thought he didn't quite hit it.
You thought he said black guy Earth.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a horrible asshole.
You went Earth. The man never said Earth.
Man never said Earth.
Wow, you are a piece of shit.
I know.
Like low-key piece of shit.
I didn't even realize that was Jeff Goldblum the whole time. Just go up there and defend the Earth.
I just want to say, now that I've obviously hit you, welcome to Earth. You like, whoa, Jeff, what are we doing?
All right, Nick, just go up there and take them out. Bring them down.
Take them down, take them out. Fuck those up, is what I'm trying to say.
Roll hard with your gat, my Nick.
Jeff, that is not the cut. Guys, Jeff's ad-libbing again. I'm sorry. I know that, excuse me, if you will, Will, everyone, is not here today. So I thought I'd experiment with some things. Obviously, experiment wrong, but I tried. Goddamn rich cunt. This isn't Death Wish, Jeff. Wrong movie. Sorry. Forgot my lines. No, I can't read any of these comments. Jesus Christ, kids. Guys, make sure you hit the old like button. Make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you do all of that good stuff. I hope you love the show that we're doing for you today. Again, that like button is huge. That means a lot. So if you want to click that real quick. Also, subscribing to the channel. We are on that run to 4,400 again. We're going through another one of those waves where we're getting another big wave of subs in, which is wonderful. Let's see how close are we? Let's see how many of you we need. We were on the right side towards 74. All right, so we're about 40 away from 7,400. Let's continue on here. You're a cat guy. I fucking hate cats.
I mean, I feel like cats are like people. There are some good ones. You got to wade through a bunch of shitballs first, but I mean.
Oh, I see.
You got to pick them right.
Cats are like people. Pass on the black ones. They're unlucky.
No, certain ones are all right, but they are definitely going to cost you.
So, like, April's family now has, just not stray cats,
barn
but like
cats.
Yeah, when you have a farm, people like drop kittens off.
Yep, barn
at your
cats.
Farm. Yeah. So she has these little kittens, and they're really, really like adorable.
They're super cute.
They're cute kittens, but they get older and they turn into these big fat cats that are cunty and dickish and independent. I don't like it. I like my animals to be dependent. I like them to be loving and wonderful, like dogs.
Cats are loving and wonderful. It depends on three things. One, how they're raised, who's raising them, and when you get them. Like if you're gonna raise a cat, it's best to get it from a kitten. I think like 4 weeks old is about as soon as you can like separate from the mom. I think, but you got to get them early. Otherwise, yeah, they could be dicks.
Yeah. See, to me, like with cats, I would get it. I would understand why people like have cats as pets if dogs didn't exist. But I don't understand how one can pass on a dog and choose a cat for a pet, other than cheaper.
Cats have a lot of times easier maintenance because, like, for example, you have to let your dog out and then you have to clean up after it.
Right.
My cat will just go use the litter pan. I clean up the litter pan on my own time. I know exactly where it is and what's going on. Feeding it's pretty easy. My cats love to just sit in my lap and I pet them. Like when I get done with this show, I get home. It's almost annoying how much my cat is like, can I have some attention? What about me now?
Don't the cats don't they give you brain damage?
No, they do. But
their
cats,
piss. I thought their piss gave you brain damage.
So it's not MS.
Maybe you've had too many cats. How long have you had cats from childhood on up? Your whole life?
Yeah.
They gave you MS, bro.
My grandma had just like horrible, continually reproducing cats. Like that's a problem.
Hold on. Recent? I Googled this to be a dick. I didn't think it was. Recent evidence suggests a possible viral etiology of multiple sclerosis. The present hypothesis proposes a relationship between MS and a demyelinating condition in the central nervous system of cats.
Okay.
From which a paramyxovirus has been isolated. Is the multiple sclerosis is the domestic cat involved? Get fucked. Are you serious?
You just want me to have an unhappy day when I go home.
I really want you to have MS because of cats, because I would feel vindicated.
I would feel vindicated. You would hate your life. There's 4 of them at home right now.
You would shatter their, well, it's too late now. Shatter their necks.
Why?
Kill them and get rid of them and see if your legs get better.
I mean, I feel like...
What if their piss fumes gave you multiple sclerosis?
I feel like maybe just like a vacation from the cats first before we go straight to the killing part. That might be a hard thing to do.
The theory attempts to relate the distribution and incidence of MS with the keeping of cats as household pets. I got to put this up on the screen because people are going to think I'm making this shit up.
Nope, you're just a dick.
The incidence of MS is explained on the basis of a human susceptibility factor, perhaps the histocompatibility antigens, and the onset, remissions, and relapse of MS are considered to be related to stressful situations which trigger a persistent virus.
Okay. That's stuff we all pretty much know. How does this relate to the cats, though?
They're saying that the cat might have an isolated, like, virus thing that they can just release, I guess, like being like...
Yeah, but it would be causing them to have a condition. I don't have any cats that have any conditions. They see the vet. They'd be telling me if there was a demyelinating. Oh, demyelinating. Duh.
Is that what it meant?
Yeah, demyelinating.
Oh, so the skin turns all Michael Jackson.
Or demyelinating, whatever.
Okay.
The mylar sheath thing. They're talking about the cable around your nerves.
Okay.
Truck rate you is so Johnny can walk after all.
You just need
get rid of those fucking cats.
If you break those cats' necks and you get rid of them, you'll be walking and you'll be running marathons once those cats are dead.
I don't think so.
You got to get a steam cleaning in there to get rid of that smell, though. You can always tell when someone owns cats. There's a cat smell.
That's not entirely true. If they're raised right, yeah. But again, you got to do that early on because if they mark, you're screwed.
So you love them, you adore them, you take care of them, you don't get the smell, and they pay you back by giving you multiple sclerosis.
And killing all of our mice and everything.
Assholes. Like mouse traps for that. Mouse traps don't give me MS.
Yeah, but then you got to clean them.
Rotten cats. The toxoplasmosis claims are cringy pseudoscience, just like the supposed link between reckless driving and the controversial medical procedure. Yeah, that was embarrassing. So, wait, cat piss doesn't cause you to go nuts and make Brazilian people really rapey?
No, I think that's rats that have that with the toxoplasmosis.
Because there's studies that they've shown that like Brazilian guys have like elevated levels of like not anger, but like adrenaline and energy, and especially sexual energy. And a lot of people have blamed it on cat piss and toxoplasmosis.
Look,
they want to fuck all the time because they're huffing cat piss.
I mean, if you just don't drink it, I feel like we're good, man. Right. What the hell?
I've always heard that breathing it in can get you something, but that could be an old wives' tale.
Am I the only person who's not trying to breathe heavily while I'm cleaning like feces? Like, you know what I want to do? I want to smell this.
It's a good idea not to huff the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're safe there. Kane B says, after all this time, Aaron has solved where Johnny got his MS. Praise Dr. Imholt. Well, look, all I did was Google, do cats cause MS? As a joke.
And we didn't expect it to have that much validity.
And I land on a study that says, if you're asking me the question, tell you this. Here, why don't I go, can dogs cause MS? Important, the MS patients also had more exposure to neurologically ill dogs in the 5 years before the onset of symptoms. These new data further support the hypothesis that house dogs may serve as an animal vector in MS. So cats and dogs are giving people MS.
They're lowering our blood pressure, but they're still killing us.
Holy shit. Both any animal and specifically dog exposure at ages 10 to 14 years were associated with an increased MS risk.
I had cats and dogs.
Oh, no.
I raised a collie from like the age of like 8 to like 6 or 16, 17. No, almost 20.
Jesus. This is insane. We stumbled upon this today.
Oh, wait. Don't tell me. If it's fucking ferrets, too, I'm screwed.
Oh, no. Hold on. Can ferrets...
I had like a ferret for like 3 years.
Ferrets with neurologic, musculoskeletal, or systemic disease may present with weird... No, it doesn't. I'm not seeing anything on...
All right.
Nope. Ferrets are good.
Ferrets are safe.
Cats and dogs, however, they both fucked you to death.
Knew I should have just stuck with the ferrets.
At this point, Johnny needs to get a pet goldfish. Says
I have 4 of those as well. I have a 75-gallon aquarium.
Here. Can fish...
Dude, I'm playing with so many chemicals for that tank.
Oh, no. Researchers found a 45% reduced risk of developing MS or clinically isolated syndrome in the high fish intake group. Okay, so eating fish...
I just look at them.
That's why you don't see a lot of lesbians with MS.
Well, that and the scissoring.
That's all.
Stop Googling things. I'm already sad about us.
know. We're just sitting here Googling Johnny's entire existence, and unfortunately it's all starting to make sense.
Oh, shit. He did it to himself.
People are also saying that pregnant women are told not to clean litter boxes.
Nope. They are not supposed to.
Them. I don't know. I just feel like if there's that many things you can't do, the animal's not worth having.
Yeah, well, they would also say that pregnant women shouldn't be following around and picking up dog poop. But I mean,
can't stop these bitches once they set their mind to something, though. We're 110 away from next Monday evening's goal. If you would like to contribute to today's show, Super Chats, Streamlabs, and PayPal. The link's in the chat or pinned to the top of the page. Thank you very much. Continuing on. So anyway, the reason I brought up cats was not to bum you out and think that your cat gave you MS.
I'm just going to go home and be like, you're trying to kill me, aren't you, you furry little bastard?
There was a cat named Juliet that needed to go to the pet hospital.
Okay.
Because there was obviously something wrong with the cat. Juliet was brought to Charleston Animal Society along with 2 other cats by a good Samaritan who said they had been left outside a home when their family moved out of state. Juliet seemed fine at first, but after several weeks, she began not eating and became lethargic. Radiographs showed she has an unusual sort of blockage in her stomach that would kill her if it wasn't removed. What Dr. Jameson and the life-saving team found was unbelievable. A seemingly endless bundle of strings that continued to come out as Dr. Jameson surgically removed them, saying, "I've never seen anything like it." Now, so this is like they're pulling something out of this cat that looks like, the clown pulling the tissue paper out.
Right. It shouldn't keep going.
It turned out to be 38 hair ties.
I mean, seriously.
What?
You don't notice that those are missing?
Well, and not only that, we talk to the kids about this. Quit leaving shit on the ground that the dog can eat, or the pet can eat, or the cat can eat.
And as a cat owner, you would know that your cat's going after those. They're going to play for, no cat just eats something. They play with it first. Cats always play with their food. That's half the fun.
Right, they're always batting it around. And,
yeah.
38 hair ties.
Oh, my God.
After everything was pulled out, the surgery team counted more than 3 dozen hair. Imagine that. So the cat couldn't shit because the hair ties were blocking the poop. Imagine how miserable that would make you.
Oh.
Which had prevented her from eating or processing food. So she had just shit back up.
I'm going to go do her a favor.
No damage was found in Juliet's intestines, however. A buildup of fat in her liver has caused a serious health condition that she is currently being treated for. We have to make sure that as we feed her, we keep her electrolytes in balance. I've never fed a cat Gatorade before. But, I'm with Zen Rhino. Who the hell has 38 hair ties? I feel like any woman who's listening right now going, fucking all of us? 38? Shit, those are rookie numbers. Got to pump that shit up. Who doesn't miss them? Yeah, I mean, 38 hair ties? You only have 38? What are you, Butch? So not a real woman. Who are you, Dylan Mulvaney, you fucking rook? 38 hair ties. If your cat shows that it's miserable and it's not happy, don't worry. It's not just because you're a shitty pet owner. Apparently, you may just be leaving a lot of shit on the ground that it's just eating, and now it can't shit. Little Lemmy says, I have 2 hair ties that I constantly lose and find. Most of the time, I just wear my hair up in a side braid with no ponytail. So you look like the chick from Napoleon Dynamite then, with the sideways, like you're selling the glamour shots for your graduation or whatever. Sen Rhino says, I'm glad I woke up early. I was having a bad day and still steel toe. Well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I'm glad we can make your day a little bit better. That's what we're here to do. I heard my buddy Carl on Who Are These Podcasts, going, I don't get why Aaron gets up so early. This is why I get up so early. I'm a creature of morning broadcasting. I like the fact that people wake up, they turn on our show, and we all have a good time. That's what I like. I don't like going on in the middle of the day, because by the middle of the day, everyone's already gotten to work and they've already, the day's already kind of gotten away from them a little bit, and they're only half listening to you and shit. I don't like that. I like doing a show right away in the morning, set everybody's mood, and then we got all kinds of clips on the channel. We got all kinds of old shows you can watch, and we got the Patreon if you want to listen to just audio only. It's great. I will defend anybody. I will defend myself from anybody saying that, why do you go so early in the morning? That's when people wake up. That's when people are starting their routine, and I want to be part of that routine. I don't want to have people setting a routine and then trying to fit me in. I want our show to be part of the routine. And with the amount of energy we bring to these shows, it can kind of pick you up. Just a Dabbler says 4 hours pisses Kevin off. Dude, honestly, if I were Kevin Brennan, 4 hours would piss me off too. And you can clip this. Jesus Crucified by the Night says, plus no one else does it. No one can. No one can do 4 hours. It's alarming to me that nobody can do 4 hours. Basically, me and Red Bar are the only two people who can do that.
I'm at 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. If you're a broadcaster, if you have a podcast, you should be able to go for 4 hours. I can understand why Kevin Brennan doesn't go 4 hours. His whole show is just raging and being pissed off. Even Kevin Brennan doesn't want to be pissed off for 4 hours. I mean, by the end of 2, he sounds exhausted at being so angry. So I understand why Kevin is a little jealous of Steel Toe doing 4 hours. Just a Dabbler says Perry Caravello can do 6 hours, yelling and freaking out. You know, Perry did like 13 on New Year's.
Perry is a special beast.
Perry is a different kind of animal. I yield to Perry Caravello every time.
As you should.
We're actually going to be doing some Fan of Chad.
Oh, goody.
Material at the end of this hour. So you guys will get to see some you'll get to see some Kevin Brennan, you'll get to see some Chad Zumock. They had Alex Stein on.
Right.
And Alex is our boy now.
Yeah.
Like, we love Alex Stein.
Apparently, like, he ripped on us, we ripped on him, and we're like, hey, man, no harm, no foul, it's all fun. And he's like, all right, we can do it.
We ripped on him first. We shit on his City Hall videos. And then he got, a little upset about that, and he felt he was upset with us that we did that. And then he says, well, I started watching your show, and I realized I think this guy and I have a lot in common. I think this guy, I think we just, got off on the wrong foot. And then we had Alex on. He's really cool. He brought Steel Toe up to Chad Zumock's face.
Uh-oh.
And Chad
took it like a pro, right?
No, Chad kind of has abandoned his he wanted to be the mud shark. Mm-hmm. That was what he kept calling himself. And by the way, his co-hosts keep making fun of him because Chad doesn't know that mud shark is a racial term. Like, I don't know why he doesn't know that. A mud shark is like what you call a white woman. Like, it's a derogatory term for a white woman who sleeps with.
You're just picking up. Mm-hmm.
But because Kevin Brennan's whole gimmick is showing the entire world what a dumb fuck Chad Zumock is, he just lets him do it and he plays into it. And then he calls us camel toe, which if you're a 62-year-old good comedian, you don't go camel toe because you're shitting on the show. You like the show. That's why you go with something so hacky. You're getting a rise out of Chad. Well, Chad went with the attacking the kids, that whole thing.
Right.
Apparently, it backfired on him badly. Everyone told him what a fucking moron he was.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
So now, as we keep picking on him, Chad's now gone back to just changing the subject when we come up.
Okay.
Like I told him, and he hated hearing this. Shot his shot. Didn't hit. Now he's got to go back to do something
Oddly
else.
smartest movie's done yet.
Yeah, that's why you never go so far down. That's why you never go to that level, because that's got to be a knockout punch. If you don't knock us out, you lost. And what happened with him was he did it, and it happened exactly how I thought it would. It lasted about a week, and then it was over. And now you go, hey, stupid. Now what? He's got nothing. Now he's just sitting there stewing again, reading the chat as everybody shits on him, listening to his co-host shit on him, and him having to take it because he has nothing else. Thank you to Farron with $4.99. Says, when I was a morning anchor for Fox, I had to be in at 1 a.m. For ABC, 3:30 a.m. What time do you boys wake up to do show prep? I cheat. I do show prep from about 5:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon, the day before our shows. And then, like, after the evening show, while I'm putting the audio version up on Patreon, I'll do a little skimming to see if I missed anything. That's all. Just a Dabbler says, he is Kevin and Bob's stuttering John. They just pick on him. Yeah, that's all it is. Unquenchable Fire said he's low-hanging fruit. He's not worth going after. I'm sorry. My whole take on that is, and I think Johnny's this way too, like with the Elisa stuff yesterday, low-hanging fruit is fun.
Low-hanging fruit is fine, especially when they give you a valid reason to keep coming back. Like,
right.
For the Eliza Jordana stuff, like stepping out and letting her community do what they do to other people means that you're on the hook for that, in my opinion.
By the way, Lemmy got in touch with that Ayala Stern.
Mm-hmm.
Ayala Stern will be doing the show. We don't know when. We don't know when.
Thank you, Lemmy.
We're going to have Ayala Stern on the show to talk about her situation with Elisa. You know, I hate to tell the secret, but I've told it to many comics over the years, and they haven't gotten it. The best way to get us to stop is to not mention us.
Or just have fun with it and just not take it
Or have fun with it. Like, for example, we put up the Wrestling Otaku video yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Our 1 hour discovery of Wrestling Otaku and this crazy fucking wrestling guy. It hasn't done well at all. It's been probably our worst performing video of the last few months.
Well, if you want to feel better, look at mine.
So we'll probably not do Wrestling Otaku anymore. We won't do Wrestling Otaku as a clip. I may still keep up with them and everything else. But I don't think I'll put him up as a solo clip.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't give a shit. But, like, if the audience gives a shit and the clips do well, fuck that, I'll keep putting them up. And if you give us feedback, if you're the target and you try to come back at us, oh, we love that. We laugh so hard. We think that's just the most fun. Yeah, Elisa Jordano, waste of air. I would agree with that 100%. All right. Let us continue on here.
So we can eventually get to this Chad.
So we can eventually, now I've got you all excited about the Chad thing. I tell you what.
Salivating for Chad.
Why don't, I'm going to go make a pee-pee.
Okay.
You talk about your show that's coming up. Mm-hmm. You fuck around with the chat a little bit.
All right.
I'm going to go make a pee-pee. And then I'll be right back. We got a bunch of stories still to talk about. And then at the end of the hour, Chad getting no-sold by Alex Stein, which, I mean, honestly, I could do a Chad getting no-sold by one of his guests or co-hosts on Misery Loves Company
almost every week.
But I got to pick and choose because I'll get burnt out on Chad Zumock. Johnny's going to take over for a little. This is like when Adam Sandler would go take a break in The Wedding Singer and George would come up and sing Culture Club. That's what it is. Johnny, take it away.
Yes, I am the effeminate one. All right, as little Emmy already linked into the chat there, you can see I have the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel. I do multi-streaming, so you have a variety of platforms to find me on. I do a show from 2 to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means when I get done here, I go home and I start prepping the show. I start looking for what's new and what's fun. And yesterday we only had a live premiere that went out at 3:30. I forgot to tell people the time because I'm an idiot. So that was just a clip. If you saw that yesterday, you saw we have a lot of fun. We do similar stuff here, kind of reactionary stuff. I gather material like here. The big difference with my show is I don't do a second mic. My second mic is you guys, which means you guys fuck with me, I fuck with you. There's sound drops and all sorts of stuff you get to use. I try to make as much of it as free as possible. And we just and then if you guys find a rabbit hole, we go down that. It's kind of like we hang out, end of the day, 3.5 hours of fun. Well, now 3.5. We've hit our goals so much in the last few weeks that we're just guaranteeing overtime for the foreseeable future.
A goal? What kind of hack shit is that?
Hey, my goal is only $40 a day. I work on what is considered, I don't know, poor people funds.
I wish I could operate on that. Fuck, that would be great.
It's really easy when you don't eat and you have like one kid.
Oh, that is, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right.
And I can feed her cats now, apparently.
Yeah.
So I don't want to keep the bastards.
Give her MS, apparently.
It's fun.
Yeah, I guess we're not really not doing $40 a day goals either because we're good until next week.
Yeah.
We're 105 away from next Monday evening.
Yeah. You guys are crushing this shit.
You guys have been a week ahead for like a month now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm also getting news that Damar Hamlin
is recovering, or we got
no, I'm hearing bad things. But that came from Guy Sartell, and he may be lying. If we go to Damar Hamlin and we go to the latest, no, he hasn't died yet. Guy Sartell's an idiot. All right. That's so funny. That guy didn't really die. But he might later. Sorry. Just having a little fun with my buddy Guy. That's all. I tell you, the fact that guy wasn't a writer for The Tonight Show, he really missed the boat.
I know, man.
They missed the boat on him.
Well, they didn't know he was there. All right.
The goal is to keep all your employees employed. Well, guess what? We got Johnny still. We've got Corey still. I will say, if you're just joining the show, we talked about this at the beginning. in my professional opinion, Oz needs a break.
A sabbatical.
And Oz needs a bit of a sabbatical. Oz will always have a spot here. I think we're going to find an advertiser to take over for Old Capitol, and we're going to make it work. We'll probably find two, so we can make it really affordable for both of them. They'll stick around for a long time. But I think we're going to be able to bring everyone back in some way. In my opinion, and I've asked Oz this before, and I've had a couple of communications with him. He insists he's okay. I don't think Oz can handle a day,
a weekly run.
A weekly run anymore. It's too much health-wise, and there's no shame in that. Like, the guy's been through a lot.
It's weirdly kind of the same as the thing we were talking about yesterday with me and the DJing thing. It's not that I can't DJ. It's not that I have a problem doing it. I love DJing. I love hanging out with people and having a fun time at a party, but I just can't guarantee that every week I'm going to get up, walk in, and carry that gear around. But once in a while, I mean, I can take a hit and then be rough for a day or two.
Yeah. So we're going to keep Oz around. Why Am I Here says, honestly, Oz always looked like he was just phoning it in.
He's just getting over his shit, man.
Yeah, he wasn't. I don't think he was ever phoning it in. I don't think he didn't want to be here. I talked to him yesterday. He clearly wants to be here. He's too proud and he's biting off more than he can chew.
And brain fog's a hard thing to deal with, man.
And he's worried he's letting me down. He's not. You're a loyal soldier. You'll do an extra day as long as I need you. Corey wants to still do the show, and then April's got her 2 days a week. So
letting you down is my job.
Yes, exactly. Johnny lets himself down on a daily basis. He falls.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and watch this story. You want to check on New York City?
That place should be great, right?
New York City should be...
New Year's is the big thing there.
Yeah, New York City should be doing great. Let's check in.
About the 19-year-old man accused of attacking 3 NYPD officers with a machete on New Year's Eve.
Hell of a way to celebrate.
Somebody didn't want to just do the same old thing. I mean, guns are so passé. I brought me a bush knife.
Yeah, I went Death Wish on it, and I just went, old school subway crime and brought giant blades with me.
Cops said being a criminal was a rough thing, and I couldn't hack it.
Why? Like, why would anyone live there anymore? Why would it? I don't know what Times Square is like. I don't know if there's good parts of New York City left and bad parts. I'm sure it's not the 70s, like the really, really bad times. But I'm hearing that in some parts it kind of is.
It's returning there?
Yeah.
I know in the subways it's definitely questionable. Safety and everything else.
It's happening in so many tourist cities like Las Vegas. You can't swing a dead cat anymore without hitting a fucking homeless guy on the strip.
You are after those felines.
I'm trying to give the homeless people MS.
That won't kill them. It'll just make them slower.
They can't walk the streets anymore.
I mean, if we learn anything about MS, it's God's lazy way of like, I'll finish you eventually.
MS is like God's bookmark going, remind me to get back to this.
All right. I mean, they said it was a good book, and maybe in a couple chapters it'll open up. I'm just not into it.
Thank you to Nicholas for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. Very kind of you. And even $100 away from next Monday evening's goal. So we got a guy attacking 3 cops with a machete, which to me, just seems like a winning strategy.
Doesn't sound like there's any instability in this one.
No.
Police sources say the man had...
How much of our... I'm sorry to pause so much. How much of our violent crime problem do we solve by just locking up and adjudicating people mentally ill and putting them in some kind of home?
Far more than any of us want to admit. I think
my God.
A good 70%.
It would be remarkable how much crime would go down. We could also try, actually holding people in jails too. That would be a good move. We could start there.
I don't want to sound insensitive, but I feel like at a certain point when we see that people aren't, savable, there isn't like a medical, can we maybe bring in something to clean it up, like a maid service, if you will.
If you will.
Recently been placed on an FBI terror watch list. CBS 2's John Diaz is outside live at Bellevue Hospital. And John, how are the injured officers doing this morning?
Natalie, good morning to you. Well, we are told that all those officers that were injured have already been released from Bellevue Hospital, but the suspect, though, still remains here at the hospital under police custody, being evaluated after he was shot by police. Now, this morning,
imagine that.
Can't understand how that could have happened.
Machete attacked 3 cops, got shot. That's my only question is, why is he still alive?
Why did they wait so long? You machete attack 1 cop, wait, obviously he's going to run out of steam.
Maybe it was like a drum solo. Maybe it went tung, tung, tung. Like he didn't hit him very hard, but he got them all.
It was 1 swipe. He got each one a little bit.
Oh, yeah, there you go. 1 big cut across each of the back of their necks.
They are still trying to figure out an exact motive for this machete
Fuck
attack.
that.
But they do tell us they...
Oh, God, I'm so stupid.
What?
I'm so dumb. I was about to say something really fucking retarded.
What's that? You should say it now.
He's at this place in New York, right? That's not his name.
No, that's not his name. His name's John B. Diaz or Diaz. D-I-A-S.
I was about to pause this. I mean, I did pause it, but I have to admit to you all, I was about to go, wow, God, what a fucking stupid name. That's clearly a TV
Kips
name.
Bay.
But now I kind of like the name Kips Bay for a reporter.
Look, I'm Kips Bay. I'm down here on the street where it's real.
All right, let's go to Harlem with Kips Bay. Wait, you're going to Kips Bay? No, we're going to Harlem. Wait, who's in Kips Bay? He's in Harlem. Well, then what's Kips Bay? He's
in Harlem.
Yeah, exactly. So Kips Bay is in Harlem. Right. But I thought Kips Bay was out here. No, that's Kips Bay. Right, I know. That's Kips Bay.
You said it was in Harlem. No, Kips Bay is in Harlem.
Kips Bay is in Harlem. Wait, so Kips Bay is in Harlem?
Yes.
So then what's in Kips Bay? He's in Harlem. Oh, so that's where... So Kips Bay... You guys are sending someone to Kips Bay. No, Kips Bay is in Harlem. No, Kips Bay is on the beach. No.
That's Kips Bay.
So where's Manhattan? Oh, God damn it.
It's got to be your bull.
They believe this may be terror-related.
Oh, really?
The New Year's Eve attack on 3 police officers in Times Square.
No, I'm starting to feel a little bad for Islam.
Yeah, dude, just because the guy's Middle Eastern doesn't mean it was terror-related. Maybe he's just somebody who likes running around with a machete.
But I will say, I'm starting to feel bad for Islam as, it used to be, airplanes and skyscrapers, and now they're, rusty machetes on New Year's with local cops. It's kind of fallen off.
You got to do your work, though,
Yeah.
The prophet don't let you slack.
That's right.
Now spanning from New York City to Maine, where police say the suspect, 19-year-old Trevor Bickford, is from. Investigators spent much of the weekend searching his...
Wasn't expecting to hear Islamic terrorism and Travis Bickford.
Yeah, Trevor Bickford. Did they say Islamic terrorism? I heard terror attack.
I thought they said Islamic terror.
No.
You know what? I heard terror attack, and I
just went there.
Yeah, I automatically went to Islam.
Kind of like I assumed that they went with terror attack because of who the person was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. For the jugging incident, my guess of who the mugshots were of turned out to be right, so I was riding a hot hand.
Mm-hmm.
My fault.
Family home with the FBI taking the lead.
And I want to be clear that the FBI, through the Joint Terrorism Task Force, is working very closely with them to determine the nature of this attack, and we will run every lead to ground. I also want to be very clear, as you've heard said tonight previously, this is very much an ongoing investigation.
A high-ranking...
You know how we know that it's not a Muslim? Because they were willing to call it a terror attack right away.
Okay.
That's how we know.
King police source told CBS 2 the teenager was recently placed on an FBI terror watch list because his aunt reported he had been radicalized online and expressed a desire to travel overseas and fight with Islamic extremists.
There you go.
We were in there.
Trevor Bickford is an Islamic extremist.
He's a homegrown.
Oh, man. You see, they knew he wasn't a right-wing terrorist because if he was a right-wing terrorist, he would have hit people with machete while reciting 5 breakfast cereals and venerating housewives. That's what he would have been doing while he was hitting people. He would have been supporting small business and then hacking people with machetes. That's how you know he would have been a right-wing extremist.
Corporate America's destroying us. All right, I don't know what machetes for.
He would have been wearing a Fred Perry polo while he hits cops with machetes.
But officials do believe this was a lone wolf attack.
Our ability to talk about specifics is limited, and I do want...
But then 2 more people came to me with machetes, and I thought to myself, no, could it be? Yes. I had just added 2 more guys to my wolf pack.
I want to be very clear, as you heard the mayor and the commissioner state earlier, that there is no ongoing threat. We believe this was a sole individual at this time. There's nothing.
Can you guys do me a favor? I've been really distracted by something.
Otherwise.
What's that?
I'm going to pause it. I want you guys to watch fucking Blinky back here on the left.
All right.
Watch this guy.
Okay, white shirt.
Do what I've been doing the last minute or so on the show. Don't listen to anything this guy's saying. Watch this fucking guy because he's giving me the creeps.
To talk about specifics is limited. And I do want to be very clear, as you heard the mayor and the commissioner state earlier, that there is
Why are you
no
keep moving your
ongoing
mustache?
threat. We believe this was a sole individual. At
How
this
much
time,
blow did
there's
you
nothing
do?
to indicate otherwise.
At a press conference Sunday,
I counted like at least 11 times. He like a mustache wiggle.
Yeah, like, dude, like nobody can see this, dude. That the fucking lip ferret
Like
of yours is dancing.
He was in a Bullwinkle and Friends cartoon, and he did that little mustache rolling thing. God damn, man. I mean, take it easy. I know that you all have to be here for this big event, but we don't have to coke up to do it.
officials said the suspect attacked 2 officers with a machete unprovoked, causing...
Is that really a machete?
Nope.
That looks like, what do they call it, a kukuri?
Yep.
I only know that from playing, what's that game I play? The zombie game.
Oh, the zombie one.
There's a zombie computer game that I played before. Not End of Days. What the fuck is it called? I know this.
State of Decay.
State of Decay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's where I know the curry from. Whenever I get one, I'm very excited, and then it always breaks eventually.
Yeah, because they're nice, but...
Yeah. Not real credible for zombie brain chopping.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, cuts and fracturing one of their skulls, and he tried to injure a third. The suspect was then shot and wounded by police. It all happened just outside the NYPD's high security zone for New Year's Eve festivities in Times Square.
It was nuts for about a good...
Wow, what a great, safe way to celebrate the new year, huh? Go there, watch the Times Square ball drop, get hacked to death by a Muslim with a machete.
So let's say your plan goes as you wanted it to. What do you get after you're done with the 3 cops?
72 virgins.
So you want, like...
Pussy.
A lot of women pissed at you at once.
Yeah, right. You want a lot of bloody sheets.
Like, you realize that's going to be really not fun for you most of the time. Especially once... Dude, that's like a battalion of women, and once those periods sync up, you are fucked.
All those hymens breaking at one time. The Muslim terrorist was like, I haven't broken this many hymens since I robbed jewelry in the Diamond District. See the Jewish name, hymen,
Because they're cousins.
Godfather 2 reference.
I heard a lot of people screaming and yelling, and I saw the sirens, and it was total chaos.
That's good. New York
I immediately grabbed all my drugs and not today, Popo.
New York is so gripped by crime that they're so used to it. This guy's giggling, like he's chuckling, he's smiling while he's like, yeah, fucking crazy Muslim attacked 3 cops with a machete and yelled Allahu Akbar. What do you do, right? New York, if you can make it here.
Dude, 2003, my brother went to New York to hang out with a friend of his from college, and he literally told me a story about how they stopped in front of a toll bridge and literally watched a dude jump and hood slide over his car, then be pursued by 2 police officers, and the guy, his friend Paulie, fucking New Jersey.
Those were but compared to today, those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days, but my point is it's always been that way.
Right.
The days were shitty and they got worse.
Eric Adams said one of the injured officers just graduated from the police academy Friday.
Just goes to show you.
That's good. Let's put him on the street on one of the busiest nights of the year. That's good.
Graduated Friday, retired on Sunday.
The first day, or could be your last day, the actions that police officers must take every day
What's
are
Tweaky doing?
life-threatening
Settled down.
situations.
Reports say Thursday the suspect took Amtrak from Maine to New York, but sources tell CBS 2 the NYPD was not aware and didn't know he was on an FBI watch list.
I mean, no. In defense of the NYPD, it's New Year's. They're a little busy.
I mean, it's almost like there might be a couple of people there.
Right. There's a couple of people there.
What? A party in New York on New Year's? Say it ain't so. When has it ever happened?
Zen Rhino says, last time I went to NYC, I got off the George Washington Bridge heading for Amsterdam Avenue, and there was a brand new car up on blocks on fire. It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful place. Everybody's on an FBI watch list. Yeah, I mean, if they're on an FBI watch list, they're either an Islamic extremist or
they have Google.
Nicholas J. Fuentes. I mean, there's different levels of threats. That's all I'm saying. We got another couple of stories we can get through, and then we've got some Zumockian coverage. Him getting kind of shut down and no-sold by Alex Stein. And then also, Kevin Brennan is going to be a part of this clip. He loses his mind on Alex, too.
Oh, really?
Because Alex, look, here's the problem with Alex being on Misery Loves Company. Misery Loves Company is a gimmick show. You have to be mad. If you're not mad, the show doesn't exist. However, Alex is a pretty happy guy. Like, Alex doesn't want to be miserable. Alex doesn't want to be yelling and screaming and shouting about everybody. So it's kind of a weird juxtaposition.
Are we sure? I'm pretty sure I remember one video where that's like all he did.
Who?
Alex.
Yell and shout?
Yeah.
I remember he screamed at
She's a liberal! She's a liberal!
Oh, that, yeah.
She worked for CNN!
Well, Alex was still smiling. You know.
Yeah, but I'm saying you just find your happy mad.
He was still, having a ball.
Oh, they're so dangerous. They brought guns. Oh, you gonna shoot me?
Dude, when we asked him about that when he was on the show. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, you walked up to people like crazy.
Oh, you're so dangerous. Oh, look, he's bad.
Like crazy progressives who were armed to the teeth and who probably think you're a Nazi. And like, all it takes is just one little point and click. And he was like, oh, yeah, like, it was such a badass answer he gave it. Oh, yeah, like, that can happen. Like, that's something that can happen, but I figured it wouldn't. It's like, Jesus, man. He almost gave an answer like, oh, yeah, I'm ready to fucking die for this shit. It's like, Alex, no, don't die for it.
It's almost Forrest Gumpian of him. He's like, oh, that happens. What, shit? Yeah, sometimes.
ARs happen. That's the new bumper sticker now.
Okay.
Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great website where you can order weapons, you can order magazines, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, whatever you need, right from their website, no matter where you live in the country. It's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe and get great savings on shipping and get a little bit off your order as well. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online at midlandarmory.com. Just take a look at that limitless selection. That's just part of it. You click on the actual categories, you get all of them. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. So yeah, that's just page 1. Page 2, midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. I say head to Stoney's for the Vikings game this weekend. Stoney's Bar has the world-class Bloody Mary that you're not going to find anywhere else. They're a world-class dive bar. They're the best in the area. Great place to go watch the game, have some drinks, live music on the weekends. They always have live bands at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. So be sure to visit our buddies Cheetos at Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville. And All Care Towing. If you're in central Minnesota, you get caught in the ice, the snow, you get in the ditch, the car won't go. Nobody better than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Again, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203.
Remember this Sunday when they say, where were you when you watched the Vikings running back drop dead on the field? I was at Stoney's.
Oh, nobody. There's not going to be any more dropping dead. No more dropping dead. I'm going to inform my lovely wife that I'm going to take her to breakfast this morning.
Okay.
There we go. I don't want her to eat any food. I want her to starve. I want her to be so hungry that she's begging for it. But anyway, let's continue on.
It's going to make me leaving the house really awkward.
I'm really hungry right now. So I'm going
to have to haul ass. So they're just going to literally push me. Like, we got to go and you're not staying.
Fuck up. We're going to Kay's, motherfucker. Maybe I'll take her to Kay's and then take her antiquing today. Ooh. I'll take her antiquing and take her to Kay's. Maybe I'll finally pull the trigger and I'll buy one of those blackface salt and pepper shakers that I've wanted so bad.
Have you found them?
Oh, yeah.
Like, are there?
There's a couple of different antique places in this area where they have multiple blackface items.
I might want a few of those.
And more than I'm comfortable with.
Well, I can comfort a lot. Let's see what we've got.
Yeah. So I'm going to take April. I'm going to take April to Kay's today, and then I'm going to take her to antique places. Where are you you know what? This is what I get for trying to text during the show. I said, I'm taking breakfast. She writes, where are you taking it? In the butt. There we go.
It's called a mudslide.
Taking you to breakfast and antique places.
I don't know why anyone would think she's your beard.
Well, I make her do a lot of shit that I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, you got to keep a little balance in your brain. You can't lose sight of the fact that, I'm having a great fucking time.
Right.
But is she having a great fucking time?
So you're saying that you're doing the antiquing for her.
I'm doing the antiquing because I want to buy. And she kind of called me out the last time we went to antiquing and said, you wouldn't buy those blackface things. Well, now I'm going to show her that I ain't no bitch. And I'm going to buy my blackface salt and pepper shakers.
Not only am I going to do it, I'm going to do it wearing my hood and my robe.
I'm going to wear my George Floyd t-shirt, and I'm going to buy blackface salt and pepper shakers.
I'm going to walk in the white, and they're going to be like, what's with the getup? Like, trying to blend in with the snow. Got a problem?
Why don't you mind your own fucking business, you looky-loo? Get a lawn jockey, I dare you. Well, look, I have to get what's available. Let's not get out of hand here. A body found inside a donation bin in South Carolina.
Obviously, you guys can use this. They can't.
Yes. Had likely been dead for at least several months, Kershaw County authorities said. This is going to be a deep cut. This is going to be really bad. Get ready to boo. In Kershaw County, they have an annual city celebration in Kershaw County. And they crown like a new, how there's always like princesses and queens of different cities. Yeah. In Kershaw County, they every year they have the Cotton County Queen. Okay. See, that was a Sammy Kershaw song. So if you're in Kershaw County,
I hate you.
Sorry. They actually have a story on this dead body. They actually have connected it. Apparently,
okay.
One man stepped forward and he said, I know this woman. Even though she's badly decayed, I know who that is. And then they said, oh, who is it? And he goes, well, this here's the queen of my double-wide trailer.
God damn.
I'm just kidding. That's not who it was.
She's trailer park royalty.
The guy went to him and said, I know who that is. And they go, oh, really? Who is this dead body? And he goes, well, he rebuilds engines and his name is Earl. He's the Charlie Daniels of the torque wrench.
You're not helping your cause.
Sorry.
It's like a hole and you're digging deep.
They looked at the dead body. They go, wow, she's really decomposing and she's clearly dead, but she's a good-looking woman. She don't know she's beautiful.
It's going to sound like I'm leaving now.
And one of the guys was like, hey, what if I stuck my dick in her even though she's badly decaying? And they go, boy, that's a real third-rate romance.
I think you could stop. Are you done with his whole collection yet? Or we got anything left in there?
What?
Got anything else to dig in?
I mean, plenty.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God. Her heart's still beating, but she's dead. And they went, oh, my God, it's a haunted heart. Because it's Kershaw County.
You guys wanted your dad jokes.
Don Lemonzade says, fine, you stay. I'll go. Come on. How is nobody else doing Sammy Kershaw songs with me? Everyone else is just talking about how bad this is. I highly disagree. Actually, they were so grossed out by finding this woman in a donation bin that you know what the police said? They said, we're not going to talk about politics, religion, and her.
The last person to ask me for that song on a karaoke, I beat him to death with the microphone.
Yeah, Casey O'Connor's playing along. They said, hey, you got to get her back to the morgue so we can get this identified. But we've had a lot of rain the last few days, so don't go near the water.
God damn it. God damn you
all. Guys, we're going to take the rest of the day off. We found a body in the donation bin. Well, what should I log the day off as? Log it as the National Working Woman's Holiday.
Because, it's a song.
Sammy Kershaw song. It's in Kershaw County, you see. Yeah, Zen Rhino. I guess it wasn't a working woman's holiday, Aaron. Am I right?
No, it was. She had the day off permanently.
Oh, they identified her.
Really?
They have found out this woman's first name.
What's her name?
Vidalia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Proud Mama Violet and her proud Daddy Dale. And I'm sure when they named her, they surely meant well. But Vidalia, you're shoving. If Johnny's literally shoving the microphone into his eyeball.
If it can go a little further, we can hit the brain and it's over.
Oh, well. Well, look, guys, it was fun while it lasted. I mean, it's not like I'm going to go ahead and Google.
It's not like you could look up a whole list of his songs and just keep on going.
Not at all. That was.
I think we did those.
I did all of them. Actually, now that she's dead, they have to do something with her belongings. And you know what the family in Kershaw County decided?
What's that?
Yard sale. They saw her rotting in the donation bin and they went, oh, this is just terrible. But, some things are meant to be. Did that one. She had a cell phone in her pocket.
Right.
And the phone rang while they found her in the donation bin. They answered it and they go, hello, Kershaw County. And they said, hey, do you know where Vidalia is? I can't reach her anymore.
I want to be anywhere but here.
Yes, he's in.
I couldn't not do it. It's eventually.
None of these are worth doing anymore.
When they found her body, it turned out she had her blue jeans on.
That was a cover. I couldn't do that one because that's a cover. This segment gives me confidence in my meager abilities. Thank you. You're welcome. That's what I do. I do this part so that people feel like they can do it too. Shane F. with an unnecessary Eric Church is gay in the chat. You
don't need to say that. We all know.
We weren't talking about poor Eric Church, who is a wonderful singer-songwriter, I was going to say. All right, we thank you very much to Nicholas for the $5 on PayPal. We are $100 away from next Monday evening's goal. Investigators first thought the body might be from someone seeking shelter in the recent cold snap, but quickly determined the remains had been in the bin for at least several months. How often do you check your donation bin?
Yeah. Really, really glad that, those donations are going where they need to be eventually.
So now, after a few months, is the smell gone by then? Like at some point,
hopefully.
Yeah, it stops smelling.
Well, actually, it depends. If this is a sealed metal container, yes and no.
Ugh.
Like the smell, in the surrounding area, largely gone. You crack that puppy open.
Oh, check this
she's
out.
Still gonna whiff.
It must have been like a place that went out of business or something, because the bin appeared to have not been emptied for years and had VHS tapes inside.
Which VHS tapes? Some of those are worth money.
I'm sure they're very much so contaminated. I mean, you might want to let them just kind of bleach them and take care of them and then see if they're salvageable afterwards. Investigators are now treating the death as a homicide. Wait, you mean they didn't crawl in that donation bin just to die? Oh. And took the bin and the body away for further investigation. Well, clearly nobody was using it. So, go ahead. An autopsy has been scheduled for Wednesday. I mean, she's been rotten for a long time. You can wait a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, what's she going to do? Grow legs and walk away?
What happened to the groceries?
What happened to the What happened to the VHS tapes? Nick Stevens says, somebody brought the body there in my old Chevy van. See, that's another Sammy Kershaw cover, though. That's a Sammy John song. So I don't know if you can go. Shane F. says, top trending gay music, Sammy Kershaw.
See, so, I mean, is Eric Church the best?
Is he better than Sammy Kershaw?
I mean,
that's a tough one.
Apparently, he's the top trending one.
That is a tough one for me. I can't play the song, but they've learned a few things about her, Johnny.
Oh God,
the woman, the body that they found in Kershaw County,
right?
Apparently, she was the centerfold picture in a country boy's dream. Prettiest thing I ever had seen. Tupelo honey in a pair of blue jeans. The Upper Mississippi Delta Cotton County queen. Where can you get songwriting like that? Tupelo honey in a pair of blue jeans. What a beautiful... This is why old school country music is so good. That is such a delicious line. It's so much fun. I would like to call April right now. I would like to call her Tupelo honey in a pair of blue jeans.
Weird, but okay.
It's a lovely compliment.
I was actually thinking recently, I was listening to No Resolve's version of Hallelujah, and I realized, that is
that you're a homosexual?
Oh, yeah, no, I knew that. But, no, that's a very sexual song, but, compared to the music of today, you wouldn't be able to pick it out because, again, it's clever wordplay. He doesn't really just say, and I'm nutting on a face, like that. Now it's just and I bang bitches, smack the pussy, what?
Yeah, that's really subtle.
Yeah, you're really putting a bow on that one.
Yes. It's as subtle as, say, Juvenile. Or I'm sorry, Mystical.
And I'm beating that pussy up, not smooth, fucking.
Yeah.
But what's he trying to say?
But my point is, that song has lines like, she broke your back and she cut your hair and from your lips she drew the hallelujah. And it's this whole thing about her making you climax. And it's you have to
There's not, I'm sorry, I have bad news for you. Not a lot of subtlety in that one.
In which one? In that song?
What you just said.
Yeah, but there's a hell of a lot more than we have in a lot of other shit.
Look, if you're judging by, modern hip-hop, then yes, you are right. Farron says Hallelujah is not a sexual song. Different Hallelujah. He's not talking about the,
Hallelujah chorus.
The one that Saturday Night Live sang to Hillary Clinton after the election. By the way, hit the like button if you enjoy what we're doing. Subscribe to the channel, the whole deal. Fair and 495 Marauder says, LOL, just say you're gay. Where's the soundboard? All right. Sorry, you deserve it.
Just say you're gay.
There you go. Let me do something really quick. So let me do one thing. Like button, subscribe, all that happy horse shit. Thank you very much.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
What the fuck? I wanted to give a compliment.
You just got no-sold.
Wow.
Oh.
What a shitty thing to do. Nick Stevens says, Church over Kershaw based on depth of catalog. I'm surprised Aaron didn't go see Sammy in Cold Spring last summer. We had the kids. We couldn't. Otherwise, I would have loved to. All right. Now, we can talk about a couple of things. Oh, this was a shitty thing that happened over New Year's weekend. So, Gervonta Davis, who's a world champion lightweight boxer and has like a couple of really big fights coming up.
Right.
Some woman filed an assault charge against him.
Okay.
And then 2 days later, took it back. So, like, Gervonta Davis got arrested, the whole deal. It was Tuesday at 1:50 in the afternoon last week. He was jailed on a domestic violence charge of battery causing bodily harm. The woman released a statement through her attorney. The statement said the couple's relationship has been in a fragile space, and Gervonta and I were both at fault for the argument, saying these past few days have been hurtful and extremely exhausting for all parties involved. I pride myself on being extremely private. This situation was the last thing I wanted to be made public. The state of our relationship has been in a fragile space since Gervonta and I were both at fault in the argument. I mean, anytime it's a professional fighter, you're always skeptical. You know, I mean, we watched a 50-some-year-old or a 40-some-year-old in Dana White.
Game forever.
You know, we watched Dana White, smack someone just for hitting them. Like, I'd imagine that for professional fighters, there's an instinctive thing
to not let anyone test you, or more importantly, to see that they.
Or just when you get hit in the face,
you just respond.
There's just like a weird, just knee-jerk kind of a deal going on. But I don't know. It's so fucked up because on one hand, you have, like, if something happened with this guy and he did something to this woman, he's got to be arrested. And you can't have the woman taking it back because she's afraid. There's a lot of relationships that get worse because a woman goes, oh, yeah, he did this. And then when you hear what it could do to him if he gets held legally accountable, they back off and they go, no, I don't want to harm him.
Yeah.
But if he is doing something fucked up, you got to make sure he faces, the toughest, legal consequences there are. But if you are, there's also been cases of, like, you're dating a crazy bitch. She says all kinds of stuff to get you. And especially if you're famous, it can really kind of dick with your career. So either way, I don't know what happened. In a way, I don't care what happened. Both of you need to just split up and go your separate ways.
Or one of you needs to learn to throw or take a punch.
Yeah, or one of you just needs to stop being such a bitch, maybe. All right, do we have a response from April as to why she did not answer my call? Oh, she's in the shower.
Okay.
Well, in that case, let me grab my camera and head upstairs for a minute. Johnny, you've got this.
Right.
I just want to see if she's in the shower. I'm doing Foley now.
Yeah,
this is me going up the stairs.
I don't think it sounded like it.
Aaron, maybe that boxer just had a haunted heart. Ha 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 ha. It's another Sammy Kershaw reference, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
It's like Tank trying to get top the all-time wasted talent list. I think Gervonta Davis is very, very good. But shit like this, man, this was kind of what happened to Mike Tyson. You start running with the wrong people, you start running with women, and you and the woman are hitting each other and shit like that takes your focus off the ring. That's all it takes. He's got a fight coming up either this week or next week, and he says it's still on. And then I think after that, doesn't he have Ryan Garcia after that? He's got a big showdown if he wins that fight. So you gots to be careful, buddy. Get these what did Mickey say? We've got it somewhere here. I'll get it for you. Where the fuck? I have way too many drops now. Is it this one?
I like a nice shorn puss.
Yeah. Just kidding. I knew it wasn't that one.
Women weaken legs.
Exactly. You gotta listen to Mickey. If Mickey says women weaken legs, you get away from these broads. All right, Johnny. Would you like to get into a little Misery Loves Company?
Yes,
Chad
I'd like
Zumock?
to see Chad make an ass of himself.
All right, let's talk about Chad. Now, Chad Zumock has had a really unfortunate run the last, 50 years of his life.
Yeah.
He's really not been able to celebrate any W's at all. And on Misery Loves Company, look, if I'm ever at this point, I want someone to tell me, look, man, it ain't worth it. Go sell cars. Go do something else.
Right.
It's not worth this level of humiliation.
Mm-hmm.
Chad has no home. Chad has no vehicle.
Right.
Chad has basically no earthly possessions. The motherfucker can't afford a good mic. He can't afford a mic stand. He can't afford good headphones. Like, he's just, it's just a dire situation he's in. But instead of like going and doing something to better himself, he goes, I have an idea. I'll hang out with Kevin Brennan and Bob Levy while they just shit on me for 2 hours on, Kevin Brennan's getting smart. He's taking his audience's Patreon money, but then also going live on YouTube and taking super chat money and double dipping. It's kind of a smart deal. His fans bitch about it, but it's like, if you're going to bitch about it, then don't watch.
Then don't give him the super chat money.
Right. Don't be a patron. Don't give him super chat money. But he's smart, and I wish he would just admit this. Look, man, I can do my show. Bob wanted to do the show 4 days a week, and they're getting close to that point.
Right.
Where they're doing the show 4 days a week. And I think Kevin sees Bob doing all these other shows. He's like, I better, Bob's a talent. I better keep him happy. Well, if Kevin, I wish Kevin would just come out and say, look, you're paying me on Patreon and you're paying me on YouTube Live. Why wouldn't I do both? Why wouldn't I make that kind of money? It's got to be more money than Kevin's ever made doing a podcast. Doing it that way. He does it live, takes it down, puts it up on Patreon. Gets it coming and going both ways. Well, they have Chad on there as like Beetlejuice, as a whack packer. They have him on there so they can beat the living dog shit out of Chad. And these guys were kind of the first ones to tell him, like, hey, that steel toe guy's kind of made you look like a fucking idiot. And like, then you went off and you talked about his kids. Like, they would tell him on every episode, Chad's melting down. Like, Chad's
breaking
falling
up a bit about this.
Chad's falling apart. He's drinking himself to death. He claims he's not going to drink in 2023, so he was going to be hammered every day of 2022. That doesn't work out. Chad tried to get at us. It didn't work. We kept coming after him. We've been bloody in his nose and beating the shit out of him ever since. He spends his days on that show staring at the chat, watching people make fun of him. Every super chat is talking about what a bag of shit, how useless Chad is, digging at him terribly. And Kevin, every episode, now taunts Chad with steel toe references. Kevin will go, hey, what's our goal today, Chad? That's a steel toe reference. He'll go, and then Chad thinks it's a joke, and he'll repeat it 80 times thinking he's shitting on us. It's like, no, dude, you can't shit on us for something that we openly say this is what we do. Like, that's not how making fun of people works.
Oh, by the way, we keep hitting that goal, so it's like...
We're a week ahead of it, in case you were wondering, sweetheart. So then Kevin also will go, Chad, it's like camel toe. What do you think? Should we do 4 hours like camel toe does? Chad doesn't want to hear our name. Chad did two things wrong. He embarrassed himself by going the route he did. And then he didn't stop us from making fun of him. So he's failed on two fronts now. And now he's kind of fallen into this hopelessness situation. And Kevin Brennan is taunting him and poking him and prodding him with the hopelessness, bringing up steel toe. Well, in this next clip, Chad also hates Chrissy Mayer, Gino Bisconti, hates
Cumulus people,
hates Frank, hates all of these people, and he's going to try and get Alex to jump in with him and talk shit about these other people. The problem is me, Gino, Chrissy, Alex, we've all done each other's shows. We like each other. Chad doesn't realize he's the odd man out here. And Alex is going to kind of clue him in on it. Also, notice that Chad has stopped talking shit about steel toe completely, stopped going live talking about steel toe completely. And now he's back to, I'm going to pretend he doesn't exist, and I'm going to change the subject anytime it comes up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Chad. It's not going to work. We already got you. You're on the hook. You're our fish now. What can you do?
Honestly, I don't think I'm going to let you forget us after the whole, like, the tweeting people's lives, like, stuff. You crossed a few lines, so guess we're going to keep we'll call it the start.
Right. We'll call it the start, fatty. You fucked up, and now you're my bitch. That's just how this whole game works. It's, I'm Danny Glover in Shooter. I win, you lose. again. Get used to it, son. So here's Chad trying to, and everything that comes out of his mouth is just dripping with anger and failure and bitterness. Here's him trying to get the very jovial Alex Stein to go into the mud with Chad, where he sleeps.
He wants him to be a mud shark.
Where he sleeps alone every night on someone else's couch.
We're going to go sharking in the mud.
Content house, and you even said it was douchey.
I said it was a little cringe because I don't like being on camera for 24 hours. For me, it doesn't suit myself because I'm liable to drop an N-bomb or whatever. Who knows?
By the way, I love that about Alex. He just comes
I'm liable to drop an N-bomb. He does not sound like someone who would drop an N-bomb.
I love that he just comes out. Like, nobody just comes out and says that. Even your ballsiest comedians don't go
I can't go 24 hours without an N-bomb.
Look, if you put a camera on me, I just might say the N-bomb just to get it on camera to prove to people I ain't no bitch. I'll say what the fuck I want. Fucking based Alex Stein over here.
Knows what the hell it's just not for me, it's not conducive of the content that I like to create. So it's like, dude, I go and put cameras in politicians' faces. There's nothing more. I'm the king of cringe. I wear women's bathing suits and go to city council meetings saying I'm the king of cringe. So when I call something cringe, it's not necessarily bad. And to be honest, people love watching cringe stuff. People love internet drama and cringe stuff.
So Chad just tried to set him up. Like, he hates Chrissy and he hates content. So, hey,
it's just
Alex,
cringy.
You hated it. You thought it was cringe, right? Tell everyone how shitty Chrissy is. Like, he's throwing a temper tantrum because he wants people to be in on his beef. And Alex goes, oh, no, I'm the king of cringe. What I meant was they had camera on people all the time. Bubba got me on a hot mic. I have no problem with it. I thought those guys are great. I thought they're fun. I just don't like cameras being on me all the time because I might drop an N-bomb. I love watching cringe shit. I'm the king of cringe. Ugh.
And then he lists things that he's done that's cringy. So you can't even just be like, oh, dude, that's a little hypocritical for you to be like, oh, I hate cringe, but you do this shit. Like, no, I do cringe. I love cringe. It's great.
So watching poor Chad, and this is, by the way, this is Chad's experience on Misery Loves Company all the time. It's just him trying to get something going and somebody smacking him down, making him feel shitty. I mean, I will say this. I am impressed with Chad Zumock in this regard. The man's ability to take a punch and still beg to be on a show is remarkable. Most people have way too much dignity and class and honor and talent to be treated this way on a daily basis. Chad allows himself to be abused on a daily basis because he has such FOMO of not being on this program. And the unfortunate thing for Kevin is now he's stuck because he's got a talentless lump that everybody complains about and everybody dislikes.
But he did find a way to get blood out of that stone.
Exactly. So now he's trapped. He's got golden handcuffs on. He knows people are tuning in to hate Chad Zumock. If he gets rid of Chad, who he said is a psycho, is a problem, and he's going to shit on him in this clip too, he's going to lose viewers. Because the people who hate Chad are going to go away because it's mission accomplished. We got him off the show. Because that's what they want. They want him to leave. They'll watch until he leaves, but that's what they want ultimately.
I mean, you know, the house, I don't know, it wasn't the greatest place in the world.
It looked like a terrible hang.
But the people were nice. I mean, to be honest, if we
what are you talking about? Nobody cares about
Gino's gay.
It does matter.
Gino's gay. Well, Gino was at the content house, and he's gay. Kevin was a little testy.
His Bonely girlfriend was there.
And Alex, by the way, shoots down Kevin and Chad. And you can tell that Chad is trying to be angry to do like a Kevin impression to impress Kevin and get back in his good graces. This is all very pathetic coming from a 50-year-old. You should have created your own thing by now.
By the way, Chad, one note I gotta. Yeah. That ring light with your sunglasses makes it look like you're staring like this the whole time.
Well, he can't show his eyes because then his co-host will know he's still drinking.
I can't,
If he keeps wearing those sunglasses, they'll know he's still drinking. And by the way, he's abandoned the captain hat because he's upset. It's upset him
I'm the
how
captain
much,
now.
Yeah, it's upset him how much people tell him how cringe it is. He sits there and reads the chat all day during this show.
I think he would learn that
people
he's not,
shitting on him.
Like, I mean, I read my chat and I have fun with it, but like, there's jokes in there. Like, we have fun with it. Like, if you're just getting mad, maybe don't do it.
Right? It's not going to get better. Like, dummy, quit looking at the fucking chat. Just assume that it's all saying you suck. They'll pop the super chats up there to tell you suck. You'll see them eventually. Just focus what little talent you have, what little energy you have left for this business into providing a good product. So now Kevin's going to get mad at Alex, and Alex is going to stand his ground. I think Alex Stein looks great in this clip.
Lenny's nice. Look how he's doing. He's the new executive producer for The Daily Show.
pretty good.
He's
Pretty
nice.
good.
What did I
Pretty
say?
good.
What did I say? From day one, I said if the first thing people say is that you're nice, you probably suck at comedy.
Yes,
That's
but not
number
everybody.
one. Shut the
I don't
fuck
judge
up.
everybody.
That's rule number one.
Could you imagine being like, I like Kevin. I respect Kevin. He's put many years in the business. I hope it's a bit. I really do hope he's playing a character, because to be that angry all the time doesn't sound like fun. And by the way, Kevin says usually happy, nice people aren't funny. Well, not every angry person is funny either. Angry can just make you an angry dick that nobody wants to be around.
Or it can make you funny.
Too. It can make you very funny, but it doesn't. This idea that being nice cancels you out from being funny, or being mean makes you funny. No.
He looks like the villain in Highlander 4.
So Alex is having a tough time dealing with the psycho twins screaming at him. And
Right.
Bob, this is what I love
Bob's
about
just having a good old time.
Bob Levy is down here laughing his fucking balls off.
The first thing they
I
say
wanna
about
be on
you,
this
he's
show.
a nice guy. You suck at comedy.
Yeah,
Yes, but we don't judge everybody by how well they are at comedy. Or
I
how they
do.
perform.
In the comedy world, I do.
Alex, the super chat right here. They got a hot mic on Bubba the Love Sponge, and you were shitting all over it.
What?
So now this is going to be great, because Alex is going to expose Chad here. Chad doesn't want to be the mud shark anymore. Chad doesn't want to go hard at Steel Toe anymore. When Chad hears Steel Toe now, because Kevin brings us up every show. Thank you, Kevin. Misery Loves Company, great show. Check it out.
Love to be a guest.
He's going to... I already have been. It's wonderful.
Yeah, I know.
Kevin's a great guy.
Keep rubbing your success in my
Bob
face.
Levy is wonderful, too.
Able-bodied dick.
So they're going to bring up the Bubba hot mic thing, and Alex is going to talk nicely about us, and Chad is going to skip right the fuck over it. Watch it. So Chad's abandoned the attack plan, and now Chad is going to just pretend. Here's what happened. It's what I said would happen. We annoyed him so much, and we didn't go away. I was a pesky little fly, and now he's like, fuck, damn it. I got in too deep. Now I just have to ignore the guy again. And we're just
I don't get it. The rape threats didn't work.
I tried to threaten rape, and they didn't go away. Sorry, buddy. You're still fun to make fun of.
I shit on the Content House, and I shit on your favorite, Steel Toe, which I've kind of mended the fences with Steel Toe, because they talked a little crap on me. They said, oh, Alex has jumped the shark, and this was months ago, and I had a lot of viral
You don't even jump the shark yet.
That's what I'm saying, and I am going to jump it. One day, I'm going to be on the tail end, but it's not yet. This roller coaster is still going up. Roger Stone just said I was the best.
So Chad didn't stop him on the Steel Toe thing. Chad, he was like,
fix my camera.
Yeah, fix his camera. It's funny. You're right.
Finger my stash.
I didn't notice that. He brought up Steel Toe.
And then immediately just backed away.
Chad got really fidgety.
For me, it's not conducive of the content that I like to create. So it's like, dude, I go and put cameras in politicians' faces.
Look at
There's
that. He's got the shakes going on and everything.
in there.
Oh, do you think it's DTs?
He's fidgety. Fuck.
Do you think he is trying to quit drinking and that's DTs? Like that's booze shakes?
I mean, I could see that.
Fuck, that's brutal. I feel bad for the guy. Let's go.
And I love how he's copying your wardrobe choices now. He's wearing a Hulkamania shirt.
You suck at comedy.
Yeah,
yes, but we don't judge everybody by how well they are at comedy. Or
I
how
do.
They
Watch Chad start fidgeting once Alex brings up Steel Toe.
In the comedy world, I do.
Alex, the super chat right here. They got a hot mic on Bubba the Love Sponge, and you were shitting all over it.
Well, I shit on the Content House, and I shit on your favorite, Steel Toe, which I've kind of mended the fences with Steel Toe, because they talked a little crap on me.
Oh,
They
the lip quivering.
Oh, Alex has jumped the shark, and this was months ago, and I had a lot of viral.
You don't even jump the shark yet.
That's what I'm saying, and I am going to jump.
That is
chew on my lip.
That
Tasty.
chewing on the lip thing, by the way, that is a holding back hostility. That is a you don't do that unless you're smearing chapstick,
or you're getting some dry lip action,
or you're stressed as fuck.
Jump it. One day I'm going to be on the tail end, but it's not yet. This roller coaster is still going up. Roger Stone just said I was the best dresser 2022. I mean, I'm a pimp on a blimp at the moment. Now, will I have a downfall? Of course, we all do.
I met him.
Stop it, Alex. I want you to stop that right now. And
the downfall's already begun.
No, I talked to Alex about this in our interview. Stop being so goddamn agreeable to things that I say when I'm talking shit and don't even mean. Like I said, I think his man on the street stuff, he's nowhere near jumped the shark on the man on the street shit. That's going to carry him for a long time. He's better than Billy Eichner and all that gay shit he used to do. Alex Stein could be the next, like, not gay Billy Eichner. Like, not cringy, douchey. Billy Eichner. He's great at that man on the street.
What did Billy
stuff.
Eichner do other than that? I thought that like the cringy douchey part was the whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. He's the uncringy. Alex is going to be the uncringe, undouchey man on the street guy.
So you're like saying he's the Dalmatian who has no spots.
Dude, he sits there and he faces down AR-15s at a fucking protest. The
That
guy's
is
got
ballsy.
balls.
That is very ballsy.
I would watch 10 of those before I'd watch one City Hall thing. Like it's a compliment. He's bigger than that now. He's bigger and better. I want an Alex Stein podcast, and I want Alex Stein man on the street shit, where he's facing down. I mean, I'm not trying to get the guy killed or anything, but like,
change my mind.
He's got bigger. Alex has bigger balls than people believe. They think he's just a wacky guy. They think Alex is just this, wacky, happy-go-lucky dude. Alex doesn't give a fuck about his own safety. Alex doesn't give a shit. He's willing to get punched in the face, shot in the head, and all for what? A goof, for your entertainment. I don't have that.
He's also
I don't
making
have
a
that
point.
gene. Yeah, he's also, The ultimate point he's going to make is when a progressive blows his head off and he's like, it's dying words. Wait, see, I told you they were violent. And he dies with half his head blown off. Let's watch Chad continue to get mocked on his own show. Own show.
Yes, thank you. Roger Stone's a good guy. It's not even about Roger Stone.
What's his dick taste like? What's Roger Stone's dick taste like?
Nothing. Better than yours, Kevin. Because
he swings that
he's
way.
Nice. Yeah, well,
he's a nice guy.
I'm saying he's a nice guy. Yes. Why
he's
is
not
it
funny then.
I like Chad. Chad's a nice guy. I don't like how
he's not.
I like Chad. Chad's a nice guy. Wait a minute. If they say you're a nice guy,
right, you're not funny.
You can't be good at comedy.
So Alex is calling Chad not funny, but then immediately Kevin goes, no. The most offended he's probably made Kevin during this entire interview is him saying Chad's a nice guy.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I'm saying he's a nice guy. Yes. Why
he's
is
not
it
funny
bad?
then.
I like Chad. Chad's a nice guy. I don't like how
he's not.
Fuck you.
I like how Chad talks
Chad's nice to me. He's nice to me in person. It's not nice what he did to some people ripping him off, but he's pretty genuinely nice.
Oh, I'm turning the page on Alex today.
So Alex calls Chad not funny.
Okay.
And then he mentions the credit card ripoff thing, which Chad hates.
Beautiful.
And Kevin goes, and all of this in 10 seconds, Kevin goes, he's not nice. Alex says, it's not nice you ripped off those people with the credit cards. And he gets called not funny. And you keep doing this show. This is only a 2-minute clip we've shown. And this is literally all of MLC. Whenever Chad opens his mouth, he's getting shit on. And I love it. I will admit this. I will admit defeat to Kevin Brennan in this regard. Nobody can humiliate Chad better than Kevin humiliates Chad. As bad as a number as I've done on Chad.
Yeah, but he doesn't come here asking for it every time.
As much as I've buried Chad in the ground and stomped his fucking teeth out, comedically, I have not been able to do what Kevin's done, which is bash the shit out of him on a show consistently and then have Chad keep begging to come back.
To the point where when he's not on the show, he loses his fucking mind.
And he's spinning around. I think half the reason that Kevin does all these shows is so Chad doesn't lose his fucking mind. Because Kevin's going to feel responsible for whatever this psycho does. I love it.
I really want Kevin to have me as a guest on his show and then not let Chad on. Just get a double.
I did that. It's fun. Chad
I know
goes
you
nuts.
did. I'm just saying, it would be even better because I'm the low rent second mic guy, who gives a shit about me. They're like, no, I'm still better than you, Chad.
You know what else was great about it? If you go on their YouTube.
Yeah.
My shitting on Chad episode that I wouldn't let him in and Chad's response episode, I've got about 2,500 more views than he does.
Uh-oh.
I beat him on his own show. I kicked Chad Zumock's ass on his own fucking show. I'll tell you this, Bob and Kevin didn't shit on me for 2 hours, Chad. We were equals having a fun show together. It must have hurt, buddy.
Nice, I think. I would say Bob's
That's
super
over
nice.
now. Oh, why are you bringing up old shit?
I'm not. I'm just saying. I think you're a nice guy. I'm just saying.
First of all, Chad's not a nice guy. Second of all, you don't get it. If you're saying someone's nice, that's what Bobby Kelly said one time about Kumi. He goes, he's a nice guy. I go, no one ever says that about Kumi because they don't have to. Kumi is funny, so, and he's not nice. He's proven that. So the point is that, it's sad if the first thing they say about it is he's a nice guy. The guy's a shit comic. If they go, he's a nice guy.
So he's kind of helping put it right in Chad's face. This is what we just said about you.
Oh, that is
not we.
fantastic.
He went back.
I mean, it is just so great that Chad just got shit on for that whole 2.5 minutes. And Chad just takes it. He has no alternative. If he had anywhere else to go or anywhere else to stay at least slightly relevant in podcasting, he would be there. Because no real man with a set of fucking balls sits there and gets shit on that hard for 2 hours a day and has any dignity left.
Why doesn't he just do his own show? I mean, all right, yeah.
He does. He has a Patreon. It has 90 people.
Dude, I don't
and they're all at like the $3 or $5 tier.
I'm like at like 70 or 80 subscribers on my YouTube alone.
He's honest to God. And you know what? I would say half of those are people who just want to watch it to shit on him. So I have more fans on a Patreon.
I'm on his fucking Patreon.
I have more fans. We have more fans on our Patreon that want to listen to our show. And all it is an audio version of our show. It's not extra content. Chad puts his whole livelihood, his whole career, his whole broadcasting career on his Patreon, and he can't crack $400 a month. Can't pay fucking groceries. Can't pay rent.
So he has like Patreon. A day job then, right? Like what are you doing to get the bills paid? How are you going to keep yourself in, libations and such?
I'm guessing that Chad probably has to take money from family. I'm guessing that's probably how it goes. I mean, because he can't support himself. He doesn't make enough money. He just doesn't. He's probably Kyle Gass in the beginning of the Tenacious D movie. Remember where mommy's still sending him?
No, it's royalty checks. Yeah. I helped write a little song.
Now people are saying, or he uses someone else's credit card. See, I thought that was kind of hack, but I'll let you guys do it. Absolutely.
The point is, he's not paying.
Right. Gary Crouch says, Kevin calling Chad a shit comic. Does he learn from it? No fucking way. He's too dumb. Yeah, they call him a shit comic on every episode. They call him, a crazy person, a bad guy, a guy you don't want to associate with on a daily basis. And he just sits there and takes it. It's brutal. Chad's family definitely stopped helping him months ago, says Farron. Then I shudder to think at what he's doing to try to make ends meet. He started a cameo, and it's just him sitting in an abandoned parking lot, shouting.
Yeah, who really what would make my birthday is if someone got me a Chad Zumock cameo. I'm joking. Don't. Good God. Swear to Christ if I find one of those in my fucking email.
Oh, that would be great. There's a lot of people. Chrissy Mayer says Kevin and Chad don't even know who Roger Stone is. No. And then Kevin still got mad that Alex called him a nice guy. He's like, hey, he's a nice guy. Why would you call him nice? He's not a comic. But, watching Alex mention steel toe and watching Chad just start biting his bottom lip. He can't bite his upper lip. He's bit it off already. Sorry about that. Watching him just bite his lip and just changing the subject, moving on. That's where he's at with Steel Toe now.
I've changed my mind. I don't want to be on Misery Loves Company and Chad's Forbade. I want to be on it with Chad. I want to just be sitting there just a shitting grin. Hi. I'll wear this shirt too. So glad to be here.
Yeah, just wear the Steel Toe.
Just kidding, shirt. LLC. I do a couple of podcasts. You may have heard of one. How you doing, Chad?
KF says, going to get a Chad cameo, but he has to praise Steel Toe.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there you go, guys. Well, he's charging like $30 for it.
But will he do it? Will he take the money and do it?
The only people only people who would give him $30 for a cameo are our fans who would do it to shit on him.
Yeah, they would part with it because they're like, I want to make you do this.
Guys, I have an idea.
Oh, shit.
Cameo.com. Hold on a second.
We're going to help our friend Chad.
We're going to help. You know what?
I'm a fan of Chad. Let's raise those numbers.
I'm a fan of Chad. I'm going to help this fucking guy.
I got to talk to you about that, too. I got a shirt idea.
I'm going to help this man. Here we go. Ready? Guys, if you want to, there's Chad Zumock cameo. Buy them. Make him praise Steel Toe or Chrissy or Gino. There we go. That would be a fun one.
Wait a minute. He's calling himself Florida's greatest?
Yeah, he's been doing that for a while. Look, you got to give the guy some leeway. It's fucking over. All right? Let him live in his delusions.
Yeah, but like you're sleeping on someone's couch. You're not getting booked regularly. Florida's greatest. Wow, that's not even it.
You see what that number is next to how many reviews? That means how many cameos you've done because people give you a nice review after your cameo.
Mm-hmm. Or they give you a bad review after your cameo.
Yeah, they give you something. He's got 0.
I paid $30, but I can't be bothered to tell you how you did. Right.
He's got 0 cameos. And you know what? This is the sad tragedy of Chad. If you bring that up to him, he'd go, well, I'm not even trying. That's his excuse for everything.
Yeah, I'm not even trying either. That's why you can't find me on Cameo.
Yeah, maybe we should try. Maybe for the new year, you stop drinking and you try. You get rid of the shakes and you try. Maybe that could be next. No? Just a little. Just a little bit of effort. A modicum of effort. That's it. We tried.
Look how far you got with nothing. Imagine if you tried.
Yes, exactly. So, guys, we got Chad Zumock's cameo. There it is. Chad's cameo.
It's a shame that he has no work on there. Like, this is what will launch him.
Buy him a cameo. Make him say nice things about Steel Toe or Chrissy or Gino. Now, if he doesn't do it to your satisfaction, you can charge it back.
Oh, nice.
So you can do it, and then you can report it to Cameo, and you can go, hey, he didn't do what I asked. I want my money back. I'm okay. I think that's what you guys should
I think that's fair. If you have a simple request, just say something nice about Steel Toe. And he's being a dick. No, it's not what you asked for.
Matthew says, serious Opie energy from the Z-Man. You know what? I'm going to say Opie's better than Chad. Opie got somewhere. Opie just fell really hard. Chad started at the bottom, and he's there.
Did Opie get somewhere, or did he get the right person in a room and kind of stayed in that room with that person?
I mean, yeah, but he went there.
I mean, so, like Chad's trying to do that in more of a, like, Eliza Jordana way.
It's more parasitic, but
yeah.
When you're a parasite, you have to be parasitic. It's not his fault. That's just what he is. Farron says, "Oh, I'm so fucking buying a cameo." Well, there you go, guys. Let's see if we can get those. Let's see if we can get Chad Zumock a few bucks. And I would like a thank you, just like Opie. I would like a thank you for helping to pay your rent, for helping to pay your bills, for helping to keep you off the streets, Chad. After all the terrible things you've said, I'm still here, willing to keep you off the streets because I care. I care. All right, we got about 5 minutes left in the show. If you guys please let me know if you decide to do the cameo thing, because that would be so goddamn funny. Also, check out the clips we put up every day. We always put up clips on the YouTube page.
I'm trying to start doing that with my whole copying the shit you do thing.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
We do this. We put up clips every day. Our last one is Wrestling Otaku. Now, that one hasn't done as well. Neither did the George Santos thing. So we may, people ask, hey, why do you always cover this person or that person? They get the views.
When we put those clips, people want to see
it. Thousands of people watch them. And then when we try to branch out, we're like, hey, you know what? We're going to do it your guys' way. We're going to, show you some other things that we really liked that we did on the show that we're really proud of. Mm-hmm. It doesn't do as well. So, if we have an option, the thing that does really well or the thing that doesn't, I'll go with the thing that does
I put a premiere out that I was so proud of yesterday that I just watched the numbers while it was there. He's like, maybe a shotgun isn't a bad purchase.
Exactly. Farron says, if he doesn't say something nice about Steel Toe, I'm charging it back. Right. Buy the cameo. I want to see if he actually does them.
I mean,
I don't think he will, but I want to see if he does.
Well, I mean, how hungry do you got to be before you just cow that tail down and do what you need to?
That's a big belly. Let's see if it needs to be filled or not. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much for joining the program. Johnny, your channel?
I'm going live at 2 on twitch.tv/JustKiddingLLC or YouTube at JustKiddingLLC.
All right.
YouTube.com/@JustKiddingLLC. You can find me on those channels. Either one works.
All right, and be sure you subscribe to those channels. Tomorrow we will have Corey back again. Farron says, should I have him do it for paying off my credit cards? You know what? Get creative.
Mm-hmm.
Do it however you'd like. Make sure that you like the video. Make sure that you like the stream before you go today. We would appreciate that. Subscribe to the channel, all of that stuff. We hope you enjoyed today's show. Back again tonight at 7 p.m. April and I will have an evening show. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Back tonight. We'll see you then.